though, you know.
Your first line is also there, so you can go anywhere from anyway.
We're aspiring engineers to sit. Hello, I can feel the electricity going through my bones, kind of like these robots. Anyway, I'm James Bickham, and today is the day where aspiring engineers test their abilities in a battle to the death.
And I'm Ryan Moore. And yes, hello everyone, and thank you for joining us this morning on BNB. Thank you for those kind words, James Bickham. And this is for the first annual VRC Tipping Point Robotics Tournament here at John F. Kennedy High School. And that's pretty much what we're filming today. So, yeah.
So no one's going to die today, at least to our knowledge. But we still have some sparks to fly. See what I did there? Because, like, robots. Maybe I'm on a roll.
I had a roll for breakfast this morning, you know, it's pretty funny. Speaking of breakfast, I hope all of you guys had breakfast this morning because this is going to be a long tournament. And I mean long tournament. So, that's pretty much what we had covered. What do you expect for today?
I expect there to be a lot of action, a lot of twists and turns, and a lot of alliances. Now, Ryan, you happen to know a lot about the alliances, and for those at home, would you like to explain it?
So I actually met with Mr. Cooper, who is the head referee for today. He is actually the robotics coach for MEPM. Now, for this tournament, coaches are not the most necessarily needed. So MEPM will be kind of uncoached, but there will be someone there to help coach them. But now, he told me that the alliances are mostly whoever comes in like the higher place. You basically, when they ask you if you want to make an alliance, you can actually say like, I want to be alliance with this person, and during that, you can, if they can say yes or no, and if they say no, then obviously you won't be in alliance with them, and most likely you will choose the person that is in the next highest ranking. So if you're first, you want to pick second. If they say no, then you want to kind of pick third. But if you're kind of just waiting for someone like, say, like you're sixth, and you don't want to be partners, mostly because you do that because you want to pick your own partner. Now, it would be smart if you kind of pick like the higher up because obviously they won before. Yeah. So it's usually happens that way, but not all the time.
That's very good to know, and especially that seems to be a big part of this tournament and really a big part of this sport that's a lot more difficult than it appears because a lot of people just imagine like to see battle bots
yes.
on TV, and this is not what it is because there's tests of ability of the robot and ability of control of the robot, and there's also tests of how you built your robot, you know, and how well it's built. It's not just two robots going at each other, you know. It's much more to that.
Yes, it definitely is. Also, when I was down there in the robotics room, I've also got to see what they do, kind of like the layout that you kind of see behind us right now, with the 3 yellow markers and the rest of like those little rings, if you can see, if you want to zoom in right now. But if you see those, the robots have to pick up those rings, put them on one of their little posts, and bring those back. Now, if they capture the other one, see that little red one? If blue captures that little red one and brings it to their side, that doesn't get them points, but it just denies that team of getting points. So, yes, it is not just battling the robots, mostly for the fact that they're expensive and school districts don't really have that kind of money right now, just getting off COVID and doing stuff like that. So it's more of like testing the ability and coding factor of this.
So, Ryan, who do you expect to be the best school here today?
You know, to be honest, I mean, I got a good view of a layout of the schools that will be here. Now, I don't want to pick favorites or anything, but when I did go see MEPM, you know, they had that coding on track, they had their robots, really nice layout too. but I won't pick favorites. You know, anyone can win this thing, anyone can take this thing, so I'm excited to see what happens.
See, Kennedy seems to be a worthy opponent, though, as they are the first school in the Bellmore-Merrick Central High School district to create a robotics club, and they are a big part of why it's spread throughout the district. And they are well established. They actually do very well in these tournaments, and they have 7 different teams competing today in this tournament. So now almost every school has a couple of teams, but Kennedy has almost 7. Well, most schools have a maximum of 4.
So this
Their
is going to
program
be
is
a
huge.
fun day, at least I think. You know, behind us you see what we like to call them fixing the robots, which is just them fixing the robots. But that is going to be a big factor today, whereas robots will get damaged, even though they're not battling each other, they still will get damaged. Now, teams are fighting against each other, not literally, but they will be picking up rings and going against each other.
More
So,
competing.
Yeah. Yes, more
than
competing.
anything.
So we are going to send it down to the sportscasters. Good luck, guys.
V and center reach B. And thank you, James. Thank you, Ryan. We are live from Kennedy. This is the VRC Tipping Point Tournament. Right now, we've got our second qualifying match. On the red alliance, you have Garden City's A team and the independent team from Jericho High School. They're under the name Arsenal, but they're unaffiliated with Jericho High School, going up against the blue alliance of the Farmingdale V team and the Center Reach High School B team. So I'm not sure if you guys know what to expect from these robotics tournaments. I'm not sure if Ryan went over it, but for anyone who isn't aware, we are about to get underway in game 2 in our second qualifying match. The match will start with a 15-second autonomous period. Well, the robots will just go on their own. And before that happens, the little introductions. I'm Matt Mano from BMB, and alongside Ryan Garcia from Cougar-TV. So, Ryan, how are you doing today?
I'm doing great, and you know, these autonomous matches, yes, they're 15 seconds, but a lot of work goes into this. You know, you have to go in depth with your coding. You really can't have any errors because the slightest of mistakes here can cost you points, and an autonomous win here can be huge for your ability to win this qualifying match and go further along today.
And I also might add, I have a little bit of coding experience myself. So one error in your code, one possible, say, a semicolon instead of a colon, for example, whole code falls apart. We are away in the autonomous period where the robots just go on themselves. And we see, if I'm not mistaken, that's the Arsenal and Center Reach robot engaged in a little bit of a battle, and Arsenal takes it onto the other side. They go on the wrong way, and this is about what you're seeing. You see, it looks like it was the Garden City's, looks like it to be GC's robot, who is currently in the corner. That's basically what the autonomous period is. Red takes the autonomous bonus, which is huge, and the autonomous bonus, it's basically 6 points
Right.
for the red team now. These will be judged after the fact, and we will be coming back with live results. Now, this is the driver control period. The aim of the game, obviously, is to score more points. But we're seeing, I think that's Arsenal trying to steal the blue goals. I see Farmingdale is trying to put one of the mobile goals onto what's known as the tipping point. That is huge. If the blue tipping point stays balanced and doesn't tip over, let's get the name, then that is 20 points for the blue alliance. So right now it looks to be as if blue is winning despite the autonomous win for the red team.
And the red team goes over there and they tip over their goals.
There goes another Mogo in the middle, in the center line.
Now, this is a really meticulous process because not only do you have to get it up there and keep it balanced, you have to fend off your opponent's robots from going over there and just tipping it over.
We got a red Mogo is stacked on stack with rings. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
If they can figure out a way to keep that untouched.
We have a timeout initiated by head referee Mr. Cooper, who is also the coach of the MEPM team, and he's also the MEPM Robotics Club advisor and an engineering and science teacher at MEPM High School. A lot of MEPM representation, but if you aren't already aware, this is not just MEPM, it is all of the Bellmore-Merrick Central High School District. We have collaboration from not only BMB, but from Cougar-TV at Kennedy and the Calhoun Media Club. We'll be seeing representatives from all 3 clubs across all spectrums of this broadcast. This is a full team effort, kind of like it was for Sprint Gardner, right, Ryan?
Right, yeah, and today's a huge day. Just like the Sprint Gardner, this is a long event. This is going to be an event that there's 62 qualifying matches. That's just qualifiers. There are rounds
62 qualifying matches. It's going to be a long day for us.
Yeah, and not only that, but it's definitely an exciting day. I mean, you're waiting, especially for these competitors who have waited to compete at this event, and really it comes down to how you perform in 2 or 2.5 minutes. It's a very short-lived burst, and it determines whether you're going to be spending your entire day competing or whether you'll be going home early.
And Ryan, I'd like to let you know that right now, the clock did not start. So right now, we have a little bit of a reset where all rings will be returned to their original positions. All mogos will be returned to the original position. If I'm not mistaken, Red will keep their autonomous bonus, and we will start from the 1:45 driving period. So let's talk about, at this point in time, we're just kind of waiting for our referees to let us know when we are ready to resume the match. But let's talk about who we think is going to win. Let's make a little bit of predictions who we think could end up winning.
Well, I think getting the autonomous bonus makes it so you're at an advantage here, and it's kind of interesting. We're gonna try to pick up patterns and who's what type of ways people go about trying to get points. You're trying to stack rings. Are you focusing more on keeping that balance? Are you going last minute with your placement so it gives your opponent less time? How aggressive or defensive are you going to be?
Yeah. And okay, so now we're going to send it over We got a lot of reporters live on the scene. I'm going to send it now to Joseph Chavarria, who's with. Thanks, Joseph. And as the day goes on, we'll have more and more interviews from a bunch of different teams. I'm pretty sure Joseph, we couldn't really hear her, I'm not mistaken, but this is a learning experience, a day of learning for us all here. It's a very long day.
Yeah,
and I think we're not the only ones having technical difficulties, as I see them resetting all of the smart boards.
Yeah, this has been, we had a delayed start. We were supposed to start around 9:30.
That's not our fault, though.
Right, but there's been a lot of delays and issues with the equipment here in JFK when it comes to, trying to set up these matches. A lot of matches started late. They're trying to get a lot of matches out quick because, you don't want to have a prolonged tournament. It's going to be tough to get through an entire day. For some of these competitors, some of these guys are gonna have long days. Guys and gals out here who are competing. As the second match, hopefully about to get underway, the rings and mogos have been set up. Ultimately, I'm interested to see how they go about. They got to see the entire round of each other driving, which may be an advantage. They kind of get to see what they're going for.
Yeah, see strategies.
Right. So maybe they have to switch things up. Game planning is definitely something that it's kind of difficult to do because you have to game plan for an entire tournament. It is a marathon. It is not a sprint.
Oh, it is absolutely a marathon.
So, it's really it's a collection of sprints, but it is ultimately adding up to a marathon with all these qualifying matches.
Someone should keep track of how many times I make a joke along the lines of "We are going to be here for a long time."
Well, we do want to emphasize we will be here for a very long time.
Oh, it'll be a fun time. I think we're all here at like BMB learning about robotics as we go, and it's a very fun time. I think honestly, not a lot of people have ever seen a Vex Robotics tournament just in general. It's a great way to get the sport, sport, e-sport? What would you call it?
I would call. I mean, it's more of like a motor sport, I guess.
Motorsport. I like that. But it's still a way to give we'll just say sport. Just give it exposure.
Yeah, it's a very, it's different from a lot of things. we did this. We covered the Spring Gardener a couple weeks ago. There was that cheer tournament. There's a lot of different sporting events covered, and this is really unique from the rest of them. There's different ways, there's that autonomous period, obviously. There's the driving periods. There's the actual building. In sports, typically, you're handed your equipment.
And you go.
You have to build your equipment and then learn the skills.
Yeah. So this is it's very unique, and I think we have no signal yet. We're still waiting. I'm pretty sure this is the first VX Robotics tournament hosted at Kennedy, so I guess these things are kind of well,
it's a meticulous process,
Oh, yeah.
Everything involved. You have to be timing everything right. These are, you don't want to make any errors, have anything left up in the air, and feel like any team has gotten slighted here.
I think I see Kennedy Prep trying to help the Kennedy Prep team, trying to help out in the repair process and trying to get us back up and running.
Yeah, for sure. The one thing here that I find interesting is the type of controllers you're using. You have to get accustomed to it and spend a lot of time using that controller. You got to wonder what type of muscle memory you have to have for that. I get it, it's not a sport like football or basketball or baseball, those sorts where you're constantly moving around, but muscle memory is still key in this sport. Making sure that the patterns you're going to use in your controls, making sure you are quick in your reaction times, you can adjust to what your opponent's doing. It's really it's much more difficult than people may perceive it to be, just because it's not a physical sport.
So, we have a little bit of time, so let's just talk about some of the teams that are going to be a part of this game. So let's talk. So Farmingdale is on the blue. They're out one of the blue teams. They are. So honestly, Farmingdale, they were the most aggressive team there. Very easily the most aggressive team on that team, and they have won some things. They have brought home a little bit of hardware. A couple of years back, they hosted the Vex Tower Takeover and then ended up winning the team. They went to the Vex Tower Takeover qualifying tournament and they won the thing. So, and a lot of those guys and a lot of the guys on the teams at that point were underclassmen at this point. So this is a very experienced team, very powerful team. This Farmingdale team is, and now we're waiting. We're still waiting. It's a little bit of a process at this point, trying to get everything up and running.
Yeah. Ultimately, when it comes to a team like Farmingdale, having that experience winning is great. They probably still have some members from that team around from that 2019 team, but ultimately, that's an 18-team tournament. It's drastically different from 62 matches. I do wonder if anyone, especially when you go back to your pit, you can make adjustments to your robots. Obviously, you're not going to make drastic adjustments. You don't have a lot of time. You don't have time to test it out. There are areas where you can test it out, but you just don't have that much time to work on things. But it'll be interesting to see what adjustments these different teams are making throughout the tournament, and how much they utilize their pit and how much they utilize their equipment to make those adjustments. Ultimately, I don't know. It's hard to pick a winner. It's really hard to go into this and say confidently, hey, this one team has a really good shot, because a lot of these teams are very good, and there are so many matches.
We have a lot of strong teams here.
Right.
We do. I'm just gonna go down my little list here, and I'm just gonna tell you a lot of these teams very strong. I see Quakers are one of the stronger teams here. They're from Friends Academy. Calhoun, they have one team, but that also means that all of that they're not spreading their best players apart, and they earned a special judges award. So they're a very strong team. The Harvey School is here. They qualified for Worlds a couple of years back, and we also need to talk about Ryan, your home school, JFK. There are two teams that are technically Kennedy. You have the Kennedy Catholic Prep School from Somers, and of course you have the Bellmore JFK High School, which is where obviously we're at. So we're going to be referencing the Kennedy Cougars from Bellmore as Bellmore JFK, and then then the Kennedy Prep School in Somers, they are Kennedy Prep. Just to make the clarification. But Bellmore JFK, their B team is one of the top teams here. They're gonna end up going to states, and they're going to end up going to states. They're one of the top teams here. I talked to a bunch of the guys on the Mepham C team saying that Kennedy's coming in expecting to win the thing.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, having your teams divided up, it makes it hard sometimes to collect talent because you're trying to diversify things. But for Kennedy B, I mean, they're a really strong team. I expect them to do well in this tournament. Not sure if, again, hard to predict someone to win it outright, but I do expect them to have a pretty long day in terms of how many matches they're competing in.
Yeah. So speaking of, let's not make predictions. Let's do it. Let's make some predictions. I mean, why not? We have a little bit of time, so let's make some predictions. Off the bat, for me, I think there are a couple of teams to me that stand out. I think the Robotics from Newfield, one of a strong team. The Mechanical Mules from Malvern, also in my eyes contenders. Obviously, you have Kennedy. The SC St. Catherine's is also a team that looks to be one of the stronger teams here. So, but for me, I think I'm going to stick within the district. I predict JFKB coming out with, or JFK Bellmore to end up coming out with the championship of the Bellmore Tipping Point tournament.
See, I was going to go with Kennedy.
Oh no! Don't tell me you're not sticking with the home team.
I mean, it would be tough for me to just say.
It's treasonous if you don't.
I understand.
This is treason.
I mean,
you're witnessing treason against the man's home school live on air.
I'm not picking against my school. I think.
So you're picking Kennedy.
Yeah, I mean, I think
okay.
JFK.
I was gonna say, you are a resident Kennedy Cougar at your home school, in the only second or third ever collaboration or live collaboration between B&B and Cougar-TV, and you were to pick against your home school. Oh, how?
I mean, I will say I do think schools like St. Catherine's is a really strong school as well.
They're also we have our little notes. They have a lot, and I'm going to say that again, a lot of different awards. They are School of Distinction. They've won the Excellence Award, Design Award, Innovation Award, Create Award, Judges Award, Build Award, Sportsmanship Award, and oh by the way, they were the first all-girls team with a female coach to qualify in the northeastern United States and in New York State to qualify for nationals. They are strong. They are a strong team here, and oh, by the way, I'm not sure, Ryan, I don't think you've ever really heard of something called the Mantle Curse before, but it's a little bit of I wouldn't call it necessarily a running joke in BMB, but it is well known that I am very unable to get predictions right. So the fact that I have picked Kennedy B, I would have said it was wise to pick against them, even though it's borderline treasonous against Kennedy.
Well, look, I think ultimately, we can all agree it's going to be hard.
There's 35 teams. It's hard to pick the winner.
There are just so many. Like, it's not even just that there's so many schools. There are so many sub-teams with said schools. You know, obviously there are some teams that perform better than others. But in a format like this one with so many matches, there is room for some variance in there where a team that necessarily on paper shouldn't win does win. And that's the fun of this. This is why you don't just hand the award to whoever is the most accomplished team at the event. That's why we play the games, because there is variance and there are things that don't go as expected. There are underdogs who win, and that's the fun of sport. Ultimately, I mean, I think that the difficult thing here is just the amount of technical difficulties. You know, it's hard to move this tournament along. It's really hard to make any. It's hard to have this tournament go on when there's so many delays. I mean, it's 10:21 at this point. We've had one match. The tournament's supposed to start at 9:30.
We were supposed to start an hour ago.
Right. So it's very. I'm gonna say this is gonna be very difficult for competitors who just don't know when they're gonna compete. Like right now, technically, if you look at the match list, we should be well into the tournament. There should be some teams who kind of understand where they're at, where they should be at, but.
Technical difficulties. We're still trying to get everything set up so we have the right scoring.
Okay, so if I'm.
At some point, we will restart match number 2.
Okay, so what we have just heard is that they're having problems with scoring, and scoring is very complicated, and we'll go over everything that you need to know with scoring in a little bit. But that's something to keep an eye on. That is the reason why we're having a little bit of technical difficulties. There already has been a match. There's already been a match. Match 1 is already completed, and I'll give you teams in just a minute. Match 1 was between Farmingdale Z, Cyclones B, which is the Southside Cyclones. The next team in that is St. Catherine's B, and then Mepham has already competed. Their A team should have already competed in match A. So we are unaware who won that game, because if I'm not mistaken, the scoring it's essentially shot, and they just went over the loudspeaker. There was one of the loudspeaker and said, "We appreciate your patience as we try and work through the scoring." We will eventually update you with results on the teams that are participating. I think they've released an updated match schedule, so we'll get through that.
Right.
We will get through that, and we will also update you with who actually came away with a win in match 1.
Yeah, and I guess scoring is going to be a big thing today. That's going to be hard to catch on to. We're going to have to update you as we go, because these matches go by quick. On top of that, we don't have live displays of scoring, and they need to verify. Technically those are unofficial scores at the end of the match. It has to be verified through a judge. Go through any rule disqualifications, anything of the sort. So we have to, scoring is going to be something we'll update you on as we go along the way. It's going to be difficult to get wins and losses immediately because of how scoring works in this game versus things like the Sprint Gardener, where, the scoring is verified at the end of the match, right then and there. It's an instant verification, whereas there's not that instant verification for robotics matches. There is a verification process that takes longer.
I think at this point, it's time. We should probably go over scoring. Over the loudspeaker, they just said we are getting closer. So I think at this point, it's a good time to go and talk about our scoring. So you see right now you have a view of the Field 2, which is also known as Kennedy 2. So you see the purple rings. Those rings are probably your main point scorer. If you see any ring, the yellow little, I would call them bases. They're the yellow bases and the blue, and there's a red one. You see on the top and bottom of your screen, respectively. Blue. So those are called mogos. They're also known as mobile goals. If you get any ring in the base of a goal, you're scoring a point. Any ring. It's a little hard to see but there is a little tower, a little branch of these mogos, and they're only in the yellow ones. They're Y-shaped branches, and if a ring ends up on the branch, you get 3. There's the one in the middle, the middle yellow, has a second branch attached to it. Any ring on that branch is worth 10 points. If a mobile goal ends up in your home zone, in your team's home zone, you're going to end up with 20 points. So moving the mogos and trying to steal them is also a huge way to get a huge bonus. If you see the little seesaw, the red and blue seesaw on the left and right sides of the arena, that's called the tipping point or a balanced platform. I'm going to probably reference it as the tipping point. Any mogo that ends up on the tipping point is 40 points. And I think we are about to get underway. And the robots can also end up on the tipping point for 30 points, and the autonomous bonus. I think we are underway in the driving period. So the clock's at least working. I think we're going to restart autonomous for match number 2.
Yeah, you know, that's kind of a big blow if they do restart the autonomous period for the red team because they lost.
No, but but I do think we are going to see very similar results with the code because it's the same code. Like, obviously,
that is very true.
Unless they went back and rewrote their code, which I don't think is even allowed. It's possible, but I'm not even sure it's allowed.
Are the competitors even there? I mean, I don't see the. If you look, one of the robots aren't there. Now you see they just returned it, so I don't know if they did any coding between then.
Well, yeah, but you did see that was Arsenal's robot, and Arsenal was moving up, down, all over the place, and really was.
Yeah,
kind of just going nowhere. So
I mean, maybe that other red robot that just really couldn't go anywhere. I believe that might be an adjustment they might have made. But it'll be interesting to see. I mean, we don't obviously know if they've made any adjustments. We can't. We don't know that as of now. I guess we'll be able to tell once the match, if they do redo the autonomous period. We still are unaware as to what they are replaying and what they're not replaying.
We have little to no direct communication with any of our referees, so we're going off of essentially what we see, and it looks to heroes. We've just got about 60 seconds until we get our first action. So I'll continue. You at this point basically know everything you need to know. We basically, in this technical difficulty is kind of a blessing in disguise because we've given you the beginner's guide to Vex Robotics tipping point. So at this point, I will let you know. So Ryan, let's talk strategy because there's a lot of different strategies with how you could or could not score points. So I think we're almost ready for an interview. We're gonna send it over to maybe someone you know. We're gonna send it over to Joseph Chevaria with Samir Khan from Kennedy High School.
So can you come this side over here? Is it good? Hi, I'm here with Samir from JFK, and today we're at Kennedy for the robotics tournament. How are you feeling today, Samir?
I'm good. I'm great. Yeah.
That's great. So where do you see your team in the future?
In the future, like in the competition, I think we're gonna do pretty well. We got everything down. I think we're gonna do well.
That's great. So did you guys face any obstacles that affected you guys in some ways?
Definitely. Some things just didn't work, you know? So we had to change it.
Things like what?
Like the intake for the rings, the goal, most things, you know? But we got it now. It's down. We're good.
That's great. I wish you guys, and yeah, back to you guys.
Thanks, Joseph. And over time, we'll be revisiting you multiple times throughout the day. You're gonna get a lot of reps in. We're eventually going to see some other newer faces on our BNB talent pool. We'll eventually get over to Michaela Dalby, but not yet, of course. So I think we're just about ready to get back into action.
Hopefully, they have the clock set to 15 seconds. Robots look set. Not sure if there's anything else they have to wait on. I guess the curious thing is we really don't know what they were waiting on initially. There were technical difficulties, but due to the lack of communication that they can give us at the time, it's kind of hard for us to identify what said problem was.
We can't at this point. We don't know what the exact problem is. We know it's something with scoring, which, as we previously described, is very complicated. So,
and on top of that, I mean, you know, a lot of the matches were delayed to start off, so you know these have been difficulties. It's a question whether they'll go on throughout the day or not. If they do, that's obviously going to present a problem for the competitors. If they don't, you know, that'd be stellar, obviously, but. You know, these delays are definitely probably going to wear down on these competitors a little bit. I mean, the tournament started very early. A lot of us were here before 8 o'clock in the morning, and considering it was a Friday night the night before, any nerves or anything like that, probably hard to get any sleep for some of these competitors. Not sure how that's going to affect them throughout the tournament.
So we are still waiting on confirmation from the referees at this point to whether or not we're going to restart. So whether or not we're going to restart autonomous, when we're going to start the match at all.
Everybody's kind of queued up and anticipating the second match of the day.
The skills challenge is now available for competitors, but we are still have no action for a second qualifying match.
Right.
That is essentially what they just went on the loudspeakers to fill us in on. We still do not have any robotics, but just take a tour through. Just take a little bit of a tour through our robot, like our driving area, where you see all of our fields.
That's field 3 currently, or field 1, I believe. I don't know if it's field 3.
It takes a lot to put on an event as big as this one.
Yeah, you know, this is a complicated event to put together. You know, again, scoring is much more meticulous than in other sports. You know, the actual, score verification, that's a whole other issue in of itself.
Oh, we're gonna have a fun time trying to decipher the scores. We should be. I wonder how close we're gonna get to the actual score. We'll be keeping track along with you guys at home. But at this point, what you're seeing is live feeds from all 3 of the fields. You see field 3 is the middle box on your screen. That's Mepham's field. You see field 2 on the bottom of your screen. That's Kennedy's. That's provided by Kennedy. And on the left side, on the bottom left side of your screen, you see Mepham's field, or excuse me, you see the Adelphi field, field number 1.
Right, those markings indicate who provided said field. Obviously not. That's not always going to be. You know, like obviously Adelphi is not competing in this tournament.
That would be unfair.
Yeah, so just to clarify, those are just markings of who provided the field.
It's just name. It really is kind of just names and who they're sponsored by.
You know, ultimately.
But I think we have a working clock over on field 2. I think we have a working clock. I think we're getting close. We are getting close. If I'm not mistaken, we're getting very close.
Yeah, hopefully we are, because you want to get this tournament underway before. You want to get this tournament underway, especially for those competitors in match 2. You know, they're in compete mode, and it's hard to get back into that mode. You kind of rev yourself up to get ready, and yeah.
So we're kind of waiting. A quick survey of the field shows little to no action on field 2, showing honestly little to no movement. We're still waiting on an official signal that we are going to get to start. But I do see our head referee, Mr. Cooper, showing something to the teams. But I'm not really sure that's exactly directly related to the scope of the tournament.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess the difficult part is we just don't know what exactly to look for clarification the issues here. Competitors just kind of sitting down, waiting around. They have been queued up so they're in the queuing area. So it's not like they're not ready to compete. It's just a matter of the inability to get the scoring ready to compete, or whatever issue it happens to be. It's kind of a waiting game at this point. And ref takes a seat as well. Kind of seems like everyone's playing that waiting game. It's kind of like a rain delay, except
it is like a rain delay, except nobody sliding across the tarp.
Yeah, you know, maybe we do see some tarp sliding potentially if there is. You know,
how so? Please explain to me. Ryan. You are a baseball player. Please explain to me what's the robotics equivalent of some rain delay shenanigans?
I mean, I guess you could see like
this,
you know,
but like,
maybe. I guess that the thing is here, you know, since the people, it's not an athlete competing, it's a robot competing. You don't want to mess up your robot doing anything dumb. So it's a little bit difficult.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to just end up in a situation where you are messing out your robot and something goes wrong and you're suddenly no longer able to compete at the high level. But this is essentially a rain delay minus the rain. Kind of relying on factors you can't fully control and trying to get something fixed. So I wonder if like a rain delay, we're going to have some sort of time in which we'll think we know when we'll start again. I don't know if we're going to get a time. You know, the schedules probably have to be completely adjusted. You know, there is a lunch. I believe there was a break at least originally scheduled. Yes, there was, because there's a gap from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. here. So I wonder how that gets rescheduled there.
Could be they could just go straight through the break.
They could, and they maybe have to reschedule when that break would be. But again, that's
probably after the qualifiers.
Right, and might be tough on competitors.
Yeah.
You know, I don't necessarily know. There's a lot of confusion and there's a lot of things we don't know. And we're just gonna have to be able to fill you in when we can. We really can't give you any updates we don't have, and a lot of the competitors don't have those updates as well. Just kind of patiently waiting around. The refs are also just sitting around. Not really much they can do on their end.
So at this point, and honestly, at this point, it serves as a good opportunity to introduce our team of sportscasters, because it's not just me and Ryan for the entire time. We'll have a couple of more. We might have some of our reporters stop by the table and say a couple of things. But we're now going to send it. I'm going to take a step back, and we're going to let Andy Azemi take over for a little bit. We're getting closer, but we're getting closer. Don't be surprised if you see me pop up on your screen. We're going to try and get to the bottom of this. And now we're going to let Andy and Ryan take the stage for a little bit.
What's up, everyone? I'm Andy Azemi.
And so usually you'll see Andy and I on the morning announcements if you watch the Cougar-TV morning announcements. But today we are at a robotics tournament, new environment for the both of us. I believe this is our first time covering robotics tournament.
This is crazy, Ryan.
Yeah, you know, it would be nice to be calling a match and not a delay, but, you know, make do it what we got.
We got to do what we got to do, right?
Right, and ultimately, I mean, I've compared it to a rain delay. That's basically what it is, except we're dealing with technology. It's technology that I, quite frankly, don't understand. This is a little bit above my pay grade.
Yeah, definitely.
But, yeah, so far, anything you notice in the tournament different from sporting events that you've been to in the past? I know you were there for the Sprint Gardner. Any other sporting events you've done or been to?
I've noticed that this robotics event is so more complex than anything we've ever done before. There are so many teams here.
Yeah, I remember with the Sprint Gardner, it was more individual competitors.
Yes, definitely.
You're right, and you could just kind of track it based on individuals, but there are not only just different schools, there are sub-teams. So there's like a Kennedy A team, a Kennedy B team.
I think there are 6 teams over at Kennedy.
Right, for us at Bellmore, well, we're going to refer to, there's 2 Kennedys, so we're going to be referring to our Kennedy as Bellmore JFK, and then the other Kennedy, Kennedy Prep. But Bellmore JFK, we got 6 teams. There are a lot of different teams competing from different schools. Kind of difficult to track, so we'll do our best to help viewers at home follow along. They're disconnecting from the field from what I heard to reconnect, try to get everything going again. We are replaying the second match. That did begin, and we did get through the autonomous and the driving stage, but I don't know what they're restarting. I don't know if they're restarting the driving stage or the autonomous or both. You know, ultimately, we've gone over scoring, we've gone over a lot of different things, so hopefully our viewers at home who have been patiently waiting, and we thank you for your patience, hopefully they're going to be able to track along a little bit.
Yes, hopefully so.
There's an announcement going on. We may be back, hopefully.
So we appreciate your patience. All right.
So we're waiting to see. So I believe match 2 is about to go underway, which is good. That's a good thing. That's obviously great. We get match 2 out of the way. Now we can keep this tournament moving along at a decent enough pace. Obviously, a lot of the delays, as you've been well aware of. Hopefully match 2 is going to be underway. They are resetting the mogos and the rings.
Don't forget to get your robot skills in. That field is up and working, and it's been working, so make sure you get over there.
So for those who couldn't hear the announcement, there's a skills challenge as well that goes into robotics. It's not just these competitions, and they are doing some skills competitions over there. We'll see if we can get over there throughout the tournament. Looks like match 2 is about to go underway. This is the autonomous period. It's a 15-second period where it is just based on what they have coded. And we have, on the red side, we have Arsenal, and on the blue side, we have Farmingdale and Central B. So remember, it's an alliance, so it's 2 teams, CCA and Arsenal versus Farmingdale and Central B on the blue side. So it's an alliance, 2 teams, 2 different schools at times. Sometimes it could be from the same school, though. I'm not sure if the scheduling has that lined up. We're about to go underway. Still waiting. This is a real test of patience now, isn't it, Andy?
This is so impressive what they're able to do.
Yeah. Think about it. This is 15 seconds of straight coding to get to exact places, lift up exact items with the exact amount of force, and get it over to an exact spot. One small error, and we have the autonomous period going off. Same situation as earlier, a tug of war between the 2 red and blue teams. We are seeing the blue team was able to get back to their corner with a Mogo. So a tug of war put 2 of those robots from opposing sides at a stalemate. And now he's switching to a 145 of driver control and a takedown there. The red team able to get that Mogo over to their side. Blue team getting the logo, getting that one of their logos to the, keeping one of the yellow logos to their side. As that really tall logo, that one's really valuable because if you get rings on there, on the uppermost part of that Mogo, you get even more points. So that one's really valuable. And so far we have a clutter of attempts to get the Mogos on those balanced goalposts. So far, neither team has balanced out theirs. So they're not going to get they may not get those balance points initially. We're a little over 45 seconds into this match. So far, not anything crazy scoring-wise. Both robots, or both alliances, currently trying to get as many points as they can. There's a little bit of a collision there. Both blue robots working in tandem to try to get rings onto that blue Mogo, which if they can do that as well, will get them even more points. At this point, it's a race to collect points. You look at the red team, they've stacked a lot of rings on their Mogo, trying to protect it from any blue robots who may try to disrupt their ring count.
30 seconds left, 27 seconds left.
You got 30 seconds left, and the red team balances theirs, so that gives you more points. A balanced goal there, and that's a red Mogo on there. It's really good for the red team. So far, I mean, what are you most impressed with what you're seeing? Is it the driving part or the part where they code for those? They code for 15. They have a coded script for 15 seconds of running. Which part impressed you more? Oh, and we have the matches over. Both teams are able to balance out their goalposts. We'll see exactly who wins in a second. And so, with this match,
Switch. Just send it over.
Wires to go on a trip.
Thanks, Ryan. You did an absolute great job keeping us involved during the delay. We are back. I'm back with Andy now for a little bit. We'll be switching very often, but now we just wait for live results at this point. So, and we're waiting. They're currently judging. I don't know. I think this is it's red. It's got to be red, right, Andy?
I think it's red. They got the most points.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Garden City and Arsenal looks to be taking their first game. Taking the first game. Look at all the Mogos they have on the balance.
Wow.
That's about like.
That's impressive.
We'll check scores in a little bit. That is, yeah, you're right. It is very impressive. That's 120 points. All three of those Mogos on that balance platform. That's at least 120 points plus the rings, which looks to be about 6 or 7. I'm not sure if there's a fourth Mogo on. That's supposed to be a fourth Mogo on that balance, but that looks to be a red dominant win. So the first wins of the day go to first wins of the day. In all likelihood, again, this is nothing official. In all likelihood, the first wins of the day goes to the A team from Garden City and the Arsenal. And at this point in time, we're kind of just waiting for. We're gonna eventually go to another match. A new match is Garden City. The next match is St. Catherine's A and Garden City B versus Robocavs D and Kennedy Prep. So now at this point, before we get started, we're gonna send it over to Michaela Davi.
Sorry. What did you think?
Thanks, Michaela. Thanks, Michaela. I understand that. I understand they kind of wanted to go back to us, but at this point, so we're getting ready for our second match of the day. This is at Mepham's match. It's St. Catherine's A and Garden City B on the red team versus the Robocavs D. If you don't know who Robocavs are, excuse me, they hail from the Harvey School in Cantella, New York. This is all New York teams. But there have been tournaments where teams from all over the tri-state compete. But this is an all New York exclusive tournament. This is the autonomous period, and it looks like Garden City taking a Mogo back. I see Robocavs trying to get a Mogo up on the balance, and now we're going driver control time. Looks like Blue gets the autonomous bonus.
Okay, Blue. Driver control in 3, 2, 1, go.
Now it looks like Red's trying to go for the balance already. Red's got one. Red's got a Mogo on the balance.
All right, so
it's not on the balance though. It's not a balanced platform. It is not a balanced platform, so this does not count. So right now it looks like very uneventful. It looks like the first match was a lot higher in skill than the second one. Do you agree, Andy?
I totally agree.
Looks like
they got it very quickly.
Oh, this is a smart strategy. This is a very smart strategy. I'm not sure what you're seeing. What Garden City is currently trying to attempt. They have 2 Mogos on their robot, and they're on the platform. That's 30 plus 40 plus 40. So that's a lot of points right there. That's 110 right there if it goes according to plan. But yeah, Garden City is eventually out of this game. But they've still net a huge amount of points.
No, I mean, I just mean
So Garden City, or no, it was, excuse me, it wasn't Garden City, it was JFK Prep, whose robot that was. Now we're 30 seconds left in the driver control period. It looks like Red's got to make a defensive play. They got to try and get Kennedy Prep off there. Garden City, they're just trying to get Mogos on the goal, but they can't. They're struggling. Oof. Got a Mogo on. I think that was Garden City who got one on. Now they're trying to make a defensive push. Got two robots. One, and we are out. Huge, huge play at the end to get that Mogo up, but I do think we're going to go to match number 4 now.
All our teams down back on field number 1. This is match number 4.
So for match number 4, Ryan and Andy, this one's yours. Take it.
We faced a lot of obstacles this season with our lifting mechanism, so we had a door, and that faced a lot of issues with bending and tension issues, gear ratio issues, and so actually last week we switched our double reverse 4-bar out for a regular 4-bar, which has a lot less of those issues. So it's been a lot of changes and innovating and moving forward, adapting situations.
Okay, that sounds really interesting. But did you make your hat?
There are regular hard hats, and then we use paint markers to design it to match our school. So it says SSA.
All right, we're here in the We're here for the 4th match in Adelphi 1.
And
all right, so far it's been an exciting tournament. Not too deep into the tournament yet. All right, so we'll be looking to see who can get it done here in the Adelphi 1 mat. So far, an exciting tournament. A lot of scoring early. A lot of really strong. A lot of strong tech coding so far since we've seen some good autonomous periods from some of the competitors. Hopefully, we can continue to see that throughout the tournament.
3, 2, 1, go!
As the autonomous period is underway.
There's a ring in the blue, ring in the blue.
But there's not much going on during this autonomous period. Neither team has anything going on for them. Really interesting that you're seeing an autonomous period with.
I wonder, are they delayed or?
All right, driver control. 3,
No, it was just
2,
an
1,
error.
go.
So now we have the driver's period is a 1 minute 45 period of the drivers trying to score as many points as humanly possible. So that was an interesting. That was an interesting autonomous round. There was neither team was able to get anything going. So blue team getting aggressive here, trying to get that blue Mogo onto their side, gets as many points as they can. They're trying to stack. Now the goal is to get rings on those as well. So when you get rings on those Mogos, you're able to generate more points. And you see that tall Mogo on the blue side. Those towers or Mogos are really important because you can stack rings on them and then put them on your goalposts, get more points that way. The blue team really hoarding all of them, and they seem to have a red and blue Mogo as well. The red team's kind of struggling. They're really not doing much. They seem to be really struggling. They're not getting anything going, while the blue team's taking full advantage and stacking as many of these towers as they can. And now they're going to try and go for rings. You know, so far, I mean, you've seen a couple matches already. Have you seen this many of those towers or Mogos stacked onto one side? I haven't seen that in this tournament. I mean, as one side as it is right now, it looks. As the blue team continues to just grab rings and Mogos and towers. This match is starting to come to a close. There are only 15 seconds left in the round. And the blue team collecting rings, moving as much as they can, getting as much. They're trying to get balanced on those goalposts because that balance gives them extra points. And the blue team is able to get Mogo's balance. They really put up a strong display there, taking down the red team pretty easily, or pretty handedly.
All right, blue won that match. Now we're going to
As
number 5.
that match comes to an end, we'll go to Ashley Benjamin.
All right, where are our drivers here? Everyone should be at the field.
Or we will not be right now.
We need to have all drivers off their cell phones.
They're going to be fixing up map 1 since then we'll be switching over to map 2.
You should be ready to go as soon as that last match is over. You don't have to, you can't be up here.
So far, we're still fixing up these maps.
Can you guys hear us
going
now?
on yet. Still
You can hear me now?
A little bit of an intermission between the two matches. So what did you see what are you seeing so far that you find impressive in these matches?
Can you talk into that?
I think it's very impressive how the robots are getting the Mogos on the balance beam. I think that's very important in these tournaments.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see how they're able to balance. You know, it must be difficult with that robot getting out those balances. Bouncing out that board can be really difficult, and it could also be one of those things where that takes a lot of practice. It takes a lot of skill, finesse, those skills that go into robotics that oftentimes get overlooked because, again, it's not a contact sport. And so, yeah, you know, it's really skill-based. It's very technical. You really have to know exactly what you're doing and have the correct inputs to compete at this level.
Really admire the people who made all the robots. That must have been a very hard job to do, and even if they don't win, they should be proud that they got here today.
Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those things where you really have to just admire how strong these competitors have been. And how talented these individuals are, being able to build robots and compete at a high level. It's not just the building aspect, it's the competitive aspect. It takes a lot to work as a team. You know, it shows a lot of collaborative, building, creativity, competitive skills. You know, that really does reflect well on someone's character, and it just reflects well as to who you are as a competitor as well.
Definitely.
So they're setting up Mat 3, the MEPM mat. That one's provided by MEPM. They're also setting up mat 1, so I'm assuming that we're going to get a match underway soon, but we'll stay tuned for that. So we'll be tossing to Michaela.
I'm joined with Ashley Benjamin from the Kennedy Robotics team. How are you doing today, Ashley?
I'm doing good.
And it's great to have you here. Can you tell us a little bit about what was going through your head during your last match?
During our last match, I was just trying to get everything to work on the remote, and just trying to. My goal in the match was to pick up the rings and put some on the base of the goals, and then move the goals onto our side.
So that's really cool. I know robotics, you have a lot of competitions, but what's the main thing you're focused on this season?
Well, this is my team's first match and competition, so we're just trying to get a feel for it, so in future years we could do better.
And I mean, being it's your first competition, are there any challenges that your team has faced before leading into this?
Yeah, we had a lot of challenges trying to come up with the design, and once we did, trying to fix it so it works as we want. And then also the coding part of it, we couldn't get the autonomous to work today, so that's hopefully for a future thing that we can get to work.
And how long would you say that the creation of it took?
It definitely took a few months to do all of this stuff.
Well, that's really incredible. Good luck in the rest of your matches today. Now back to you guys at the table.
To be underway here for our 6th match of the tournament. These qualifying matches are to determine how the rest of the afternoon will play out. We are about to be underway in the 2nd mat. This is the Kennedy mat provided by Kennedy, John F. Kennedy High School, of course, in Bellmore, or otherwise known as Bellmore JFK. So this would be an interesting match between the red and blue alliances. You know, as these alliances go, it is 2 different teams. So we talked about the collaborative aspect earlier, working in a team. So the autonomous round will begin. And red team getting off to a fast start. Blue team not really being able to do much. Red team able to scoop their own red Mogo and one of the yellow Mogos, and which is also a tower, which should be able to help them out here. Blue team really hasn't been able to do anything, the Blue Alliance here hasn't been able to do anything in terms of their autonomous period. And now the driving control period begins. It's a 1 minute 45 period. This is where things really get interesting with these drivers now inputting, kind of having to improvise and adapt as things go on. So the blue team able to grab one of the yellow Mogos, but the red team Red Alliance is fighting them off. Red team has a red Mogo and one of the smaller yellow Mogos, and the red team also collects the extremely large tower, which can give them an advantage because if you get to the highest, you get a ring on that highest point, you get a lot of points. Blue team struggling to get any of these, struggling to really maintain possession of these, but they're trying to get away with that really tall Mogo. There's a lot going on here. Different robots on both sides trying to generate some sort of offense here, generate points, as many as they can. Blue team both sides trying to collect rings, towers, trying to do whatever they can to just get them on those beams, because as you know, balancing those beams is very difficult to do, but very rewarding points-wise. Red team able to balance theirs. Blue robot right on that red robot trying to balance out their board. Red team's able to balance out one of their Mogos.
See if they can get a few rings on there, definitely.
And red team's going to get the red Mogo, all not able to balance it. They do have some rings on it though, that should generate more points. Can they keep it balanced?
And now they balanced it.
Yep, they're able to maintain balance despite the fact they placed the second one on there. They're trying to keep it balanced. We have 5 seconds left in the match.
3, 2, 1.
The blue team unable to balance anything. The red team comes out with a strong showing, balancing out their board, getting a lot of points there. We'll confirm a official score after they verify that both teams have not been disqualified for any rule breaking and that the official scores are official. So we'll wait for verification.
Now they balance 2 Mogos on. I think that's really cool.
All right. So we will be. So now that match is over. Waiting for verification there. So we'll be going soon to an interview. Waiting for the toss. But another impressive match. Another really see with the balancing that takes finesse, as we've discussed earlier. And we've been making good pace now in terms of the amount of matches we've had. Waiting for both matches to reset, not really seeing anything. So far, we can't really say who's a strong competitor or who's been competing best so far in the tournament, since there really aren't that many matches in. But ultimately, you gotta really wonder how these competitors are feeling about these delays.
Today, Ella?
I'm doing great.
That's great. So I heard you guys were already in a match, so how was that?
We did really well. We got an alliance with a really good team that had the opposite of our strategy. So while we stacked the mobile goals on the platform, they defended the mobile goals, and we overall won against the 2 teams.
How did it feel winning?
It felt really nice. The other team, it was their driver's first competition, so we're glad we could get that for their first one.
Okay, if you could change one thing about your robot, like the ability or the design, what would it be?
I would change my 4-bar lift because it's a little, it's not 100% all the time, but overall it's pretty good. It's enough to get on with the matches for this match.
Okay, thank you so much, and good luck on your match 11.
All right, we are back underway in the middle of an autonomous round with a lot of action going on here. It seems that the blue team able to grab 2
Mogos.
Right, and that autonomous period. If you do win the autonomous period, you get 6 bonus points. That's obviously a huge advantage. It gives you a lead to start off right before the driver's round, which should be beginning shortly. They'll reset a couple of things. So, as we wait for that driving round to take away. So they're resetting that mat. Maybe there was an issue. Usually don't reset after the autonomous period. Usually they just go straight into driving. That's certainly interesting there. We did see this in match 2, the second match of the tournament, where we saw a resetting of the entire match actually, and what ended up happening was they reset the entire match. So I don't know if that's what's going on here because they're resetting the entire field. Maybe the autonomous period will be restarted. Again, as you guys know, autonomous period, 6 bonus points if you're able to win it, so that can give you a huge advantage there. So far, these delays are a little bit frustrating for the competitors because, we're going straight into driver's control. We're here on mat 3. Currently a mess of movement. Red team trying to get as many points as possible by bringing as many of those towers as they can to their side. Blue team's getting aggressive. They're able to get that. They have actually some rings in there. Now, if you are not aware, where the rings are placed actually affect the score. So you see that those rings are in the base there. On that blue one, that's less valuable than if you're able to hook it into the pole. Now, if you're able to hook it onto the pole, it's worth more points. That's obviously the difficulty of the placement of the ring would give you more points. So base not giving you as many points as a hook onto the ring, onto the pole. But the blue team spilling some rings, trying to balance it out. They're able to balance one of their blue mogos onto their scoring board. We got 30 seconds left of the match. We don't got a lot of time left. Can the red team squeeze out a win here? Can they get something going offensively, get some points on the board? They're colliding into each other. That's not what you want to see. You know, this is really stressful for a competitor. These are really short periods as the blue team trying to get another yellow one on there. Can they do it? Yes, and it remains balanced, so they're going to get more points. 20 seconds left into the match. Match show will be happening almost right after this match, so we'll be able to get straight into some action, which is good to see. We're trying to see if there's any more scoring. It doesn't seem like any other action's going to happen as the clock expires. The blue team's able to get their mogos onto the board. Red Alliance unable to do so. It seems that the Blue Alliance is going to pull away with the win here. Huge win for the Blue Alliance in a pretty dominant offensive showing. So, another match in the books. That is 7. We want to see, so far the pacing's been a lot better, not as many delays, which is good to see.
So eventually they're going to go.
We're going to start the 7th match.
Give Andy the next match and then he's off.
We're waiting to see where the match is started.
Did you already test us to that?
So much slack to get from here to there.
All right, so they're setting up still for that 7th match at the MEPM. And the match is underway currently as we wait to get a feed from that camera. They're in the autonomous period.
Are they taking an interview right now?
As we're tossing it over for an interview.
For you. How are you feeling today?
Pretty good, pretty excited. The right before states, so anticipation, and we're all excited.
Sounds good. So my first question is, has your team faced any obstacles and how did you overcome them?
Yeah, we actually did face a few obstacles. One of the biggest things on the robot was we were tipping a lot with those big, tall mobile platforms and stacking them. So what we did was we actually we took the spacers, notched the edges off so they're nice and smooth, and we made like these rollers that prevented us from flipping. That was probably one of the hardest things that we had to design. And then it was just those rings just got in the way all the time. So, you know, we had to try to get them out of the way from underneath the robot. And then programming, since we're all seniors, most of the team is seniors. It's kind of hard, you know, like they're all underclassmen, pretty much the rest of them. So we're trying to teach them at the same time, making sure that they're going ahead, knowing what they're doing. But yeah, it's been a learning curve throughout the year, but it's kind of fun.
Sounds good. So my second question is, what do you feel is your team's biggest achievement, either this year or in the past?
Our skills runs, especially our skills runs for robotics. We put a lot of effort in our skills runs, so both programming and driver skills. So that's probably one of the most exciting parts of this competition so far.
Sounds good. And my last question is, where do you see your team in the future?
Hopefully Worlds. But yeah, fingers crossed, you know, we all work together and hopefully we'll get there.
Sounds good. Back to you guys.
All right, so this match is currently, it started while we were during that interview. 30 seconds left in the driving period. Red team and blue team currently trying to get as many points as possible. Neither team has balanced out their board with a Mogo yet.
A
so
and D.
The blue team is definitely trying to. So far, no team able to balance their board yet. We've got under 5 seconds left. Did the blue team balance potentially with their Mogo, trying to verify if they have? And time is called. That is the match. They were able to balance a robot, it seems, and a Mogo onto that board balance. That's a lot of points there. That's really impressive. This may be the first robot balance on the board we've seen all tournament, which is really impressive.
That's really cool.
Yeah, how they're able to get that big of a robot onto that and keep it balanced it baffles me. We will be, I mean, that's incredible. It's a huge advantage point-wise, obviously. And so that's definitely something that should be to the advantage of that team, of the Blue Alliance, who's able to get a ton of points there. Yeah, there's still some preparation going on in Mat 2 before that map begins. And that match will be the 8th match of the tournament. We're 8 matches into a 62-round match qualifying round. Ultimately, at this point, matches have been going on a little quicker. It is 11:14 right now. Matches started back up at around 10:40, so we've gotten around 7 matches in about a 30-minute time span, which is good progress considering we got 1 match in the span of like an hour. Waiting to see when the mat will be finished set up. But so far, Andy, what do you find the most interesting about this tournament?
Well, honestly, Ryan, I really find it interesting how everyone kind of collaborated together to make this work. And that's like, I know it's not the biggest thing, but it's so impressive how they can all do this. And if they can collaborate on this, they can collaborate on pretty much anything.
Yeah, and you know, they're in these alliances, they are partnered with teams that may not be their own, so it's not just their teammates, it's teammates from other schools, people that they may have never met before.
It's just incredible how they're able to work together, so great.
Right, so it's, you know, these are spur of the moment kind of things with these alliances. It's to promote collaborative skills, obviously. And you mentioned it, you know, that's definitely something that's impressive. You know, you have to figure out a way to work with someone you've never worked with before, who may approach their style of offense in terms of collecting points differently than you. And you have 1 minute and 45 seconds really to pick up how that goes. There's a mat that's currently, it looks like it's on the verge of being ready to be used for an autonomous round. It'll be the start of the autonomous round, 15-second round, no driving, no self-input allowed. So the autonomous round begins. Both teams trying to pick up some sort of offense via the Mogos. This period, no input allowed from the drivers. They have to just go based on what they have coded for this 15-second stretch so far. No crazy movement. They have brought in some Mogos onto their side, they being the red team, of course. But on that front, nothing crazy there. As the clock will begin to wind down. And driving control begins now. So I don't know if we're going to see another robot being balanced on the board again, but I definitely think we're going to see some Mogos being balanced on those boards.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you know, we've seen the different offensive strategies. They go way more with the Mogo strategy, bouncing the Mogos than they do. It seems like the bouncing the robot thing is more of a desperation kind of unique situation, as the red team's able to bounce one of their Mogos onto the board. Blue team not able to do so far. Blue team trying to get that balance going, unable to do so, though they do have a chance here.
They might.
And that board is balanced. That'll give them points with the Mogo placed on top of it. Maybe they can get rings on top of that Mogo as well to get them extra points. We have a minute left into the period. And the red team comes in, disrupts their board, dislodges it. It's unbalanced now. Blue team kind of scrambling to balance that out. Blue team maintains a balanced board, though they don't seem to have a Mogo on theirs. Red team trying to adjust that. There seems to be one red robot on one side and one blue robot on the other side, as the red team trying to get that Mogo on their balance. 30 seconds left. Red team gets a balanced Mogo on top of there. Blue team trying to do the same. Isn't this interesting? You just have so little time to try to get to know your teammates and just try to force, you know, some sort of offense. It's really stressful, probably, on these competitors.
Wow.
Can the blue team get a balanced board? No, they're not able to get a Mogo on that balanced board. Red team is able to do so.
Hold the camera, he left. What?
That'll give them points.
Yeah, I just have an interview real quick. Let's go for it.
So, we'll be tossing it shortly for an interview, but that's the conclusion of the 8th match of the tournament. We're going to throw it over shortly for a special interview. Tossing it over to one of our sideline reporters, James from Calhoun. Abel.
I'm here with Gabe Aids and Abel from Calhoun High School. So first question I want to ask you guys is, what obstacles did you guys overcome in your training for this?
Okay. We had to go through so many time crunches to get this robot done. We had to work free time. Some days we stayed till 6 p.m. at school, just working on the robot all day long.
Okay. What do you guys feel is your greatest achievement up to this point?
We got it done. We had a lot of struggles getting it done. We had people that didn't come for a long time. It just was really hard to just get it done, but we got it, and we won our first match so far.
The whole thing was essentially just us rushing. The whole thing was essentially just us rushing last minute to get it done, and thankfully we did. So yeah, I'm glad we got to compete.
And the last question I have for you guys is, where do you guys see yourself in the future?
I mean, we're hoping this year we don't think we're going to win, but we're hoping next year we could get better and better, and next year maybe we'll win.
All right, thank you guys. Great win.
And the autonomous period's about to be underway, or it seems as if it's already underway. Apologies for that. Get 15-second period where it is strictly, or nope, it's not underway, sorry. The autonomous period again, 15-second period, as you know, stated multiple times. Driver input not allowed. It's all based on your coding. Probably the most difficult part in terms of technicality and computer programming, as the autonomous period is underway now, but it seems as if it's not much. The autonomous period hasn't yielded much offense yet. Now it's underway. You see, there's a conveyor belt there on the back of that robot, which is that's probably to deal with rings, to propel the rings. It's interesting. So if you notice that blue one right there, that one was supposed to propel those rings and shoot it onto that mogo to get points, which is an interesting design choice there. Now the driver control period will begin, and it's underway now. Really just an interesting process. So far, both teams fighting for that really large tower. Red team able to grab it. That mogo is extremely valuable. The amount of rings you can get on there. There's an opportunity with four different hooks to get points through rings. Makes it a really valuable asset for any team. Red team able to grab all three of those yellow mogos. And as I mentioned earlier, you see those rings on top of those robots in an attempt, hopefully, to get them onto those mogos.
So it looks like the Blue Alliance is collecting there.
The Red Alliance has been dominant in collecting mogos, or mogosai? I wonder what the plural word for that is. No team able to balance their mogos on the board yet.
Guys, do not cut through here, please. Do not cut through here. That's why we have tape.
So it seems as if there's a technical difficulty of sorts. Someone walked through an area they weren't supposed to walk through. Match has been stopped. Not really sure what's going on. It's stopped as well. It's set to 15 seconds. Wonder if that match is over or not.
Yeah, the match is switching, okay? Yep. Switch. Right. Initiate the switch. Initiate the switch.
All right, so we'll be switching from Andy Azemi as one of our commentators to Mano as we wait for this dilemma here with the match.
Hey Andy, I'm sure you guys have probably missed. Not sure if you missed me or not, but I'm back. Back regardless. It's gonna be once the games have gotten once these matches have gotten underway, it's very fun. It's honestly very fun to watch.
Yeah, fast-paced action. There's a lot of different moving parts, and you kind of get you kind of notice there's a pattern how teams score. Creates a situation where you're able to follow along a little easier. Hopefully, our viewers at home are able to follow along.
I'm still trying, still learning.
Yeah, you learn as you go.
You do learn as you go. But at this point, there also is a lot of skill. There is evident skill difference, like a little bit of a skill gap, as I've been spending most of my time trying to figure out who those teams are and where they're coming from, what like schools and such.
Yeah, that you mentioned that with that skill gap. We've seen some just absolute blowouts in terms of there was one round where a team was able to balance a robot onto one of their boards, which I find insane. I mean,
that was impressive.
Those robots must be heavy as heavy can be.
Yeah.
Especially in comparison to those mogos that seem extremely light, like air light.
Probably, I would guess they're about a couple of pounds, probably like 5.
Right.
Enough for you to be able to curl rather easily, you know.
Yeah, of course.
You specifically.
If you want to clarify, I do bench a plate at this point. I can.
Oh come on, he's better than me.
So I would like to clarify that for the audience at home. I can bench a plate for reps.
I tried. Okay, I tried.
But
I got shut down.
It's got to be interesting too. If you lose a match, you go back to your pit. You're making adjustments. I mean, that's the difference also with this sport and other sports. You lose in a sprint gardener, you can't go back to your pit and get better.
It's over. It's pretty.
Yeah. Or even if you don't get eliminated, you can't really go back into your coach and say, all right, coach, make me better.
Yeah.
That's not how that works.
Just make me better.
Yeah, as we'll have a match going underway soon. All right, so as you know, 15-second autonomous period, followed by a 1 minute 45-second driver period. We'll start off with the autonomous. Waiting to see.
Autonomous, 3, 2, 1, go.
We are ready to start. Looks like it looks like Mepham is a part of this. Finally got Bellmore-Merrick a little bit involved in here. So this is the Mepham C team. They are the better, according to talk to a bunch of members. This is the stronger Mepham team.
All right. Driver control.
And driver control begin now. That was, I believe this is a restart actually of the match we just covered. There was someone who I believe crossed over, and there was a technical difficulty in the driver.
Yeah.
Restarted the whole thing. Blue team the Blue Alliance attempting to gain control of the Mogos in the way they did in that first round, but the red team not giving them that advantage they had in the first that original battle. So far, blue team getting aggressive with rings. You see they've placed a lot of rings on one of their blue Mogos.
Yeah, and now they're gonna try and get it up on the. They're gonna try and get it up on the balance. Not gonna work though. Wait, they're going. Oh, here we go.
They got a robot.
Here we go. They got it. They got it. And this wasn't Mepham.
Now, but that's risky because he's knocked over. That's.
Yep. There's the defense.
But he's able to get back. Oh no, not able to balance.
Oh, this is a problem because now the balance is tipped up.
There's 15 seconds. They have to figure out what exactly.
They have to try and just get some Mogos on their side. Yep.
Right.
They're matching, or they're playing a little bit of defense. Wait.
That was a humongous play there to get that robot off that balance board because that just took away a lot of points from that blue team.
Yeah, that was a huge play. That's 70 points right there down the drain.
Right, and that's massive. We were talking. That's a match winner.
That's a huge play. We still have we're just under 20 seconds left in the match. Our clock, if I'm not mistaken, our clock.
A little bit off.
We have a running clock. They do not. They're dropping rings in, trying to get the robot to pick it up.
Yeah,
this is a close one.
And the clock runs out.
I'm not sure.
90 Mogos is on the board for the blue team, for the Blue Alliance.
I'm not sure. It looks like I don't know. It's very close. So now we have. This is match number 10. So if you are wondering why we have not been able to, we've only been able to tell you a couple of the names of the teams, it's because that's not how they're identified here in robotics. So we just said that match 9 on the blue team was the Mepham C team, but technically they're identified as team 77628C. I will say that again. So we have spent a good amount of time trying to convert them, and it has not gone necessarily gone smoothly on our part.
Also, there was a schedule change.
Oh yeah, they completely changed the schedule on me. I had this all set up, ready to go. I had our schedule, and then they changed it on us. You could imagine how upset I would have. You can imagine how upset I was. So now we got another match underway.
Yeah. So far, it seems like a lot of these robots are not able to get off.
Somebody had an error in definitely had an error in their code.
Yeah,
looks like we got. I'm taking a look at. Looks like we got the Roverines. We got on the red team. We got the Roverines, and we got Center Reach A going up against St. Catherine's and the Wildcats.
All right, well, that'll be interesting.
So now we have. So again, St. Catherine's, we talked about one of the teams who we could possibly take.
Oh, we got another attempt at a balance. Look at how many.
We got it.
So you got 2 Mogos of the yellow variety, and then you have a red one, but the blue team.
And it wasn't. By the way, it wasn't the Roverines. It was Kennedy. It was Kennedy. It was the Kennedy Prep.
The blue team.
Imagine this stays on. I'm not sure though.
But even if you're able to get that beam even an unbalanced beam with Mogos on it, that's still points. So
it's still points are points in this, and at this point we're still just kind of just an offensive showdown. Look at all the rings at the top of your screen and on the bottom of your screen, just all clumped up in the middle. I wonder if anyone's going to claim them, but I see a good 70 points on the balance for the red team.
Yeah.
Red Alliance has 70 points, literally just sitting on the balance, and Blue has not made an attempt to take it down because I'm not sure they can reach.
Well, they were trying to take it down, but they were unsuccessful.
It was too late, too little. At this point, it's too little, too late, and Blue's got to try. Blue's got to attempt to get on the balance themselves. I don't know.
All it takes is one good knock to get them over, so you don't know.
No, I think Red's just playing conservative, trying to get as many rings on their side.
Yeah, and to keep the Blue team away from defending off. So, yep, it's going to be a too little, too late situation. You were right there.
5 seconds left, and it will be.
That's the match.
That's the match, and it looks like Red took this one handily.
Yeah, a strong performance by the Red Alliance there.
That was.
Obviously, we'll have to verify scores.
We're still wait. The scores are coming in almost, I would say, just about live, but. So, we're still waiting for.
Match number 11. As soon as our head judge comes over.
So, this is match number 11.
There's been a rapid fire of matches.
Oh, I love it. I love it. We're starting to slowly but surely progress through these matches.
Yeah. We're going to be a sixth of the way through at some point.
Yes, we're going to do this. We're going to do this, Ryan.
Yes, 62 matches. We'll be here to get
the whole time, baby, the whole time.
Yep. And that's just the qualifiers. You still got. There's a lot of tournament going on today.
I have a research paper to write.
To whoever assigned Mano a research paper this weekend.
I signed up for the class. It's called AP Research.
Okay.
I signed up for the class.
Well, if that paper isn't.
Oh, it's due in a month. I should be fine.
Oh, if it's due in a month, you'll be fine.
It's due in a month, but I have little progress. But you know what? Let's focus on robotics. Match 10 or 11, excuse me, is underway. We're still wait. Autonomous period is getting underway, and it looks like these programs don't last very long, do they?
No, these matches have been going really quick. I mean, you see like the 15-minute autonomous, boom, then 1 minute 45. Boom.
They're really only lasting, I don't know, a second.
Yeah, the break between the autonomous and drivers is like maybe 5 seconds. You're seeing.
Well, no, but the programs themselves during autonomous is what I'm saying is that they are only lasting 6 seconds programs. They're only, I bet, about 20 lines of code.
Yeah, because it's probably. I mean, I couldn't imagine how difficult. I mean, I can't code for my life.
Oh, neither can I. Don't worry.
But so far, a lot of action in the driving segment of this match. Looking to try to get. So both beams are balanced, so that's a start. But they need to now try to, get something on those leveled beams. A little bit of the blue team. You see, the blue team's being a little disruptive there.
The blue team's just a bunch of enforcers.
Yeah.
And one robot's knocked over on its side out. If I'm not mistaken. We got Southside on the red team trying to find. Looks like Southside's on the red team. I got Farmingdale. I think we got 2 Farmingdale teams going head.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the studio show. This is a great shoot as it's going on. A lot of action here today. We've had a lot of cool things happen today. So we're very excited to see what's going on in the future. We're just going back up here to narrate matches for a little while. What have you were in the studio before. What did you see going in?
I saw a lot of what's been going on there, and it's been very interesting. And must I say, there's been like a lot of good matches so far.
And now, since it was a short toss coming up, we're going to toss it to Giuseppe in an interview.
Sayasid, how are you, Kobe?
I'm good, thank you.
How are you enjoying the competition so far?
Honestly, I think the competition is very there's a lot of good teams here, and I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen.
Are you here supporting anybody in particular?
Cougars, I forgot their number. It starts with like 3, I think. Yeah, I'm supporting them. They're a very strong team, and I like them very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Kobe.
Hello, everyone.
We're back here with another match now, and we are at the end of the autonomous zone, it seems like.
Now we are going into the controller part of this match, which does make up 1 minute and 45 seconds of the match. So get ready for that minute and 45 seconds as it goes off here, where the contestants actually control it with their controller. A lot of hitting into each other with the robots now. You know, the rings are supposed to get on, multiple collisions. They're trying to get on the base. As you see, those little things that they have to put the rings into are flying all over the place, so it's getting a little chaotic.
Yes, those bubbles are really going all over the field here, and both teams are really struggling to get any rings into their baskets. As you can see, this one robot now has a ring basket and a yellow basket. And oh, look
at his
action. He has a
action.
few rings. He has a few rings, so that's nice.
Yes.
And now, here we are.
Yes, the action is look that I think they're called the buoys. I think
buoys, is that what they're called?
I think so. You know, they had the basic goal of this is to try to actually pick up them and put them on the top base. Now there is a taller one on the second layer. I don't know if it's this round yet. It might be later. But if you get it on the top, it's actually 10 points. Now, there it is actually, right there, right near under the time. If you get it on that top rack, which is so rare, as I was told before by Mr. Cooper, the head referee of this tournament, he said it's very rare, but it's very cool if you do get it on. So it's pretty cool.
In that match, they had all 3 on top, which was pretty impressive. They had a yellow ring and 2 red rings, and that was pretty impressive there.
It definitely was. You know, you saw us laughing before. We've had a little bit of communication difficulties during this tournament, but we are back up. We are going strong, and I think we're doing decently as of right now. And I hope everyone out there is having a good time watching this, just as much as we're having so much fun working this. But as we come to a close here in the studio, we're going to send it to the sportscasters.
Oh, it's all very exciting things.
Yep.
We're getting so hyped over the littlest things, and we haven't even seen much like kind of crazy plays yet. We have seen just the tip of the iceberg of what some of these teams can do. Honestly, I think a lot of these teams are conserving.
Yeah, especially considering as that autonomous phase goes underway, it's a 15-second phase. I've mentioned this a lot, but no driver input. It's all autonomous. It's all coding.
No drive and nobody's moving. Nobody's moving. I think this is Malvern and Farmingdale again.
2, 1, go.
This is Kennedy Prep once more, and I think this is 2 Kennedy teams versus Kennedy Prep and Garden City in this match. So Kennedy's the 2 blue robots.
So so far, blue and red robots trying to get something going. Interesting that the blue Mogos is on the red side currently.
Kind of just what happened. It's probably a result of autonomous.
Yeah. As the red robot's trying to stack Mogoses, which another thing, to clarify, it is Mogoses, right? That's the plural term for it?
Oh, I'm not debating this. I'm just not debating this.
We're just gonna go with Mogoses. We're coining it.
It's just no, it's not. You know what? I'm ready to debate this. It's Mogos. It's that simple.
Okay, Mogos. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
All right. So, offense still. Neither team able to balance their beam with any offense, with any of the logos on it. Said Mogos for Mano there. Hopefully he's happy.
You're welcome. You're welcome for helping him be grammatically correct.
Yeah, I've always had a problem with pronunciation, so.
I don't. Hey, listen. It's hard. Words are hard. The English language is hard.
Yeah,
as this is a very.
A lot of offense going on here.
Especially at Kennedy too.
Yeah.
It's not what we expected of them.
A lot of spinning going on. Not sure that's gonna. I mean, if they would like.
It's fun though.
Yeah, it is. You know, if this was a Beyblade tournament, maybe this. But a lot of spinning going on there. That red robot. Hey, I'm gonna tell you now. There's no one getting past that red robot.
It's defense. It's a defensive strategy.
Maybe, but neither team was able to do.
It worked.
Well, yeah.
I think they just got one. They just got their Mogos on one side, and it ended up. And also they kept. Oh, okay. I understand now. What the red team did was they took all of the Mogos, and I mean all of them, to their side, and then just set up, spun around, so blue couldn't get past them, take the Mogos back for points.
Oh.
It looks like red took that one hit. Looked at like red took that one in a pretty decisively.
Yeah, so first time I've seen a team utilize spinning as a strategy, if that was.
It works.
But hey, man. All right, so waiting for the next.
So section 14. Section 14 is. We're now waiting on. This is now section 14 of the qualifiers.
If you're on percentage watch for how much percentage of the.
Oh, we were really doing the math.
We're doing percentage watch.
We're 20% of the way there. We're a fifth of the way there now.
21% if you want to round up.
Well, I don't care about rounding. Nobody cares about rounding. I'm in physics. We don't care about rounding.
As a devout rounder, I would like to round up to 21%.
Devout rounder. That's a new term. So now we have the Kennedy B team and the Mepham C team going up against the Kennedy B team and the Mepham C and the Mepham A team going up against the Southside C team and Farmingdale's N team.
Autonomous 3, 2, 1, go.
Don't ask why they're called the N team. They have an N, a V, and a Z team. I don't understand why.
Hey, maybe they like those letters.
I don't know.
Autonomous phase underway, not a lot of action here. Usually the autonomous phase seems to be the one that doesn't have much action at all. Kind of a...
And it's also, I feel like, something that... And the autonomous bonus is a tie.
Yeah.
So, driver, let's do some driving. Let's do some driving. It's the driving control period. We are underway.
Now this is the exciting one usually. This is the period I quite look forward to. There's a lot of action usually, and especially as you get later on, you see scoring changes rapidly. It's not like in other sports where you score and you keep that point throughout. You can lose said points. It's not a guarantee until the match is over.
Yeah.
So you could go from having 2 Mogoses, a robot, a bunch of rings on there, and all it takes is one tip, and you suddenly lost all of these.
I know what you said. You said Mogoses again.
Hey, I meant Mogos.
Yeah.
So far, blue team got 2 of their Mogos on the balanced beam. That's huge. But again, points aren't guaranteed. You got to keep it there.
They need it. I think Mepham is trying to. They're going for the balance. That wasn't necessarily the strongest play. Just went straight down the balance.
Yeah.
And now it looks like blue is off to a good start. We got some spinning going around. I think blue's trying to steal that Mogo, that yellow Mogo, although it's not really succeeding. Oh, they got it.
And they yoink it.
They yoink.
Yoink is a new term we'll be using for steal.
New verbs, ladies and gentlemen, new verbs.
Grammar with Ryan. I'm a great grammar teacher, obviously.
I thought you just said, not 5 minutes ago, you said grammar is not your strong suit.
Yeah, well, we develop and we change, we adapt, just like these robots do. New lines of code, of course.
So you're saying what you're telling to me is that you are a robot.
I'm just a different breed, unfortunately, it seems to be. But the blue team's beam was dislodged in terms of balance, so it's no longer balanced. The red team was balanced.
Yeah, this one's in the books, and it'll be. This one's in the books, and that is a huge blue win. So Kennedy and it was a huge. I saw the scores for a minute. It is obviously not official, but it looks like a huge blue team win.
Yeah, and obviously, you know, those type of close-fought matches, if you can win those, plays a huge advantage for you, because those could go either way. And a win and a loss is obviously a massive difference here, but the difference in scores can actually be minimal.
So
waiting for a queued up match, right?
Yep, they're queuing the match up and getting ready to go.
Right. So we are at.
So, just give you a little rundown on the teams competing on the 15th qualifying match. We've got write the last one down. We've got Garden City B, Malvern A on the red team, going up against Rye County Day School B and St. Catherine's A. So, again, St. Catherine's and Malvern are two teams to look at. They'll both be starting on the bottom of your screen, respectively. Or no, excuse me. Malvern is at the top of your screen, top left corner of your screen, and St. Catherine's will be on the they'll both be on the top of your screen, respectively, and that's where they'll be starting both of the matches, autonomous and driver control.
Yeah. You know what's definitely interesting about these matches? We're closing on that 12 o'clock.
These matches we were told these matches were supposed to. Let's just play a little game. On my original schedule, it says 15 was supposed to go off at 10:16. It is 11:47.
Yeah, so interesting to see how the break, if there is going to be a break as well.
Yeah, that actually is something that. Well, some teams could turn this into some teams could turn this into an advantage, very, very easily.
So if we scroll down, we may be able to see. No, actually, the issue is again. Okay. So
nobody's
waiting for the red team to plug in.
Nobody's plugged in.
Yeah. Again, just kind of it's going to be a long day, and I get it for these competitors, so a little bit of some of the small mistakes might happen. And, there's a countdown for them to get plugged in?
Are we going to have a disqualification? Oh, we were disqualification.
No,
Red's out.
Not a disqualification. You have to get off the field. Not sure what happened there. Seems if they weren't ready.
Let's go, take it off.
And the autonomous stage is going to begin. Oh.
Wow. Garden City has just been disqualified from the match for not being able to plug in time. That's a new one.
It's a 1v2 now.
I wonder how Malvern will attempt to pull this one off.
Is this our first 1v2 of the tournament? I believe this is
yeah, it
our
has
first
to be.
1v2 of our tournament.
It is.
That's huge, obviously. Huge advantage for the Blue Alliance here. I really haven't seen something like that before. So they'll definitely make a trip to the pit, but.
So the autonomous, yeah, they're gonna have to see what's going on. But we got a Mogo from the yellow, a yellow Mogo from red over on their side, and the programs have run out of code. So now we wait. Driver control. We are underway in the driver control. Now this is, I have a very strong feeling that Malvern's going to attempt to go for the robot on the balance.
Yeah, you just gotta have to go gung ho here and get greedy with points, because you really only have you have to take a huge swing and try to hope that you connect.
Yeah.
It's kind of like taking a half court shot. Hoping it just goes in.
Oh, they're going for rings on the branch of your own Mogo, and now they're trying to get it up on the. Oh, it's a stolen Mogo by the blue team.
And
Blue's now putting it on to their own Mogo onto their balance. St. Catherine's is up, and it will stay there. St. Catherine's, huge amount of points.
This is just a tough matchup. You know, you really can't blame. The remains of the Red Alliance for not being able to get it done here. There's not much you can really do. Trying to prevent. You can't play defense and offense at the same time when it's a 1v2. You're trying to defend and place points. Trying to place Mogos on. And you can't even defend your own Mogos. And if you even place yourself on there, let's say you try to go for a robot placement, you can get knocked over really easily. You're an easy target.
Yeah, I honestly, you gotta feel bad for Malvern, who honestly had nothing better. Honestly, has not much to do at this point.
Right.
They're alone. I really do feel terrible for them.
Alone in a battle against a really tough opponent. As we have 10 seconds left to go. And it seems it's going to be, it seems it's going to be a victory for the
blue team, and it's not really going to be close.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't really score as much as I thought they would. They only really got one Mogo on there, but they didn't really need to do much more, so why risk it? As the match is over, and we'll toss it over to an interview.
And so how are you doing today, Jeffrey?
I'm doing great. Thank you.
Can you tell me a little bit about your job on the robotics team?
So my role is being a driver on the robotics team and assisting the other teams.
So what is that role, what do you have to do in that role?
So basically just like learn how the robot works, the little controls, and like learn to move stuff as fast as possible.
That's a really interesting job. And are there any things that your team has had to overcome this season?
So really it was just making the robot as efficient as possible, but make it within the size requirements of it.
That's really interesting, and good luck in the rest of your competition. Now back to you guys in the booth.
And we're back, and we have our first action of the highly anticipated Kennedy B team. They'll be on the red team alongside Mepham C.
In the autonomous stage, a 15-second period, as mentioned before. 5 seconds left in the period.
And
all right, period comes to the end. We'll go straight into the driving phase.
Let's do this.
And the driving control begins. But no robots are moving. Now they're moving.
Now we're moving, and watch Kennedy on the bottom of your screen.
So pizza's here. Okay. All those guys have to eat in the cafeteria. I'm okay if you guys eat in this space. Like, I mean, because you're gonna have to be working.
So far, blue team trying to get aggressive.
Okay. But
blue team,
let's not get aggressive here.
So Justin
see the
more than that way. Otherwise, it's going to look like we're letting everybody
keeping track of score. The autonomous bonus went to the blue team, which is not Kennedy's team. So the two Bellmore-Merrick teams lost the autonomous period.
Yeah. So far, as a battle, there's a tug of war going on for the blue Mogo between the red and blue alliances. The tug of war seems to be being won by the blue team, but they've successfully bought some time. There's red team trying to get a Mogo balanced onto their beam. Can they do so? Currently trying to place it on. Can they get it balanced? And no, they can't. Blue team trying to get theirs balanced, and they can't. They place it, no balance. Currently they're trying to figure that out now. Red team trying to balance it. Can they do it? Yes, they can. They got a Mogo on, and it's balanced. Blue team trying to balance their Mogo, which is currently
they're trying to go with the robot. No, blue has got two on.
Now they've got
huge two Mogos.
Trying to counter with their own Mogo.
They're gonna get
it.
That is Mepham, and they got it.
Rings in it, so ring count.
Mepham's going for a third.
Right. Oh, can they get three?
Yes, they can. That is
3, 2, 1.
Blue's going for a counter. Blue's going to try and counter with their own.
The question becomes, was it in time?
No, it wasn't. Definitely was not in time.
Oh, wait, it's on there. Is it in time?
It's going to come down to the rings, and we haven't seen that.
I think it was on time. It's just a matter of the ring count.
Where's the last Mogo? Because there's 3. Where is the last Mogo? Is it on Mepham? Is it on the Bellmore side, or is it on the other?
It seems to be.
It's in the middle.
Ooh.
We can't. But so it's ring.
Now it's a matter of the ring count.
Yeah, it's a matter of the ring count. We'll get you back. That was number 16. We'll get you the score of that.
That was a really good match.
That was such a good match.
That was a great one. Currently, now we have a battle between.
People are plugged in. That is always a good sign.
Yeah, I don't want a disqualification like
Arsenal. I see. Arsenal. I see another Mepham team. Yeah, this is Mepham. This is Mepham A now, not Mepham C.
Right. All right, we're about to be underway for the autonomous period shortly.
This is number 17. So this is.
Thank you.
It's another. This is qualification match 17. This is Kennedy G, Mepham A, going up against Arsenal and Kennedy Prep B.
Just taking too much time. It's not allowed.
You gotta love a tournament that has picked up pace.
We're starting to move finally.
Yep, and it's a tournament that if you will get it on the percentage count soon. We'll be back on the we've got a mathematics little sideshow going here, some grammatical education going on here, and as many sports analogies as we can possibly make. Overall, waiting for this match. I may have jinxed it by saying it's a fast-moving tournament because now
we're slowing down. No.
As we approach that 12 o'clock, and again, it's going to be interesting to see what happens at 12 because of the delays. Is it going to be that same automatic break, or is
there was a break? We're supposed to take an hour lunch break. We're supposed to take an hour-long break in between from 11 o'clock to 1 o'clock. From 12 o'clock, scratch that. 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock. I don't think that will be the case, however.
Yeah, it's kind of a hilarious situation where everyone's kind of sitting around. I wonder if the hour breaks now or later. There's a lot of teams.
Do we even get a break?
Yeah. So the hilarious thing about this as well is
we're gonna stay live the whole way through, whether or not there's a break or not.
Yep, because that's just the type of talent we have over here in the Bellmore-Merrick district with our school's broadcasting clubs. We can go 8 hours of this broadcasting.
I could go the whole time if they need me to.
We're well equipped to do so.
Oh, absolutely.
Queued up, 12 o'clock approaching. Not sure what they're gonna do. So I think the biggest question outside of who's gonna win and what's happening at 12 o'clock may be what actually are these delays?
Yeah.
I'm hoping that we can figure that out in an intermission of sorts. That would be really, really beneficial for all parties because we can kind of explain it. And now we're ready.
Now we're ready. Mepham and Kennedy versus Arsenal and Kennedy Prep.
All right. So.
Everybody ready? Here we go.
Eventually we'll get underway. Autonomous is underway. Let's do this.
Love the autonomous period. It's when both teams.
Absolutely nothing happens.
Yep. As that robot way too slow to get to that yellow mogo, and the other two robots not even in motion.
I think they kind of just sold the autonomous period, both Mepham and Kennedy, and that's a very common theme amongst these Bellmore teams.
That's 6 points.
How you might. All right, so now we see the blue team.
You know what you gotta love? You gotta love how this is the complete opposite of slow and steady does not wins the race.
Oh, everyone's coming out strong.
Yeah. Is that a robot on its side? No, it's just a.
It's a mogo on its side.
Yeah. So it's really interesting. You notice some of those robots that are like taller have these those conveyor, like a conveyor belt. Conveyor belt of sorts.
It's not really a conveyor belt. Well, it kind of is, but
for the rings to help them pick them up and place them.
No, the belt system is so it can raise and lower. So it can raise and lower any raise and lower the mogos up onto the platforms.
Right. I saw some of the matches, like some of those conveyor belts we used to like fling up rings, which I found interesting. Not sure if that's a universal design or just some of these.
This is a whole. I'm not really sure
We
what's
got a little bit of a stalemate going on here.
It's not really stalemate. Mepham needs to get some of these Mogos. Kennedy needs to get these Mogos onto their side and fast.
Yeah, because the blue team kind of showing up and showing out here.
I wouldn't even say that. No, I just think it's just kind of.
Or on the scoreboard, at least they're showing up and showing out.
Oh no, not really. I think. Oh, now we have action. Now, Arsenal gets one up onto their. Now we have action. Arsenal gets onto their goal.
So we got 30.
Field 3 coming up in 10 seconds.
Arsenal gets another one up. Arsenal carrying the load for the blue team, and they're going to end up winning this one.
I think this kind of confirms that that 12 o'clock break is not going to be a universal one for the competitors.
Match number 18. We're ready to get underway. I've got the RoboCavs. I've got the RoboCavs. I got Rye County A. I've got we got Farmingdale, and we got Farmingdale, and we got the RoboCav. So we got RoboCavs B.
You're on red still, right?
So it's So it's RoboCavs A, Rye County Day School A versus Farmingdale B, and RoboCavs B. And I'm very interested to see how these teams fare when they take on each other.
Please come to the queue.
All right, so
queue number 1 for match 22.
This is match.
Station number 1 for match 22. Please get to your table.
Trying to look for the pink shirts for Farmingdale, and
once our head judge comes over and our referees come over.
we're currently in a judging period for match number 17, and then at that point, when that happens, we will get underway for match number 18. So now we've talked a little bit of strategy. What do you think has been the most potent strategy so far?
I mean, I think you got to say, I mean, for the autonomous period, it's very clearly just getting out there, getting early action, right? That's obviously for the autonomous, but for the driving section.
I think the autonomous, sorry to interrupt.
No, you can interject, of course.
The autonomous period, I think the easiest thing is you hope to God that the other robot across you doesn't attack and just kind of sells the autonomous period. You drive up, you grab a Mogo, you back up. And that is not an overly complicated period of coding, but it works. It'll net you 20 points if you do it correctly. And at that point, with the Mogo essentially in your graph, you're closer to it. When you start the driving period, you grab it, you put it on the platform, and that's 40 points.
See, here's the difficult thing. You know, it's a game of figuring out what's getting rewarded. Is it aggressiveness or is it playing it safe? And that's often a conflict that any competitive situation has. Where it's a matter of whether you're able to stay whether your aggressiveness is going to pay off or not. Either you're going to be a risk taker, or you're going to play it safe, hopefully play someone else who's playing it safe and take advantage of that, or you're playing risky. You either swing and connect and get a bunch of points, or you swing and miss and come up empty. But the most effective strategy seems to just be gain possession, not necessarily place them on a balanced beam, but gain possession of as many Mogos as possible. You know what I mean? If you're able to collect as many Mogos as possible, then you can start figuring out how to balance them on. You can do all that stuff, and you can get the other team to have to go over there and bring those Mogos back in. And if the round ends and those Mogos are on your side, you still get points. So it seems to just be maintain possession of the Mogos, then figure it out after.
That is okay. Somebody's been paying attention. I can see that, right?
I think we've watched 18 matches of Robotics straight in the last 2 hours. I think I've said the word Mogos about 1,000 times.
1,000 times more than 1,000 times more than I ever thought I'd say that in my life.
Yeah, no, definitely never imagined myself saying Mogos multiple times, or more than like 100 times. Maybe not even like twice. Not even gonna lie.
Can we get a picture of you for the gram?
Is that necessarily even? That's not even necessarily a word in the English language. Let's go to the Google.
We're back with grammar, with the grammar section of this broadcast, figuring out if Mogo is a word.
Let's do a little Google search.
All right. Now we could. It is
a word.
Now we could also verify if you could use, like,
it is a legit word in the English. It is a legit word in the dictionary.
So it's an Australian hatchet, I believe it says. Not sure if these
Where did this come from?
Look like a Australian stone hatchet, but
no, not these, not at all.
I'm not sure they're made of stone, nor am I sure that you could butcher anything with it. But I'm sorry. The fact that
Don't be sorry. It's kind of funny.
How we're able to fix it. So, since one of our motors just randomly died, we're trying to replace it right now.
So obviously you have some obstacles. Were there any more?
That was the main obstacle. One of the motors just randomly died, and it's in a really hard to access location. So now we're trying to replace it.
Okay. So how was your first 2 matches? Like, did you guys win, lose?
We lost. They were horrible because the first match we encountered that problem. Like the motor randomly died. But we didn't have time to fix it for the second match. So, yeah, we're fixing it right now, though. For the third match, it should be okay.
Okay. Hopefully you guys do great in the third match, and I wish you luck. Back to you guys. Back to the sportscast.
Hey, you got to take the robot off the field. Your robot.
All right, so Ryan, I think it's about time that you've honestly earned a break. Andy's gonna step in for a couple of matches, right? Andy's gonna step on for a couple of matches.
Here we go.
As we just get underway in match 18.
All right, so match 18.
So let's get underway in match 18. It's Rye County and the RoboCavs versus the other RoboCavs and Farmingdale.
Gotta be weird to face off against
and nobody's doing anything on Autonomous. Autonomous hasn't even started. Scratch that.
The good old autonomous period of not being able to know if it's nothing happening because the round hasn't started.
We're replaying match 17.
3, 2, 1, go.
This is a replay of match 17. It is Mepham and Kennedy versus the Roverines and can't really see the other team, but we are replaying match 17. The autonomous bonus goes to Blue.
All right.
Now Arsenal's the other team. So it's the Roverines and autonomous.
So the drivers go begin the period. So as you see a lot of see the blue team trying to maintain possession of the Mogos, and they have 2 currently. Bring them over to their side with some rings alongside of it. That blue robot trying to get as much, they're getting a little greedy there, not playing it too safe, which is a perfectly entertaining style of play.
I think Mepham's turning themselves into a Beyblade again.
Yeah, you love to see it.
They're stealing going for a Mogo steal.
Blue team able to bounce their board and get a Mogo on there. Not necessarily sure if. So not a lot of time left for the red team to get their offense going.
Looks like we have live scores now. It's 69 to 106 blue leads.
126 to 49 now.
Looks like blue is
really just dominating right now. 30 seconds left to go right about now. Still at a deadlock, still same score, 126 to 49 according to the live scoring. Again, they still have to verify scores, so don't take it. Oh, it's 166 to 49 now.
So, no, I think all these robots are essentially out of commission.
Blue team's going to come out with the win here. 186-49. Jesus.
Jeez, that's a
beating.
Talk about a blowout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As the clock will expire, assuming there's no disqualifications, blue team will win.
All right, match 18 is just about to get ready to get underway as this one is the RoboCavs, and this one is the RoboCavs in Rad County versus Farmingdale and the other RoboCavs. Let's do this.
All right.
We need goggles on Farmingdale.
No, and they look like they're trying to get plugged in right now.
This is a problem. This could be a problem for Farmingdale as the other.
3, 2, 1, go.
We're underway, Autonomous.
They're not messing around with timing. They are.
Somebody's trying to move their team's Mogo for bonus points. Looks like that's the RoboCavs.
And time.
And that'll be it, the Autonomous bonus, Ghost. And the Autonomous bonus is...
Driver control in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, driver control's underway.
This could be a fun one.
Yeah,
the RoboCavs are very, I'd say, a strong team.
I'm going to use a big word here, a high-octane offense.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That was exactly the word I was looking for. You see, the Farmingdale is making a major play. Farmingdale, they got a Mogo onto a platform.
It seems teams are filing out, so that may be...
Looks like both teams are kind of just minding their own business, trying to get goals on platforms.
Yeah. Driving period. All right, so we got under a minute to go. 55 seconds. So far, red team has a whole robot and 2 Mogos.
Oh, this is impressive.
Oh, my good Lord.
This is impressive. RoboCavs are RoboCavs have done it again.
I feel like, I mean, it's not talked about enough how they get robots and Mogos on there. Robots and Mogos, and they tipped over. I jinxed it. That's on
Why
me.
do we sit?
Yeah,
why are we
honestly,
talking announcer
if the RoboCavs lose this match, they can just rewatch this and put this on me. So right now, so the blue team has a lot of Mogos on their board right now. They have 4. So blue team just kind of taking in all the points.
10 seconds left, and it looks like it's very close. I think it's 9. We're both in the 90s.
And the blue teams revert to spinning. They have won the match with a blowout of the red team. Look at how many Mogos they stacked on there.
And that'll put this one in the books. And now we're going to turn it over to a whole new pair of sportscasters, James Vacas and Andy Azemi.
Yo, you know how to work that, right?
What?
You know how to work that?
And then both of them to mute.
I have a question.
Your color. I mean.
Hi, I'm Andy Azemi from Cougar-TV.
And I'm James Vacas from Calhoun Media Club. And right now we're in a break waiting for the next match to start.
What's your expectations for this match?
Well, this match, I believe, is JFK, I believe. You know, that's a close, obviously, to us, you know, Bellmore-Merrick. So,
yes,
you know, I'm hoping they win. But
yes, me too.
No
my
bias
school.
here.
Gotta rep my school.
A surprising team here, actually, for me is Calhoun. I know that's funny, but they were coming in expecting to get, you know, destroyed, and they actually came out and won their first match against 2 stacked teams. So
Good for them.
Congratulations for them.
Representing the Bellmore-Merrick community, very good.
They did lose the second game. I'm not sure if they played the third game, as we just hopped on now. The day's been going by pretty fast. You know, we started off with like a big malfunction. It took at least, what, 20 minutes to start up?
Probably.
So right
Some
now we're
technical
just,
issues.
I don't know what's happening right now. I think we're just waiting. And then we're going to go to match 20, which I believe is...
Match 20?
Well, it's red versus blue, obviously, but I think it's JFK.
JFK.
And I'm not sure who the other team is.
Someone else. We'll find out. Sure. We'll talk. Toss to who? Okay.
How do you toss?
Okay. Right. How do we toss?
And I'm here with Dunya from Newfield High School. So how are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. So what is your role on the robotics team?
I'm mostly program.
So as a programmer, what does that really do?
It helps make sure that we win things such as autonomous and helps get our skills ranking higher.
And how long would you say that it takes to create a program or a code?
Hours and hours of work and tweaking because you don't know what will happen with the rings or something not aligning right.
That's really interesting. And what are your team's goals for this season?
Have fun, for one, but also we just want to help ensure that our team next year will be experienced enough to do as well as hopefully we do this year.
Well, thank you so much. Enjoy your break and good luck later. Now back to you guys at the booth.
Hey, we're gonna toss it over to Michaela.
You're back.
Okay, and now we're back.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
There's still nothing going on right now, so we're just gonna wait and see what's gonna happen.
We're still waiting for the next match to start on the first field we're at. I'm not sure what's happening. I think the teams are just getting their robots ready.
Yeah.
Okay, let me know. 3. Can I go on break to just grab pizza? What? Can I go on break to just grab pizza? When I tell you to the studio.
What?
When I tell you to come out.
Toss it to studio. Okay. Okay.
Right now, we're still on a delay. We have a bunch of new members who just showed up, and we're waiting for the next game to start.
I believe everyone's on break right now.
Waiting for the next game to start. I'm not sure when it's going to start. It looks like they're still preparing the robots and preparing the mat, but we're just waiting for the game to start. Looks like now everyone is on a break, preparing their robots, eating, relaxing. We're about 20 games in, which is close to, not close, but close enough to half of the matches already played. That's pretty much it. So we're going into the 20th match, which is going to be red versus blue, which is 6277D and 59968H robots against 1353Z and 59968E. I'm sorry it's boring right now. I'm sorry it's a little boring.
Yeah, it's fine.
They're going to start it up soon. If you want to sit with your mom for a little bit before they start it, and then you can come back when they start it. Do you want to do that?
So,
okay,
now we toss it to the studio.
Now we are back here during the intermission. So Ryan, what do you think of the tournament so far?
From just sportscasting that one match, it's kind of different when you're narrating the match, much as looking at the match. So when I was narrating it with you, we had a couple falls and stumbles, but what I got the general, basically gist of it was that it's very hard to control those robots, especially when they're just going off their coding. So I think that I was very impressed with the stuff that they did with those robots. How about you?
Yeah, I'm very impressed with what they're able to do with the robots, and it's also surprisingly hard to describe what's going on. But like, you understand it from seeing it, but saying it is a completely different thing.
Yes.
Which is interesting about this sport, because most sports, it's actually pretty easy to describe what you're seeing.
It definitely is. You know, before we were talking about those things that we put the rings onto. They're actually called mogos. We did not have that name before, but we have it now. Basically, they have to put the points on. They have to put those little rings on them. There's many ways that you can do it, but that top 2 tier 1 gets you 10 points, and that's a big point thing. It's very rare, I was told, and it definitely, if you get that, that's definitely a good way to start. But that's basically how you win these type of things. But you can either move them, get points from that, and stuff like that. But it's definitely, the scoring of these type of things is definitely very tough to do. So just when we were in the studio looking at it, it was very tough. You know,
Yeah.
I don't know much about it. I don't know if you do, but we've kind of learned a lot today, so it's very good.
Oh, and now we have Michaela down in.
How can I pause from here?
Oh.
So yeah, so I was very impressed, and I was also definitely intrigued to see these type of things, because you know, it's not every day you get to see a robotics tournament. So.
No, not every day at all. And now here we have Michaela back down at.
And so, you know, it's just very cool, especially since we have one in our district. It's the first one also, so, and it's going to be annual, so it's definitely a big thing. You know, point scoring is definitely a big situation in this. You know, we've known now, but during these type of tournaments, it's actually split up the time. The first 15 seconds is Autonomous period, which is the coding part. And then the last minute and 45 seconds is where they actually drive them with the controllers. And that you have to code that too, I'm pretty sure. But it's definitely tough. Now, I know you're an editor. Did you ever have an interest in coding?
I did at some points in time, but it never really was too interesting to me. And now we have Michaela down at Kennedy.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Matthew and Lazaro from Kennedy Catholic. So how are you guys doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
So what are your jobs on the robotics team?
Well, I build, program, drive, strategize, and I do the notebook.
And what is your job?
I strategize, build, and during matches, I basically calculate the points and tell Matthew how much more points we need.
That's really interesting. So what would you say is, like, how long did it take to build the robot?
I think we built it very quick. It took around 7 weeks, and we only meet on Saturdays from 10 to 4. We meet occasionally during the week, but not a lot.
Wow, that's really incredible that you did that fast. And what would you say that your team, their goals are for this season?
Go to states, win states, go to worlds, and then win worlds.
Well, that's really amazing. So good luck to you guys in the rest of the competition today. Now back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Michaela. And that was a very interesting interview. And now here we back are in the studio. And now the Standard Set Awards, Ryan. Now, can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, once again, I did get this information from Mr. Cooper, head referee, also a physics and forensics teacher here at MEPM. And we've had him on a teacher feature once on our midweek update, and he's a great guy. And we thank him just once again for giving us our cheat sheets and information about this tournament. But our set of awards are the Excellence Award, which is top all-around team, robotics performance, and it's judged, by the way. Now we have the Tournament Championships Awards, which obviously comes for first and second place. It's the first place finals match alliance, which is the 2 teams that were in the alliance together. So it's not really first and second as much as it's the alliance. But you have the Design Award, the team that makes that's the most effective with the efficient robot design process. Most of these are judged, by the way. Just want to say that. And you have the Robotic Skills Champion Award, which is high combined, top performing, and top driving skills. You have the Judges Award, Team Deserving Recognition for Judges for Special Accomplishments, and Volunteer of the Year Award, a recognized adult event volunteer. Individual, it's basically given to only one person, so if you get this award, it's pretty big.
And these are just some of the awards that we won in here today. And to be honest, the Volunteer of the Year award, I see Mr. Cooper getting that.
I do see Mr. Cooper getting that. You know, he's put in a lot of work to this, so I do see him getting it. But, you know, there's many people that are there helping this out, making this event happen. So, and it's a very long event, so I give them all props for dealing with all the kids and all the people that are there and dealing with problems and stuff and getting them fixed right away. So just want to say thank you to all the volunteers and everything like that. Do you want to lead us into our second set of awards?
Yeah, the second set of awards is the Technical Judged Awards. The Amaze Award, team with an amazing, well-rounded, and top-performing robot. The Think Award, team with impressive and effective autonomous programming. So this is the earlier section of the match, that 15-second period at the beginning. What team is able to perform best during that 15-second period would get this award. The Innovate Award, team with specific, unique engineering and what that demonstrates outside-the-box thinking. There was one robot we saw earlier that was literally just the wheels, and it had like almost nothing else, but it was very innovative, and they would use other robots to get points through that, which was very cool to see. That is a good example
And
of
stuff
this.
like that takes a lot of thinking, and the process to make those robots is very thought out and detailed. And you actually have to make a book to present to the judges about all the steps to make sure that your coach didn't just make it, but you made it, and that you put in the work to make it. So it's a big deal.
Yeah, it really is. If you win a single one of these awards today, it is a big accomplishment for your program because it means that you made it happen and that you are going to help the program make the next step and the next one, you know, until they're able to be on a national level or state level, whatever level they want to be at. They can get to that with these awards, help lift them there.
And most of you out there probably watch sports or at least know how sports work, where there's playoffs and stuff like this. Each one of these tournaments is kind of like a tournament for one of these sports where they go up, just like how we did STN and we won an award. It's kind of like our nationals type thing. But this is their kind of championships and stuff like that. So they might not play sports. Some of them do, some of them don't. But this is kind of their championship. So it's nice to go home with something like that.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's fun doing stuff like this, but it's much more fun when you get to bring something back home for your school. And yeah, totally. And there's other awards such as the Build Award and Create Award, both around your robot and your creative engineering. So that's pretty cool as well. And these awards are more, the Technical Judged Awards are more based around how your robot was built and how good of a job you did with building and programming your robot. So these aren't just on how you competed. These are also on how you worked before the competition to get your robot ready for the big day.
Yes, it definitely is. And I'll lead you into the third set of awards, the Robot Performance Awards. The Tournament Finalist Award, which is 2 teams, second place finals match alliance. So we went over it before. The first place match alliance, which is the 2 teams that have an alliance and they come in first, they get the Tournament Champions Award. But now for the second place, this is for the second place final match alliance. You have the Robot Skills second place, which is the second place robotic skills score, and you have the Robot Skills third place. So there might be first place, but there's still places for third and second. So just to place any one of these is a big deal, such as there's a lot of schools here, and every single one of them has a great robotics program. So whoever goes home with them tonight, congratulations, and we hope that you pursue your career in robotics or do something with this, because this is a great field to go into, and it can lead to many careers. So it's definitely where I'll give you props.
Kids in robotics are more being geared for engineering and coding careers, which is very useful, and this helps equip them for that field and what it's like to work on something and have everything fall apart and have to build it back up. Because every team here has problems with their code at one time, their robot. Before they get near a competition, they have a huge issue with their code or their engineering process, and this helps make them learn it and get ready so that one day they can do this for a career, either engineering or coding.
It definitely is. You know, coding can lead to a lot of things, like a video game designer or something like that, and those careers make big money. So getting interested in robotics and joining the robotics team, definitely recommend.
Yep.
Now, we spend most of our time here at B&B, which also can lead to some careers, but if you want to join B&B, definitely join B&B. Love B&B. But let's just share some fun facts with you. You know, Mepham's C team and McKennedy's B team both have already qualified for states this year. So just like wrestling, we go to states for the way that they played in their season. Both of these robotics teams are going to states, so it's a big accomplishment already. Even not even having to place in the robotics tournament, they already went to state. They're already going to states, already qualified for states. So it's a big accomplishment.
Congratulations to both those teams, because this takes a lot of hard work. It isn't easy, you know.
It's not just overnight.
Yeah, no, you can't go into it the day of the tournament and all of a sudden just place well. You know, you have to be working for it every day for months and months to get to this point, because they're not like sports teams where they have seasons. No, that entire fall season that most athletes spend practicing and having games, they actually are just programming robots and making robots for these competitions that are around this time of the year, which for a lot of athletes is a lot closer to the spring season. But they do start a little closer to the winter, so it's a little more of a intermediate like time. But like they spend the whole school year doing this. It's not just like football is from September to December, you know?
Yeah, it definitely is, you know. And even football, they still, from what I hear, they actually start a little bit in August.
They do, yes.
So they might start before the season, and it's not just that during that 2 months that you're going to spend all that time. But also, just like baseball, you know, they start training. Even major leagues, they start spring training even before the season. So this type of thing is a big deal. So just being able to watch this, I think we're privileged. Just be able to watch this, and I'm very happy to be part of a school district that holds these type of events.
Yeah, we're very fortunate indeed to hold these events in our district. And to be honest, Kennedy is where this started. That's why this is at Kennedy, because Kennedy is the one who started this for the entire Bellmore-Merrick Central High School District. Kennedy was the start of robotics, and they had it spread throughout the district. And that's why they're so successful. I mean, they're already qualifying for states. Now, so is Bethlehem, but Kennedy is where it all began, you know? And they are really good at robotics, as we have seen so far today.
It definitely is. You know, it 100% is, and I can't help but agree. At this moment, I'm just happy that some kids took their time to start up a program at Kennedy, because it led the way for kids at Mepham and Calhoun to do this. So I give them props. Once again, I say that word a lot, but I give them props because that type of thing, it takes a lot of courage to go up to an administrator or someone that has the power to create a robotics team. So I give them the props, and you know, they started this, and we're here because of this. So I thank you, because I love being here, and I know you do too. So
yeah, well, wouldn't be here on a Saturday if I hated it. I mean.
So yeah, so we're just gonna go into a little bit more though of the scoring type thing, since we just want to recap that just so that you get it for the second half. But the rings, it's 1 point per ring in a Mogo base. So those Mogos, those little things that you see right there behind me. Let's see, you can touch one right there. That you get 1 point if it goes in the base, 3 points if it's on a branch. And 10 points per ring that's on a high branch. It's like the one that I told you about. And then the mobile goals. Those are the little Mogos, which are the same things we just talked about. But you get 20 points per Mogo on your side and 40 points instead if that Mogo ends on a based platform. So before, if you watched the coverage before, you saw those Mogos go on top of those little bases, those little seesaw type things. That's where you get those type of things from. So from the future, watching this tournament, it's definitely big to get those things on the thing as we advance the coverage of this tournament. But just to recap one more time, the autonomous period, though, you get 6 points to the alliance that has more points at the end of the 15-minute autonomous period. 1 autonomous win point, an AWP, to any alliance that moves its alliance Mogo off its anonymous point line, the white line. The diagonal line that's on the field, you can kind of see the red one on it right now. And scores at least 1 ring in each of the alliance Mogos, you get points. So now, after we spoke a lot, we are going to send it down to Sam Schneider because you probably want to hear her more than us.
Hi, I'm Sam Schneider, and I'm back with 2 kids from the crowd. How's it been watching the competition so far?
It's been fun.
Yeah, it's been pretty exciting. We're also watching our team compete, and we're doing well, so that's pretty good.
Yes, and you guys are competing yourselves, I'm told. So how is that going?
We've had 2 matches so far, and we've won both, so it's been going pretty well.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, and our driver's doing an excellent job at stealing the goals away, and we're pretty excited about it.
Is there anything you're changing when you're going to your next competition?
Yeah, the entire robot. Literally, we're building a new one right now, so everything's changing.
Oh, wow. Anything else to say?
Anything else other than the entire robot? We'll probably also update our journal, which is a secondary component of the competition, where you fill in your timeline, or what we do is we fill in our timeline each day, so we'll also be adding the next days.
Well, good luck on those revisions. Now back to you guys.
Thanks, Tam, for that amazing interview. We're just going to go over the VEX Via app. So do you want to talk about it a little bit, Vicky?
Yes, the VEX Via app is an app where you can see the scores of all robotics tournaments, but for today you can go to Kennedy after you download the app and see the scores. Now, they may not be up to date right now, but they keep track throughout the tournament, and by the end of the tournament, all of the scores will be there, and you can see what happened if you end up having to leave the broadcast and go somewhere else. You can definitely see the scores later.
Definitely can. That wasn't a sponsorship or anything, but we're just telling you where you can look at the scores because they might not always be up to date here, since it's not always accurate. Only the referees know. But as of right now, we're going to send it down to the sportscasters because they have the information.
Are back and ready to get underway. We are only a third of the way through, so we had a lot of fun robotics action ready for the rest of the game. The autonomous period in match 19 just ended. It's between Garden City's A team, Calhoun, and versus Southside's A team and Garden City's B team. And now we are in the driver control period, where it looks like you see Garden City or one of the blue robots attempting to get one of the Mogos just onto their side. That'll score you some points. Each Mogo on your side is, I'm pretty sure, worth 10.
Okay, here's another announcement. We started our matches again.
And we have started up our match. We have started up. The tournament is back underway. And we'll be going straight from here to the end. So no more breaks from here on out.
The robot is ready to go. We will disqualify you if we have to wait to remeasure or for you to pump up.
But they are getting very strict on the refereeing standpoint. They are going to start disqualifying teams for certain violations, such as having to remeasure. But now looks like blue is taking a huge lead at this point with all the Mogos on their side, including the red one. I think at this point they're trying to go for that finishing move, trying to get a robot up onto the top.
We should have all of our teams coming in from match 20 and 21.
And
21, we're missing.
At this point, looks like neither of these teams are offensive heavy. We're 13 seconds left in the game. Under 10. And I think that'll be it as the blue team, as Southside and Garden City, take this one.
5, 5, 6, 4, 5.
And now it is in the books. It looks like to be a, I don't know. It's in the books. Looks to be a Garden City and South GCB and Southside A take this one. So we got 15 seconds left in the game. So now we go over to qualification match number 20 which makes us almost officially a third of the way through. How's that sound, Andy?
That sounds great.
Yeah. Go around, go around, go around.
We still... Are we...
I think this one's breaking tooth.
I think they're... So the refs are getting a little bit stricter now, making sure teams are cued in on time and are not at all interfering on the caution tape. So we are match 20 right now.
Okay, we're getting ready for match number 20. Just waiting for a clarification on match number 19.
So judges are getting back to us. So this one is Harvey. This is the Harvey RoboCavs D team. The Kennedy's H team.
Yeah, I had a crush on her when I was 8.
So Andy, your home school is going to be competing in this one.
Let's go, Kennedy.
And they got 2 Kennedy teams in this one, so it's JFK-H and JFK-E on opposite teams, mind you.
Ooh, that's a toughie. Who to root for?
I'll maybe help you with the other team. So it's Harvey's D team and Kennedy's H team versus Farmingdale's Z team and Kennedy's E team. So, not really sure we're really having any rooting interest in this one. Well, I don't. Mepham hasn't been. I spoke to a couple of the Mepham guys in the break, and Mepham and Kennedy had essentially a rather rough opening third of this tournament. Mepham's battery in their first match, their C team, their battery fell out of the robot.
Are you kidding me?
That's one of the worst. So they were left out of commission on top. They were left out of commission for the entire match, and that's
insane. So
not only did Mepham ended up picking up a loss, but that loss of a battery I think was caused by a collision by another robot, and it also is huge because they lost alongside Kennedy's B team. Kennedy's B team is supposed to be a favorite to win the whole thing.
Yes.
So this is one of those things where you're working in alliances with other teams, and the other teams could unintentionally maybe sabotage your entire chances of winning a championship.
And now they're starting to set up.
We're just waiting for a little bit more until we get into. Until we.
Listen for this announcement. We are cutting matches short today from 7 down to 6. The last match that we will run today will be qualifying match number 53. Anything after that, we will not run. So that's 54 to 60.
So,
our last match of the day.
So, I'm not sure if you heard that over the PA. They said we have officially hit we almost hit the halfway point. 5 more, almost hit the halfway point. They have cut down each team's matches. If you're not familiar with how this works, each team plays 7 qualifying matches. Now, as a result of all these delays, they will be cutting down to 6. So, the last qualifying match will, instead of being qualifying match, there will be, instead of 62, there will be 53 qualifying matches. Once again, this is number 20. And the autonomous period is ended, and Kennedy looks to have at least made progress in moving their own Mogo off that line. That'll score you some points.
And now they started moving.
So now at this point, early offense from the blue team from Kennedy and Farmingdale. I'm not really sure what Harvey's doing right now, taking their own Mogo and pushing it onto the other side. Meanwhile, Kennedy is kind of in no man's land, or Kennedy H is in no man's land, and they got their Mogo on the goal. Meanwhile, looks to be Kennedy
trying to steal one.
They stole a Mogo. They have another Mogo on the back of their robot with a bunch of rings. They need to get that on their side and fast. Looks like we have a steal attempt from Kennedy's E team for blue and try and put it up. We have a defensive charge from Harvey, and they're able to get it. The RoboCavs are able to not steal it, but they're at least halting the offense as Kennedy puts their...
I've never seen another robot steal a Mogo from the other one.
Kennedy making a steal. Now blue is going to try and make an offense, but at this point it looks to be too little, too late, as even their own Mogo is on the wrong side. And it looks to be 10 seconds left. Not much you can do if you're the blue team. They're going to stand there and just honestly take their loss. And that one, it's over. And now this one, it's over. And now we're going to send it over to Sam Schneider.
Okay, guys. I am back with 3 members from Center Reach High School. So how's the competition been so far?
Well, we lost our first 2 games. Our first one was because of a technical mishap where the timer stopped where we were winning and we had to restart and we ended up losing.
I'm sorry to hear that. Now, what are you guys doing to improve from those matches?
We're fixing up our code and making sure we don't make the same mistakes that we did before.
Well, good luck in the rest of the competition. Now back to you guys.
And Sam, we're now ready and waiting for a highly anticipated 21st match of the day. As you can see, got a big crowd gathering by Mepham's Field 3. So we're just getting underway in Field 3. Our teams are Farmingdale M, or Farmingdale. As the autonomous period underway, I'm just going to fill you in on the teams. It's Farmingdale N, Arsenal, versus going up against Rye County B, or Rye Country B, and they'll be joined by Southside B. So once again, it's Farmingdale and Arsenal versus Rye Country and Southside. As the driving period, so we might have to looks like we might have a reset, or maybe a disqualification even, as the refs are looking at something. Not really sure what they're looking for.
Maybe we'll might have to charge this up for a few minutes then with this.
Something like could have a possible infraction. As it might be a problem with Arsenal. And once again, we don't have any communication with the referee, so we won't know until everybody else here at Kennedy High School knows. And it looks like now they got it's got a whole discussion requiring all of the referees involved in this. I'm gonna try and see what they're picking up on, any kind of infraction, anything. Andy, anything you could possibly see here?
Nothing much to see here, you know.
There has to be something if the refs are taking this long. I think it's a problem with Arsenal's robot.
Definitely.
There's something with Arsenal, I think. There's no driving control. There's all right, let's get ready. Let's get ready for it. Driving control. No infractions. So we will play on as normal. As you see, red and blue fighting for that one Mogo.
Wow.
Meanwhile, on the other side of the field, red's got a Mogo up onto their goal. It's their own. They're going for another one. Look at Arsenal go.
Wow.
Look at Arsenal go. the only independent team here, and they look to be the strongest one. Out of,
I don't see anything over there. If you want to take a look, can you bring all the sling stuff over here? Bring all the slings in here.
Now, Farmingdale's trying to get a third Mogo. This would be huge. Looks to be, doing the math correctly,
That would be amazing.
44, was that? Probably, I think, 40 points plus the 40 rings times 3 plus the 3 rings in all the Mogos combined. If it gets on, it is huge amount of points. There's,
oh, and it just
huge
tipped it over.
They tipped it over. Huge tip by the Rye Country Wildcats. Huge play, but still
impressive.
No, it's impressive, yes, but they still need to make an offense.
Now it seems like they're trying to make a comeback.
Blue Alliance isn't doing anything right now to stop it, because all that did was took 120 points and turned it into 60. Now it's back up to 80. A fourth Mogo's on Red's side. It was a smart play, but you need to take advantage of it, because Red was in complete disarray after that happened, and they didn't make any sort of an effort to make an offense and try and go back on the counterattack. But now they did. 80 points. This is going to be close. We got 80 and 20 versus, looks to be around 80. It looks to be a huge comeback by the blue team. Rings will decide it, but it looks to be blue. Looks like blue, in the most improbable of manners, takes this one. You see that yellow Mogo in the top left to the right of the field. That was the deciding factor. Had it not moved, had blue not made the steal, would have been over, and it would have actually been a tie, or at least tied in Mogos, would have went down to rings. So now we're on the 22nd qualifying match. So Andy, what did you think of that match?
I really thought the red was gonna win with all the 4 Mogos on there, but turned out to be the blue. That's crazy.
That absolutely was crazy. Was one of the best comebacks that's one of the best kind of comebacks you'll see in tipping point. And I guess that's why you call it tipping point, because well, the bridge tips it, and that's the turning point of the game. I'm not exactly the best at puns. So we are just about ready to get underway, and we have underway in the next qualifying match. So we got on the red team, it's Malvern B, Garden City C versus Center Reach A and Mepham A. So Mepham, after having a disastrous opening quarter, they win the autonomous points. Or really opening half of the tournament. Now they're 0-2. All Mepham teams right now are winless, so this is going to be huge. So it's Center Reach and Mepham versus Malvern and Garden City. So you have that old-fashioned Mepham versus Garden City rivalry now. So Mepham's trying to just get some Mogos up onto their goal, I see. Center Reach has a Mogo on their back and a Mogo on their front, but can't seem to get around that one Mogo and get it on. Meanwhile, Mepham's kind of at no man's land, trying to steal. They're going to go for the steal, and that's huge. Mepham, great play by Mepham, able to steal that blue Mogo, and they're kind of just holding on to it, or the red Mogo. Meanwhile, Center Reach is not really doing much to help. Someone needs to get it up on the balance. Get a Mogo up on the balance.
I'm just wondering which games did you go to? My family's had it for like since summer 2017.
I went to a couple in Prudential. I'm going to the Islanders game in Prudential.
30 seconds, about 37 seconds left in this game. So, a huge challenge made and a steal by Garden City. Garden City steals the red Mogo, or steals the blue Mogo now and takes it back. Mepham gets a Mogo up on the balance. That's huge points. The score is 141-40, so Mepham looks to be well on their way to their first win of the day. And this one's in the books. Center Reach and Mepham take down Malvern and Garden City. We're now moving at a breakneck pace through these first matches of qualifying. At some point, we need to fill you in on how playoffs work, and at this point, Mepham needs some wins to get in, and that was huge for them to avoid going 0-2, possibly 0-3. Waiting for the start of qualification 23. Qualification 23 is about to get underway. I see another Malvern team. It looks to be, and I think it's another Kennedy team. I think it's Kennedy and Mepham again. 77 is Mepham and Kennedy. Mepham C and Kennedy G on the blue team. Mepham C and Kennedy G on the blue team. Malvern A and Center Reach B. So it's Center Reach and Malvern versus Mepham and Kennedy. And the autonomous bonus clearly is going to. There is no autonomous bonuses awarded, if I'm not mistaken. Nope. Nope, scratch that. Red, Center Reach was able to steal the autonomous bonus away from Mepham and Kennedy. Mepham and Kennedy are going for rings, and I'm not really sure why. Mogos give most points. Red going for a balance. They got two Mogos in their grasp.
One in the front, one in the back.
Mepham making a good block, and now both are trying to challenge. I think that is Center Reach. Yeah, that's Center Reach trying to approach the balance.
We only have two robots there. You lose, you lose.
And we have a dropped Mogo by Center Reach.
Now it seems like they're getting another one.
And now.
Oh, and it just fell over.
Still waiting on any sort of movement, any sort of major offensive attacks, but it looks like Center Reach and Malvern are just kind of hoarding all the Mogos, all the neutral Mogos in this little corner of the field, and it's actually a good strategy. You're stealing 60 points away from Mepham and Kennedy. And again, Mepham, this is take a look at Mepham's trying to drive over there. They're a small robot, Mepham is, but they're still trying to make a lot of plays because they're also very fast as well. 14 seconds left, and it looks like Mepham's not even going to try.
25 blue.
And this one looks like it's over. It's going to be over. 100-0. A shutout for Center Reach. For Center Reach and Malvern. They take down the Mepham and Kennedy. So now we're still waiting on two robots for qualifier 25. So this could be a possible disqualification scenario. So before we get to qualification 25, this is the 24th qualifier match. So at the conclusion of this match, we'll see at the auto round, the autonomous round, looks like another Kennedy team. This is, I think, JFKB. JFKB and Kennedy Prep versus another Kennedy Prep team. and St. Catherine's. Meanwhile, so setting up, farming it, or kind of setting up for. They're kind of just setting up the end. We're in the driving control round, and look at Kennedy Prep flying around the arena, the little robot that could. You got Kennedy Prep engaged with Friends Academy.
We asked if you were ready. You don't give us an indication one way or another. We assume you are ready. We're going to run.
And we got center. We got at St. Catherine's able to get it's a high octane high powered offenses on both sides. Looks like St. Catherine's is making a couple of plays. Got a Mogo up on the balance. Will it still be enough is the answer. The balance is tipped over. It's tipped by Kennedy Prep. St. Catherine's still trying to get it on. They do. They got another one. Get another Mogo on. A little bit of redemption. 30 seconds left. A high-powered offense here. And they got a flipped Mogo. We got all the robots just flying around. A lot of speed, a lot of speed in these robots. It looks to be, if the Mogo stays on the balance, it looks to be Friends and it's gonna be Friends and Arsenal, or no, Friends and Catherine's pulling this one out. And now we're ready to send it over to Sam Schneider with another interview.
I'm back with Cooper from Southside High School. I love the helmet.
Thank you.
So how's the competition going so far?
I think we're doing pretty well. We've stayed in the top half of the ranks for the most part.
That's good. Are there any revisions you're doing to your robot?
We actually recently designed our robot to have more focus on scoring the goals. And I think it's working out pretty well today.
Yeah, that's really good. Well, good luck in the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
Now back to you guys.
So we're now waiting for the start of the 26th qualification match. I'm now joined back by Ryan Garcia.
It's good to be back. We're almost halfway through. They cut down the amount of matches from 62 to 54, which is an interesting decision.
Welcome surprise, shall I say.
Yeah, for those counting at home, that means that after this match, we would have officially have been concluded with about halfway through the tournament.
It will be the exact halfway point. Now we haven't.
Oh, no, it would be 27, excuse me, because it's 54.
No, it's 52.
Oh, 52.
Yeah,
oh,
only
wow.
52
so
matches.
Math with Ryan is kind of washed.
Math with Ryan. It's a weekend. I don't expect you to be good at math.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to go to college for finance. So for colleges listening, that's not my actual math skills. They're better than that. But the autonomous part is supposedly underway, and not much movement.
Yep. Yeah, somebody's program had a little bit of an error.
That ring was moving more than those robots were. I find pretty impressive.
Yeah, it is pretty impressive, and that was, you just bashed your own school. That was Kennedy's D team, who.
Well, it's all in good fun. Now here comes a serious round, the driving round itself.
It looks to be Kennedy D versus Kennedy D. I can't see the other teams, but St. Catherine's is on red. I can see that, and I think Center Reach is on the other side. On blue, alongside JFK.
Right. So the strategy for the entire tournament seems to still be transferring over. It's the idea of just making sure you have possession of as many of those Mogos as possible.
It's the magic word.
Yeah, the magic word today. Mogos. If you guys aren't aware, it's the yellow things or blue.
And the red and the blue ones,
yeah,
too.
that they've been putting on those boards or on their own side. You could store rings in them, all as such. If you want the literal definition of Mogo, it is an Australian stone hatchet. So a lot of interesting stuff today.
We didn't think that word was actually we didn't think it was even a word in the dictionary.
Yeah, I'm still baffled by that.
Yeah, honestly, same.
that Mogos might be a Wordle guess for those who play.
Oh no! Oh no! I'm terrible at Wordle.
I am too.
Okay, so getting back to the action. Getting back to the action. Not much movement of any sort going on. Looks to be.
Yeah, it's a slow developing match. The red team is trying to stack a Mogo on there and a robot. Can they do it?
They got it almost.
No,
yes. They got it. They got it.
Now it's a matter of playing defense. The blue team is moving really slowly. They're taking incremental movements.
I think there's just a matter of a problem with the robot.
Yeah, it has to be an issue with the robot itself. It's hard to believe that it would be a matter of. And is there only 3 robots on there? I'm trying to identify where the 4th one is, and I can't see it. That's the game.
That'll do it.
Yeah, strong showing there. Able to get a last second push offensively, last minute push offensively, and get themselves on the board and a win there. So the Red Alliance pulls off a nice win there. Kind of interesting to see that after the pits we're seeing issues. You would imagine that teams would come off crisp after a break, you know, getting to their pits, getting to refine a couple of things, test things off.
Clearly they didn't pay enough mind.
Either that or maybe that break isn't the best thing for some people. Maybe different teams react differently to a break. Who knows? So we're getting ready for the 26th match.
After this will be halfway. This will be the halfway mark of qualification.
All right, so the automation period is underway. Not much action going on in the automation period. Nope, they did not start it. They said let's go, but I guess no one went.
They started it off, and then nothing happened. Nothing came of it.
So we'll wait for the timer to move. I guess that's the official start. That's the only really way to. That's I guess the most accurate way we can do such a thing. Love the Viking hats, by the way. If you notice, those light up hats.
That's the Viking hat. You'll get to see them a little more as this is both of Kennedy Prep's teams on the blue team.
Yeah, gotta say I dig the Viking hats. As a Bellmore JFK student, gotta say, wish we had Viking hats, but we don't. Light up Viking hats, man. I am a child when it comes to lights. I am drawn to them like a moth to a flame. But match hasn't started yet. Wonder if it's an issue with. Wonder what the issue currently is. Maybe they're still setting up the field, even though the field looks pretty set. Okay.
We're resetting the autonomous period. We have the teams for you. It is the Wildcats A team and the Southside Cyclones C team going up against both of Kennedy Prep's teams, A and B.
Yeah, ultimately, got it. I think the tournament so far has shown us that, you know, the autonomous period has started.
This is driver. Now we're in driving control.
So they just went straight to it. There's a lot of movement going on, a lot more fast-paced than the previous match we saw. Red team seems to be a little discombobulated, not really able to grab any of those Mogos.
Match number 27 set up. So we should have
Blue team.
Nobody's trying to really make any offense. Kennedy Prep really should be working pretty well together, considering it's, you know, 2 of Kennedy Prep.
Yeah, that's a nice advantage to have, that no one's really that, you know. So the Blue Alliance trying to keep control of those Mogos. Will they begin placing on the boards is the question. They have time. They have 50 seconds left. So they get their first Mogo on the board.
And this could be huge because they're down 40 right now. Red team is.
Right. Oh, there's a tip over there, so it's 86-40.
They got that in a robot. That's huge.
Oh, that was the reason why there was an imbalance there.
This one's about in the books. This one, that's 40 points and another 40. 196 to 40. Yeah, this one's in the books.
On there. So it's a matter. Are they going to stack that 4th one? That seems like a little bit over.
Oh my!
With rings on it too. That's 216.
It's incredible showing from Kennedy Prep.
Yeah, I don't know what's more fabulous, the Viking hats or the display they're putting on the field.
I don't know whatever they're doing, whatever they put in those Viking hats, but it's working.
Yeah, no, for sure.
It's just good. It's a good luck charm. It's a good luck charm.
That is a phenomenal showing offensively, and that's a win in the books for Kennedy Prep. As we will move on to the qualifying, the 27th qualifying match. So.
27. Okay, we're good.
And now we're ready to send it to Sam Schneider with another interview.
I'm back with Jack and Jaden representing Kennedy High School. So how's the competition been so far?
So we started off really great with a win with one of the best alliances here, but then we hit a few road bumps and we're trying to fix it right now, but we'll be back on our feet in a few minutes.
So what kind of bumps have you bumped into?
Yeah, so we were ranked number 8, and then all of a sudden one of our wires broke and we had to completely reconfigure our entire robot schematics. And then after that, our arm, the motor stopped working, so we had to completely refix how the motor was attached to our arm. So right now we're figuring it out. We're practicing with the new controls, and we're hoping to have a very strong performance in our next round.
Oh, well, good luck at the next competition.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Now back to you guys.
Autonomous in 3, 2, 1, go.
Underway.
Autonomous period begins, and Red Sea Alliance off to a great start there in the autonomous period. Able to collect both of. Wow. It's a strong showing.
It is. Finally, have some actual movement in the autonomous period.
Yeah. Blue team was also get one of their.
Mogo. Yeah, they got some. They got Mogo off their line. That'll be some bonus points, but they cancel each other out because both teams got their Mogos off. So
yeah, red team the ref confirmed the red team won that autonomous round. So far, a little bit of a clutter here in terms of the play-by-play, as both blue robots are kind of stuck together. Look at this, red team trying to get their robots on there. They have the blue Mogo and the red one as well. Or excuse me, that's the blue robot, the blue and red Mogo, stealing the red team's Mogo. And they've successfully gotten the red team's Mogo on their side.
It's a very high-powered, very offensively talented match. I'll say, if I do say so myself. It's going to come down to us more Mogos on their side. I don't think anybody's going to get a single Mogo up on their. Anyone's going to get a single Mogo up on the platform.
There is time, so I mean, it could come down to your ability to make the proper placements.
Yeah.
But so far, placements haven't been the strongest key. Yeah, a lot of morgues rolling around, but there are some rings on the blue morgue over there, a Mogo, if you see it over there.
That's a lot, and there's a lot of rings, and one in the corner.
Yeah.
That could.
And it's a red one as well, so the blue team may have the point advantage. The red team has 6 points.
Could be a potential tiebreaker.
Right. Now the red team did win the autonomous round, so hopefully, in their view, they just need to get some Mogos on their side, and they do have a yellow one, and they place a yellow one, evenly placed, balanced, and everything.
Perfect placement. That's got to be the deciding factor. I love how
they're determining where that Mogo crossed over, and the red team wins. So
we're going. So it looks like red got the win as we go to the 28th match of the day. We're flying through these. It's the Red Alliance. Looks to be comprised. I think I see Kennedy Prep again. No, I see Wright County.
Autonomous round goes off, and the blue team's able to snatch away that.
Oh my. We finally have movement in autonomous.
Mogo. Yep. Can the other blue? Oh,
he missed.
Oh, wait, but there's
two
Mogo.
Mogos in the autonomous round alone.
That's a win for the blue team in terms of the autonomous round.
3, 2, 1, go.
And we're underway in the driver control period. Now Blue's going to try and execute that strategy they had for their robot during Autonomous.
Okay, the blue team able to snatch up another one, trying to make a placement here. This is a risky placement.
But look at where Red is, right in between these two blue guys.
That's a tough time to try to place. You're really not going to get much going there.
And now Blue's going to try and go place a Mogo up on the balance. See if they can do it. Looks like they're going to have all the time in the world if they just make the move.
Right. So let's see.
Looks like someone's going to try and get onto the balance. They
the red team
don't, but the Mogo stays.
Okay, so that's a Mogo on the red.
That's points.
Placed.
And Blue abandoned their strategy of the Mogo on their own side or on the balance.
And they're going to be able to place with some rings in them too. You notice there's some rings in there.
It's a stolen Mogo right there on the balance.
Okay, they're trying to make a second placement. Red team trying to deny them of said second placement of the Mogo, but the blue team's
they're going to get it anyway.
Placement.
Unless
Can the red
can
team
challenge
counter with theirs? Look at the other side. Red team toppling theirs over.
30 seconds.
30 seconds left. That blue robot needs to be careful with his backside. He's tipping.
I'm not sure if a red Mogo on the blue platform scores points. I'll check for that.
All right, that's one place down. It's
another huge placement. Well, now it'll count. It won't count.
Red, the Mogo out of there.
Red doesn't count.
No.
The red one doesn't count.
Right, but they got to get that Mogo out of there, else none of that counts. They're unable to do so.
He's on that remote control. They're not cheap.
And someone drops their remote control in frustration.
Somebody.
Yeah, they dropped out of frustration, because they weren't able to get that blue Mogo out of the little crevice in time, and that means they didn't get any points there.
So awaiting the judges' results to see who ends up winning. And it looks to be.
Match number 29 on field 2, Kennedy Field.
We're going to the Kennedy Field for match number number 29. We're slowly but surely progressing.
Our resetters are finished, so we should be good for match 30 over there, or 31 I mean. All right, autonomous in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we are underway in match number 29.
Right, so the autonomous round's underway.
Coming into match number 30.
And no action in the autonomous period.
So was the red team able to get that slide there, Mogo, past that white line is the question. I'm not sure if they did.
No, I don't think they did.
Driver control in 3, 2, 1, go.
We are off in driver control. Looks like already I can see that there's not going to be a lot of placement. We're going to maybe possibly feel like somebody's going to get their entire robot up onto the top.
So seems like both parties involved here struggling to get any placement going, but the red team does have the huge advantage of having Mogos actually on their side, which will net them some points. Can the red team capitalize is the question with some placements. Blue team's able to steal one of them,
We're going to be facing
get it over to their side, and place it. Boom, that's blue.
There's 20 for the blue team with the Mogo on the balance.
All right, and so red team trying to make a placement here. Can they do so? Blue team grabs another one from the red team side. That's their own blue Mogo.
That's another one. That's 40. Looks like blue off to a huge start.
So red team trying to get their Mogo back, and the blue team placed a red Mogo. Is trying to place a red Mogo, but the blue team's able to tip it over, knocking over one of the Mogos. Red team's trying to get
30 seconds left.
Something going here. Red team's unable to carry and pick up.
2 towers on the balance. See if anybody's trying to park a robot.
Okay, so red team trying to have the advantage of
10 seconds left. 10 seconds left.
This is going to be a close one with two Mogos on the platform and other Mogos on their A lot of Mogos on red side. I'm not really sure.
But the blue got theirs on their platform, so that'll do it as we're throwing it over for another interview. All right, so we are back. Sorry for the technical difficulties there. Their driving period begins with the red team on the offensive here. You see, they've got 4 combined Mogos.
The Wolverines making a huge offensive push early on.
Yeah, look at him out the rings that he's got stacked onto one of his.
Oh, this is a good one for the Wolverines, making a huge push.
Right, yeah, for sure.
So where are they going to drop it? They're just going to put it on their side, or are they going to attempt to put it on the balance?
So it seems that they're trying to secure that it stays on their side, which is important, of course. They don't want to give that to the blue team, but it's interesting that they're going over to the blue team side.
They're just running away at this point.
Right. Wonder if placing it may be the better move, but perhaps they have a different idea.
No, I'm on there. No, I think they have a good plan here. They're at this point placing. Oh, I see what they're doing. Oh, I see what we're doing here.
They're gonna wait for them.
No, I know exactly what they're doing. They decided to. It's a smart plan, and now they're just staying, dropping the. They're gonna end up waiting and then drop the Mogo on the balance at the very last minute.
Oh, I don't know if they are allowed to do that. Maybe I don't know if they're allowed to stay there.
No, it has to.
Because that would be
a third one's gonna go on
with all
perfectly executed strategy by the Red Alliance. That is what an alliance is supposed to do.
Yep. Now it's a matter of defense. Some spinning going around.
Let's turn them into Beyblades again. Let's do it.
Look at this. Look at this. This defensive wall here.
No, but seriously, can we just see these robots turn into Beyblades again? That was a fun conversation. Great
game. What a game by the Red Alliance.
Great. Excuse me. What a game by Center Reach and Kennedy Prep.
So that's a great offensive showing. That's textbook how you want to play this. If you could choose a perfect round played, I think that's as close to perfect as it gets. Got a lot of rings on there, and at least out of all of the matches we've seen so far, that's probably one of the best offensive showings, if not the best offensive showing I've seen in the tournament. So this is match 32. We are storming through these matches at this point.
Oh, and mind you, these schools know absolutely nothing about each other, which makes this even more impressive. I'll say this much: if you were to drive from Center Reach High School to JFK Prep High School, which were the two teams that just competed on the Red Alliance, they would take you an hour and 41 minutes.
Now, for context, for me to get back to my hometown in Queens, it would take way less than an hour 41. As the match begins, the autonomous period.
It takes me 10 minutes to get home.
Well, I mean, I don't live in Queens anymore. But.
Lucky me. I feel bad for some. I feel bad for some of these schools who have to drive hours to get here.
Yeah, you used to go from Queens to Brooklyn, and that took about an hour. So, autonomous period comes to an end. Here comes the driving period. I believe that was a win for the blue team, so they did cross a Mogo onto their side, but not 100% sure. We'll have to confirm later.
A quick Mogo placement.
Yep.
for Farmingdale.
Quick and efficient.
And look at him, Mepham on the. Look at him, Mepham, who is making some plays here, trying to grab a Mogo, screaming at their driver.
Look at that great placement of the rings. They're utilizing that little conveyor belt thing they had. They're able to.
It's kind of like the rings, and it feels like the rings are also there, kind of like almost acting as sort of a minefield.
Right.
To try and get those robots, just kind of trip over them and impede their speed a little bit.
Not only just that, but it serves an incentive. You know, just because you did make a good placement does not mean you necessarily got the most points out of it. You want to make a good placement and have an efficient placement. You want to make sure that you're getting as many rings as possible when you make those placements.
I wonder if Red's going to try and go for an attack here. 20 to 134 right now.
Yeah,
Blue Alliance leads.
So we got 30 seconds left in the match. It looks like it's 154 to 20 now. It really does look like the blue team is going to pull off a blowout win. Another good offensive showing by this Blue Alliance. Gotta say, I'm impressed. Their ability to do so efficiently and effectively, and just you know, we're gonna go into the next match, and it's gonna be a win for the Blue Alliance.
Yeah, Blue Alliance is taking this one easily.
Yeah. So that'll end it, and that'll be it for match 31, I believe.
And at this point, for a couple more qualifying matches, we're gonna turn it over back to Andy, as Andy's gonna take over for me for a little bit. So Andy, you and Ryan can get the next, let's say 5 or so matches. How about that?
Nope.
So we are waiting for a queued match to be ready. This is match 32 out of 52 in the qualifying round.
32 already?
Yeah, we're already at round 32. It feels like it's these last few rounds.
It's going very quick.
Yeah, especially in comparison to the beginning. It's been about we've been about 3-4 hours of competing. And tempo's picked up a lot as of late.
So is it only 53 rounds?
It's 52 now. It was
52.
From 62 to 62.
So about 20 more rounds, basically.
Right, yeah.
Wow.
Way past that halfway point.
That's crazy.
Automation round's about to begin. So, automation round about to begin. 15-second round, no input from driver. We'll wait and see. And it's underway.
Oh, let's go. Do we know who the teams are?
Not fully aware. Remember, the schedules did change around a little bit. So
okay.
But the Red Alliance does have the Morgue. That should get Mogo, so that should give them points, and that should give them a win in this round.
All right, driver control in 3.
And a win it does. They get 6 points to start it off. Blue team down 6-0. Red team trying to get a placement going.
Oh, and they lost their Mogo. Oh, now it seems like they're getting it back.
Blue team able to grab a Mogo and a second Mogo. Red team, oh, they have their own red-colored Mogo collected by one of their robots. Blue team trying to go for a placement of 2 by forcing that blue one onto there, getting that yellow one as well. Interesting strategy here. Maybe getting the robot on as well. That could give them quite a bit amount of points.
I didn't notice this. There is apparently 2 red Mogos on the red balance.
Yeah, so that's, I believe, and I'm not sure if that third yellow one's on there. It is. Not sure if it has to be upright for it to count, but the blue teams, can it get the 2 Mogos and the robot, which is worth quite a bit of points, is the question.
It seems like the robot's trying to get up, but it's not.
Oh, the red team does have their robot on there.
Oh.
So the red team has a huge advantage. It's 126 to 81. Blue team trying to level themselves out a little bit. Do they get the points? It's still 126 to 81 according to the scoreboard. 30 seconds left in the match. Blue team trying to do whatever they can.
Am I seeing that correctly? Is the yellow Mogo on there, or is it?
It is on it, but it's not standing upright. Not sure how that's going to work. So it's 156 to 81. Red team has the lead.
Oh, and it looks like
the red team's going to pull off a win here.
Yes.
Major point advantage, 156 to 120. Oh wait, it's 156 to 151. Oh man, the blue team almost made a comeback there. Unfortunately, weren't able to, unless they did. Still unsure. There were a lot of points added to the blue team at the end there.
Yeah, with the
so we'll have to update you on that. But
yes,
it could have been that win in the autonomous round by the red team to give them 6 points. Maybe the difference between the red team winning.
There's two Meppin teams switch. Say it.
All right, so there'll be 2 Meppin teams competing in this next round. So we'll be switching it off for this match.
You'll get another rep later on. Right now, there's 2 Meppin teams. A on the red team, C on the blue team. And we look in the autonomous period. Basically, nothing happened as per usual in the autonomous period. We're going to reset up the Mogos, and maybe we have a little bit of robot that's not exactly in commission. Meppin is a little bit of technical difficulties with Meppin.
66640A.
So we're waiting on the start of driver control, and we are underway in driver control. Looks like Meppin, it's Meppin versus Meppin in this one. Meppin C comes out aggressive, trying to pick up a Mogo and put it on their balance. Meanwhile, St. Catherine's trying to play a little bit of a thief and try and steal some away. If you didn't already know, I'm joined by Sean McQuillan, you saw earlier in the day. Are you enjoying what you're seeing so far?
Yeah, man, it's nice to be back. You know, this is my first time I've ever done robotics, so it's all new from the whole sports atmosphere to now robotics. First time on the mic today. It feels good to be here at Kennedy too.
But it's straight up, but the robotics thing to you, but I was talking to you and you are a little bit confused by what's going on, right, Q? Right, Q?
I mean, yeah. You know, it's not every day you get to see like robotics competitions like this, so it's nice that the district was willing to set up a really special event like this and bring together a bunch of schools from all over the island.
And not only that, we got some city schools too, schools too. But we might as well use this time to explain to you the rules and explain to some of the viewers, because probably a lot of the people watching at home haven't been watching the entire time when Ryan and I explained the rules earlier.
That's fantastic. I need some explanation.
Basically, the best way you score points is taking either the yellow, red, or blue, I call them bases, or the base-looking things called Mogos or mobile goals, and try and move them onto your side. Or, as you see what Meppin's doing right now, moving it on to a platform. And that'll score, and that move by Meppin might have just won them the game.
Yeah, Matt, that looked like a pretty nice move at the end.
They tried to get up on the balance, but there was a Mogo lodged underneath, and unfortunately, it was Kennedy Prep who tried to go up, and unfortunately, they could not. So we now are waiting for our 35th qualifying match.
35 qualifying
Oh,
matches,
there are 52 of these.
I'm sorry, what?
52.
You said 52?
I said 52. 5-2.
You're crazy, right?
No.
How do you do it 52 times?
Wait. Yes, I am. Yes, I am crazy, but there is 52
I'm
matches.
actually in genuine shock by that. I'm not playing this.
Okay,
Wait, there's 52 qualifiers?
No, because they're only 2 minutes long.
It's still a lot of qualifiers.
No, because there's 35 different teams here. There's 35 different teams here. Each of them play 6 qualifying matches each to see who makes the playoffs.
Oh my!
Yeah, it's 52 plus 52 games plus playoffs.
And how are the playoffs? 52 more?
No. It's a knockout bracket. I think it's a 32. I think the top 32 teams make the knockout bracket, where make the playoffs where it's 16 teams, where teams of 16. The best team picks their alliance, if I'm not mistaken. But as we get closer to playoff season, we will have more on when that happens on the playoffs. Right now, we have Center Reach and the Rovarines going up against Farmingdale.
Oh, wow. You really were right about the whole city schools and everything like that. I thought it was just a Nassau County-based tournament.
Oh, no, not at all.
Oh, wow.
We had a team, Ryan and I called the game where, if I'm not mistaken, it was Kennedy Prep and Center Reach, and the two teams orchestrated a perfect attack where Center Reach and Kennedy Prep each picked up a Mogo, and they kind of circled around to either side of their balance and just plopped each Mogo on the balance at the same time, netting their team 40 points, and it took so long, and the other team couldn't do anything about it. The Blue Alliance couldn't do anything about it. Oh, and those are two schools who are an hour and 40 minutes apart, and they were able to orchestrate that much of a strategy. It was a Suffolk County school and a city school, and it was that perfectly orchestrated. They had to have talked about it prior.
And you know what, Mano? I actually think this is... Once I walked in the gym, I was very overwhelmed. I looked around. I was like, oh, my schools. I thought there was going to be 10. I did not think there would be this much.
No, there's actually only... I know there's 19 different schools here, but there are 35 teams in total. So if you look in front of you, the people at home can't see this, but we've mentioned on multiple occasions, like say when MEPM's up, I'll say MEPM A or MEPM C. There are multiple teams there that could comprise a team. Bellmore JFK has 6. So
yeah, the John F. Kennedy Cougars definitely in the past have had a great robotics program I've been aware of. And when I was actually looking towards going into broadcasting at MEPM, Robotics Club at Kennedy always kept coming up as one of their big advertisements because it usually, believe it or not, attracts a lot of people, and people really don't know that.
Yeah, and you look at JFKB team, they actually earlier essentially got almost sabotaged by one of the MEPM teams. That was one of the bigger stories we had.
Oh wow, drama in the robotics cup?
Drama, not really. It's not necessarily drama, and it was honestly kind of accidental. MEPM and Kennedy, it was MEPM C and Kennedy B together on a team, and MEPM's battery fell out. So MEPM was during driver control, so they were out for the entire game, and it was just Kennedy on their own, and they really couldn't do much about it. So it was a huge loss for Kennedy.
Hey, you know what? I'm just going to throw this point in because I think it should be said. I don't know if you mentioned it earlier in the broadcast. I love how we can have a full gym now. Some people with mask on, mask off. Obviously, it's optional. Me and you have our masks off for this event.
You didn't need to reveal that, though.
But, well, now they know.
I'm going to get yelled at when I go home because I'm going to get yelled at when I get home. I think my parents are watching this right now. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. I'll put my mask on if you text me.
Well, either way, I think it's great that we can all now come together with this event, not have to be 6 feet apart or anything as like that. And
but you are entirely right that it's great that we're really, at this point, really getting back to a full normal.
Yeah, it really is. This is like one of our first events since normalcy has started to make its comeback since our freshman year. And our freshman year, I can speak for me and you and the rest of the viewers that B&B was nothing like this.
Oh yeah.
And we have developed this program 2 years from now, and especially now that you're watching on your screen, you have graphics everywhere, Field 1, Field 3. It's amazing how far this program has overcome, and especially during horrible and tough times like COVID.
Yeah,
and I just think it's great that we've made it through all of it.
It's things like this and the supportive viewers like you that helped us win the Broadcast Excellence Award, right, Q? I know you were very proud of that in the announcements.
Absolutely, Matt. Absolutely.
So we are still waiting for the start of qualification match number 35. We could end up in a disqualification scenario where it's, nope, we are ready to start the autonomous period on Field 2. Also, I'm not really sure how much it's gotten picked up throughout the entirety of the broadcast, but the music selection here at Kennedy is incredible.
Yeah, once I walked in, I heard Piano Man. I'm very excited.
Yes. And now we are on to driver. We are now on to driver control.
And as you can see in the middle also is referee Mr. Cooper in this case from Mepham High School. And, you know, I actually got to speak to Mr. Cooper before this, and he was telling me how countless hours means success for Mepham High School, and he'll be proud of his team either way. And so far, from just hearing about what you've said, I believe Mepham's been pretty successful so far.
Yeah, Mepham had a little bit of a rough start, but they seem to be rebounding, taking 2 straight across their 2 teams. So, well, Farmingdale putting a Mogo onto the balance. I think it's Ally is going to try and get another one on. Or no, that's Farmingdale going for another one. We might have the same thing that Center Region Kennedy Prep is pulling off. No, scratch that. We might have an imbalanced platform here. Nope, they're just going to drop the Mogo and just let it there, because a Mogo on your side is still 10 points. So it's 10 versus 20.
That is definitely good to know.
And with all the and with all of the Mogos currently on the balance and on the Red Alliance side, it's not going to make much. 10 versus 20 probably won't be the end of the world. What Blue needs to do is take one of their robots, get a Mogo on top. Oh, you see a Blue robot is currently flipped.
Honestly,
that's what was happening this entire time. A Blue robot was flipped. It looked to belong to I think it's Malvern's robot, who is on its side, or I don't even know what you would call that. It's literally diagonal.
You know what, Matt? In watching this and not knowing a single thing about this robotics competition is honestly the best part about it. Because, like you just said, the robot flipped over, and apparently there's nicknames for it that I've just never heard of. Like, you can call it like a malfunction. I don't know what they really call it, but I just think it's really entertaining seeing when, like for example, like one of those things happens, because I just don't know what to call it.
It is very fun, and also I think something to note is that I actually think they had the idea. I think Malvern had the idea of going up on top of the balance themselves and scoring 40, and then there was some sort of imbalance, or I think the board got hit by their teammate and they flipped. Well,
Really?
I would assume that's the only scenario I could seem to play it off. Yeah, now we're on to qualifier number 36. This is
36 out of 52.
Yeah, you heard
16
me.
more to go.
We'll get there. We'll get there. We will survive.
More than halfway.
We will get there, Q. I understand. Hey, it gets very tense come playoff time. I've seen it gets.
I can't wait.
Oh, the playoffs is going to be incredible. We're going to have a lot of fun during playoffs, and I'm going to go learn. We're going to go try and learn more about the playoffs. And that time, may or may not make some live graphics. You may or may not make some live graphics on location. That'll be something fun to try.
And you know what, Matt? Now that I'm just looking around and looking at the different schools, and obviously you've been here for the whole day, what school stood out to you the most in this competition? Who's been winning the most? Who's had just the best built robots in general?
This is going to become maybe not a surprise to you, but Kennedy. I think both of the Kennedys, Bellmore JFK and then Kennedy Prep, I think are very easily candidates to take this whole thing. I also love Center Reach's chances of having a winner team, and then also don't count out the women in STEM. St. Catherine's Academy is an all-female team, and they are on a roll today.
Yeah, man, it looks like 20 seconds left in this competition for the 36th round, I believe you said, correct?
Yeah, so this is the 36th round. We will eventually have live standings as we go on in this tournament. But now we have two Center Reach Cougars over with Michaela Dobby. We're ready to send it over to her. Let's see what she's got.
Thank you. I'm here with Zach and Ryan from Center Reach High School. How are you guys doing today?
Good.
Yeah, pretty good.
So how would you guys say the competitions went this morning for you?
Half and half. It's going good, but it's also going like iffy on some other matches.
And what would you say is your job on the robotics team?
Both of our jobs is mainly to design and create some stuff on the robot.
So when you design the robot, how long would you say that takes?
For the final product, I think it took about 5 months. That was a really long time.
Oh, that's incredible. And what would you say your team's goals are for this season?
Just to do good and have fun.
Well, that's amazing. Now back to you guys in the booth.
3, 2, 1, go!
All right, so the autonomous round has begun. So far, the red team had picked up their first Mogo. So that'll be a autonomous round win for the red team potentially. And if they win, that's a 6-point advantage. 6 points, you said? Yeah, 6-point advantage for the red team, and that can be the difference in a close match. All right, so as we begin, so the objective here for both teams, get Mogo placements on the, as you see there, leveled on that board.
Yeah, Matt was pointing that to me about.
Red team able to get their first Mogo on the board there. Blue team still struggling to get a Mogo on their side. Any type of point advantage, now the red team had a massive point advantage here. They won the autonomous round, currently picking up Mogos left and right, getting them on the board. Blue team trying to disrupt their placements, but it's to no avail.
Yeah, Ryan, it looks like you just said it. The robot's having a hard time getting on the blue platform right now. There's one right on it, but it does look like they're having a little bit of trouble there. And the red platform is obviously now fully stacked. So we're going to have to see what blue can do with about 50 seconds remaining in this round.
Now, it's important to note, right now the scoreboard only says 6-0. But if the blue team's incapable of getting any points on the board, red team wins just because they won the autonomous round. That autonomous round is vital, because that 6-point advantage is, while you'll see some teams get to triple digits with 100 points, something like that. 6 points can go a long way. With under 30 seconds left, the red team, the blue team gets a whole robot and 2 Mogos on, which is huge for them. Red team trying to get back in this game, but in a situation where they won the autonomous round, if they can get their robot on, they can match the blue team. They'll win the round. They have 3 Mogos on, looking to try to get rings on, potentially something in order to get more points. Kind of in a stalemate here as the clock expires. We'll confirm the winners later. It seems as if the blue team. All right, so the red team is still not able to confirm the winner there. They're still going over a couple of scoring verification issues because unlike in other sports where the match concludes, you can verify the score because the match has concluded. In robotics, there is an extra verification process that goes on after the end of the match. So we'll have to wait and see for the results there.
So Ryan, obviously I just walked in the gym not like 5 minutes ago about. Explain the point system to me a little bit, because I have a feeling maybe some of the new viewers that are joining us have no idea how you really score a point.
All right, so for a simple breakdown, so the first round is the autonomous round, which is no driver input. It's coded. It's coded for the robot to make certain movements, and so those movements should allow them to maybe get a Mogo onto their side. If they can do so. If they get a Mogo on their side and they have more Mogos on their side than the other team, the Mogos are those yellow or blue or red little towers there. They will win the autonomous round. So as you see this example of the autonomous round right now, you see the blue, you see that's coded. No one's able to get them on either side, so no team will have won that autonomous round unless they count that red one being pushed in a little bit. But whoever wins that round gets 6 points. Then when it comes to the driver's round, you get points for either stacking Mogos on a leveled surface, so that has to be leveled, that cannot be tilted over. It can be and you'll get points, but you won't get as many. You can put rings based on either in the base or on the pole there. That'll get you more points depending on where you put them. Pole is worth more than the base. And then if you get the entire robot on there balanced on that board flat on like a 180, yep, that'll get you even more points. So you're basically trying to stack things on that and make it flat. That's your objective if you want to simplify it.
Well, Ryan, that was amazing explanation there. That explains to me a lot about how you really score, and I think that's going to help the viewers out a lot as they watch the rest of these qualifiers, as I believe we're in qualifier now 38, yep, and we have about 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining in this one.
Right, so you see right now the blue team, they get their first Mogo on. That's a good sign. Now, Mogos on your side give you points. So that white line, that the closest white line to their goal is considered the border of their area. If they get a Mogo in there, that's also points. You put rings in there, those are also points. So
Got it.
There's a lot of ways to score here, but the problem becomes, even if you score, that those points don't stay there. You have to maintain that for the entire round in order for this final score to stay that way. So we have about a little over 30 seconds left. Blue team trying to stack a blue Mogo with a lot of rings. That'll be worth a lot of points if they can stack it. Just having it on their side should give them points. They're got to be careful here because they could knock over their own and they suddenly lose the points they just gained. So unlike in a sport like basketball, football, baseball, where you score, that score stands, you can lose points here because that doesn't necessarily have to stand. That could get knocked over, et cetera, et cetera. So hoping that so the blue team's hoping that they can just maintain their point advantage by maintaining how they've scored. Match will end. Mogo stays on the board. So blue team most likely has to come with the victory unless there's some sort of disqualification. We don't know.
Yeah, Ryan, I think Sam Schneider has one of the fellow robotics competitors here in the Kennedy gym. Take it away, Sam.
I'm back with Joffrey from Melbourne High School. How's the competition been so far?
It's been great. We've definitely improved since the last time we've competed, and so every competition offers something to learn, and we're definitely learning a lot and competing a lot, and it's very fun.
I'm glad to hear that. And what improvements have you made to your robot so far?
One of the improvements that we've made is that we've added weight to the back of the robot, not only to provide it more lifting strength, but also to have something for which the mobile goal can rest on to make it easier to transport.
Wow, I hope that revision works out for you guys.
Yeah.
Well, good luck at the rest of the competition.
Thank you.
Now back to you guys.
All right, and we're back on mat 3, the MEPA mat. So for those unaware, the different names on the mats are not necessarily who's competing on the mat, but who donated the mat. So MEPM, Adelphi, Kennedy's mat 2, Adelphi is mat 1, and your very own MEPM High School, mat 3. So we'll be waiting for the autonomous round to start. 39th round. We're deep into this tournament. Well, a tournament that felt like it was never going to end at first. Tons of delays to start out. A good hour of just sitting around hoping something happens. Now we're...
Autonomous in 3, 2, 1, go.
So the autonomous round is going to begin. Let's see. Blue grabs 1 and 2. They grab 2 Mogos. No, really, it's a really short amount of code. It's only like 6 seconds of coding. Though the red team, they dropped.
I just saw that.
Yeah, that would have been huge for them. Blue team's going to take the autonomous.
Yeah, I just saw that in the corner of my eye there.
Driver control in 3.
All right, so that's a 6-point advantage for the blue team now. Now we're into driver control. And this is where things get a little more exciting, a lot more movement, a lot more things happening here.
Yeah, I've started to see that. Once they call driver control, it looks like also all the competitors get seriously invested. As you can see on the ring right now, everyone seems very focused on what they're trying to do.
Yeah, no, it's like when you're playing a video game and you lean in on the couch, you take a little bit of a close look at that television.
Best feeling.
Yeah, you're now suddenly in control of the robot. You got to make adjustments. You've got to adapt and work with someone you've probably never worked with before if you're working with someone from another team. I mean, I believe Mano mentioned this, but a school like Kennedy Prep is past the Bronx. While there are schools that are farther out east than the Bellmore-Merrick district. So these are schools that have probably never interacted before, now being forced to work together in alliances, really showing collaborative skills as the red team dominating so far by grabbing multiple Mogos.
Yeah, Ryan, and similar to what Matt was bringing up earlier, I really just enjoy how there's different competitors working with one another, you know, making new friends, making new faces, and also actually getting to see faces for once, because it's been a solid year or two now where people have been wearing masks, and now it's just nice to see everyone's face and friends can now just vocally talk to each other and not have to social distance as much.
Right, it's probably the most normal-looking sporting event of this, in terms of this volume that we've had in the Bellmore-Merrick district since the pandemic. It's since before the pandemic, as both there seems to be a stoppage in play. This is interesting. So typically, what ends up happening is there's a reset of the entire round. So we may see an autonomous round reset. This isn't the first one. It's happened a couple times before. But this is interesting. I wonder what the holdup is about. I wonder what the decision will be on the 39th. Now, they're only doing it one mat at a time. So
that's what I was wondering.
there's going to probably be a delay. There's probably going to be a delay of sorts for all the other matches. As you see, they reset the clock to 15, though it does say qualification 40. I wonder if they're just going to... I wonder what's going on here.
Looks like they might just be cleaning up and just resetting the rings.
Yeah, this probably is going to be a reset. They're probably just going to redo match 39.
All right, we're moving on to match number 40.
Ooh. Oh, never mind. We're going right to 40.
So I wonder what happened with match 39. The clock was still running. There was about 20 seconds left. Maybe there was a disqualification of sorts. We're a little unsure. The refs aren't mic'd or anything, so we can't really pick up exactly what they're saying. But it seems that that's an abnormal finish to that round. We're heading back to mat 1, I believe.
Yeah, we're just gonna move on to match 40. It looks like. And,
yeah.
Looks
they're
like
going to do
there's
40,
reset.
then 39. From what I heard, they're going to do 40, and then they're going to go back to 39. Yeah, so that explains, because there's no, that would have been really interesting for them to end the match during the match and not replay it. That typically doesn't occur.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you, though. I thought there could have been a disqualification of some sorts, but I do like that they're going to go back to qualifying round 39. I do think it's a fair judge statement in this case.
Yeah, I wonder what the disturbance was there, as the red team looks to have taken this autonomous round. Good start for them.
The red one you're on?
Yeah. It's nice how the qualifying rounds also are only 2 minutes and they're just quick like that, because I do think if they were...
3, 2, 1, go.
All right, so the drivers round begins. So far, red team looking to stack something. Not sure they're going to be able to. All right, so the red team trying to stack some Mogos, trying to get some sort of some points on the board outside of the 6 they gained in that autonomous winning round. Blue team currently struggling to get any placements, so they do have some on their side. Same with the red team. They're not getting any placements either. So I really wonder if we're going to see any points from either side here. Neither team's doing too well in the placement aspect of it.
Absolutely, and also looks like on the Mepham 3 mat as well. Looks like they're having some trouble with something going on there.
Yeah, so they're going to try to reset that 39th round. It seems that there's some issues sometimes with plugging in. We saw a team actually get one of the players in the matchup got actually locked out.
It's running on, if it says RES next to it,
so we'll see from here what ends up occurring.
Yeah, it looks like with 20 seconds of this one, it looks like that red platform looks very filled right now, and unless blue can get this last Mogo on the platform, and it looks like they're gonna.
Yeah, they're going to get one at least. Perhaps, could they get two? They are going to have two, but see, here's where that autonomous winning round is the difference here. No matter, as the round ends and the red team seems...
Yeah, definitely there, Ryan. And I think we're going to toss over to B&B's Michaela Dalby with a Kennedy Gale.
Thanks, guys. And I'm here with Patrick from Kennedy Catholic. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well.
And how is your team doing in the competition today?
Our team's been doing really well. We've only lost one match, and we were in first for a really long time, so we're probably getting top 5.
That's amazing. That's such a great accomplishment. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And so what would you say your role on the robotics team is?
My role on the team is team strategist.
Could you explain that a little bit?
Right. So as strategist, I come up with routes for skills and plans to do during matches.
That's so cool. What's your team's goals for this season?
So for goals, we've already made to states, so our goal from there is to try and make it to Worlds.
Well, that's amazing. Thank you, and back to you guys in the booth.
All right, Thomas round begins.
And we are back at match number 39. So this will be, we're going back. They need to replay match 39. But while that one goes on and the autonomous round comes to a close, let's fill you in on how the playoff works. So there's 35 teams here at the VRC tipping point tournament. Only 32 make the playoffs. I know I say only as if that's a small amount, and I know it's not, but like that. But like, you get my point. The top 32 of 35 make playoffs.
Wow, it's gotta be rough to be one of the 3 teams that don't make it.
That would be embarrassing.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's gotta be a tough tournament. I mean, you can have one bad match and you're suddenly.
Since only 6 matches are being played, tiebreakers are going to come down. Tiebreakers are going to play a huge factor. Essentially, your first tiebreaker is points scored average points scored in the autonomous round, or points scored in the autonomous round. And then your second point is what's known as strength points. So it is points scored in defeat, which is strength points is points given up in points scored in defeat, which is strength points. That's your second tiebreaker. I'm sorry, that is not strength. Strength points is points allowed on average in defeat.
Now, my question is, for these is it just a one and done for the playoffs?
Yes, it's a one and done. The playoffs, you know how these teams work in alliances. So teams are going to get a seed. Teams are going to get a seed from 1 to 32 upon the start of the playoffs. I'll tell you, tentatively, the top team right now is Kennedy Prep's B team. Right now, they are the tentative #1 seed with a 4-0 record, an average of always winning the autonomous bonus in full, and a strength point of 83, meaning they're blowing everybody out.
Which is a good sign for them to play.
Oh, it's absolutely a good sign. So Kennedy Prep gets first pick at who they would like to be their ally.
That makes sense.
I'll tell you the top 5 tentatively is Kennedy Prep B, the Rovarines, Kennedy Prep C, Center Reach A, Kennedy Prep A. So that is 3 Kennedy Prep teams, all 3 in the top 5. And then number 6 is the RoboCavs D. Number 7 is Rye County Wildcats B. Number 8 is Southside Cyclones A. Number 9 is actually Calhoun A. They're only one Calhoun team. And then number 10 is Arsenal, not Jericho. We've made that distinction multiple times. Arsenal is not Jericho, but they are the 10th seed with a record of 3-1. So the Kennedy Gales. So Kennedy Prep B team gets first pick at who their ally is, but let's say they take Prep C, Kennedy Prep C. They can say no. Obviously, that'd be really stupid to say no to the 1 seed taking you as an ally. But you can, and you can. But that also wouldn't look well if you're going to say no. We don't want the '1 team to be our ally, and then nobody's going to pick you.
Yeah. So essentially, it's 32 teams, but it's more like 16 teams.
Yes.
With 8 matches going on, and if you lose, both teams get eliminated.
Yeah. If you lose, both teams are out.
Wow.
So I'll let you in on the 3 teams that are currently out of the playoffs. Bellmore JFK D, Malvern B, St. Catherine B. Those are the teams that are out, and if for Bellmore-Merrick, because this is obviously Bellmore-Merrick Broadcasting plus all the plus the other two. Calhoun is the top Bellmore-Merrick team. They're 9th, followed closely by Kennedy B in 18th. Mepham C is 21, or is in 21st place, and then Kennedy E, H, and G are in 27th, 8th, and 9th respectively. Mepham C is 32nd. Kennedy D is 33rd. So that's how the playoffs stack up.
As the autonomous round begins, the Blue Lions able to get Mogos on their side. That should give them a win there.
And that'll be the end of the autonomous round. The bonus goes to the Blue Alliance.
All right. So the driving part of this round begins, and I guess it puts emphasis on your ability, even if you do lose, to not get blown out for these playoffs. You want to make sure that your seeding's as high as you can so that you can get some good partners and strengthen yourself in the tournament. Ultimately, I mean, you gotta really think about some of these later matches. When do they start becoming really important playoff implicating matches? That'll be interesting, especially we're in these final 11 or so matches or 12 or so matches in the tournament. Now we're talking about heavy playoff implication, heavy seeding implications.
Yeah, especially if you see a Kennedy Prep team in a match, which this one does have Kennedy Prep on the Red Alliance, which is major because they didn't win the autonomous phase, or one Kennedy Prep team lost the autonomous phase. There is a Kennedy Prep on both sides of this match. So 30 seconds. There's a Kennedy Prep team on both sides of this 39th qualifying match.
Mogo on their side, by the way. Blue team has 46. I can't tell who the red team has.
Prep C lost the autonomous bonus, which doesn't really bode well for their playoff seeding. Prep A won it, which could actually end up having them jump Prep C. So it looks like we have.
Ref is signaling towards the blue team. Not sure if that's indication of victory.
Yeah, I don't think it is.
Making a gesture towards the red team. Not sure if that's an indication.
He's gesturing to the scorekeepers.
Right. Tried to mark. Yeah, you're right. I guess that's the. So we got matches 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51.
We know how to count. We do know how to count.
Yeah, not gonna lie. I thought I was gonna have to count a lot less than that.
Yeah, we know. We know you told us your math wasn't exactly the strongest, but we know how to count. I can't say this. According to your own interpretation of yourself, I can't speak for you.
But I would like to clarify to the University of to SUNY Binghamton that I can in fact count, and I'd be a great finance student. Shout out SUNY Binghamton. Please give me some more money.
Did you even apply yet?
Yes, of course I did.
Wait, are you a junior or a senior?
Senior.
Oh, you're a senior. Oh.
Yeah. Some wise words from a senior right now.
Try and get financial aid.
Yes. And if it requires shamelessly plugging in a stream, you do it. Let's get ready for the autonomous phase.
It works. So this is the autonomous phase of qualifying match 41. We have another Kennedy Prep team in this match, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
I am mistaken. There is not a Kennedy Prep team in this match.
Gotta love when nothing is moved in the autonomous round. That's a good sign of things to come.
That's a good sign of a rather boring match.
Right, but driving round can always be better, and this is why I love the driving round. Driving rounds are fun.
Let's actually get some big points on the board. Show me that autonomous phase was a fluke.
It's so since it was a tie, it's 3 points awarded to each. So basically, like, it's still a 0-0 game. Though it does help you in the sense that if you get blown out, you won't get blown out by as much.
But it's only 6 points. 6 points could make it. The autonomous phase, 6 points isn't exactly a major indication of win or loss, but the autonomous points is a major tiebreaker.
Right, and you know, ultimately you just want points. Like, you want to win and you want to score as many points as humanly possible. As the blue team trying to get a leveled surface, can they do it?
We'll see. Looks like they're waiting for the balance to balance itself out. No pun intended, obviously.
Yep, so so far blue team hasn't done anything offensively. The red team hasn't done anything offensively either. Not a lot of offense on either side. Maybe that autonomous tie wasn't a fluke. That's kind of that would be kind of disappointing. Hoping that we can see some offense here. We're in a little bit of a tug of war. Blue team has 83. Red team has, according to the scoreboard at least.
Let's see which robot is stronger. Which robot wants it more?
Okay, red team's down to the blue team since the red team only has 64.
And they're going to need to bring that Mogo over in order for them to have any chance of winning this game.
Right. It's really about drive, power.
Don't finish the line.
You know where I was going.
Don't finish the line. I know where you were going. Sean Petritis might have appreciated that joke, although he graduated and I don't.
As that match ends, not sure what the final score is, but really does seem like you know, that was just a really low scoring affair.
That was very low scoring.
But the red team did get a lot of those mogos on their side, so I'm wondering if that's gonna shift the score to their advantage.
We'll see.
Yeah. You know, they stayed hungry and they devoured.
No. Why would you say no? Don't finish the line. I just said no.
But that's match 41. We're on to match 42. We're getting closer to what should be a very fun postseason. Or playoffs. Guess postseason is the same.
We'll just call it the championship bracket, or
playoff bracket.
Any match that, for the viewers at home, any match that has Center Reach, Kennedy, or Kennedy Prep in it, it has major playoff implications. For the viewers at home who who haven't really been keeping track of standings, even though we just went over them. We're looking for Kennedy Prep. We're looking for Center Reach. This one also has. This is qualification 42. This is MEPM A. This is MEPM A fighting for their playoff lives here. A loss here for MEPM A, and it's all over.
So, the Red Alliance.
No, excuse me. That's MEPM C, but they could.
Whoa! What?
MEPM C or MEPM A right now is facing a win and in scenario.
All right.
Essentially, they're winning in.
MEPM C for context. Which alliance are they on for this round?
MEPM C is on the blue alliance. Excuse me. This is MEPM A. They're on the blue alliance.
Well, this is not boding well because Red Alliance seems to have won the autonomous round.
That could be major for playoff implications, but not honestly for. But not for, again, they need a win.
Right.
They don't need. Autonomous points isn't necessarily major until it comes down to a tiebreaker.
But the red
they
team
need a win.
The red team looks ready to start stacking. They've got two Mogos on their side with their own Mogo on the back of one of their robots. The blue team looking to try to stack here. And another blue robot trying to dislodge it from that red robot, and he does. Can he pull it away? Can he get it? Can he start to gain possession?
You heard over the loudspeaker. You're in 16 minutes. The time will officially be playoff o'clock. You heard me right. Playoff o'clock.
So, red team, the blue alliance, they're trying to get points on the board. They currently have 60. Trying to look at what the red team has. Unfortunately, our view of that scoreboard is a little bit blocked, a little obstructed.
But it does look honestly could be close. It might come down to rings in this one unless somebody can get a Mogo on the platform.
So
But otherwise,
they're stuck there. Look, there's a Mogo stuck between that red and blue bot, preventing the red bot from getting anything going, and the blue bot from trying to get to the other side. So right now, a stalemate.
Play nice, play nice.
Here they're saying play nice.
Able to move. Neither robot's able to move.
Here they're saying play nice. Nobody's playing nice. Nobody's playing nice. We got a robot on the ground. We got another robot on the ground. We got a bunch of Mogos tipped over, and this is going to be really close. But now we're ready to send it over to Sam Schneider. Let's see what you got.
So far, we've been doing pretty good. Our main strategy for us is to move the stations into our side and also to pick up rings at it because we have a conveyor belt. Although, for the most part, for us, what's working most is moving the stations to our side.
Oh, that's great. And how many revisions have you made? What have you changed about your robot?
Well, for us, it hasn't been any main revisions, just a couple tiny things that we needed to tweak. Like, for example, we had to add more stability to the lift, and we also had to change the coding for the wheel because it wasn't working properly with what we were doing.
Well, I hope all your revisions work out.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, now back to you guys.
Thank you, Sam. We got a little bit more of regular season, or now you got me saying sports terms. It's one tournament.
Right.
This is the qualification round. The qualification round. We got about, let's say, 10 more. I don't know, 10 more matches. 10 more matches exactly in the qualifying round before we get into the playoffs.
Right, and on top of this, autonomous round, we know it has huge implications for any tight playoff races, but still nothing going on here.
Discussion on the last match.
We are almost ready to get going in the autonomous round of qualifier 43. We have a little bit of an argument on whatever is going on in qualifier 42, though.
Right, seems like there was a discussion from the blue team about what happened, or from the red team. There's some confusion there, but they're ready to start the next match. Just waiting for the refs to get over there.
So we're now waiting.
Yeah, it's just a wait. Sometimes just a waiting game. You really only have one set of refs. Only can go one mat at a time. You can't have multiple matches going on because you only have one set of refs.
You only need one set of refs for when one match is going on at a time.
Right, so can't have another match going on. You gotta wait for when the refs are ready to go. And so until they are ready to go, we will not see any the play resuming yet. Not until the refs are ready to go.
And they have to be really careful with how they score. So they're going over it again, and it makes sense. You want to make sure your scoring's right. These have playoff implications. It means a lot to the students. It means a lot to their schools. So it's understandable that they're being so meticulous with the scoring.
That's exactly right. So, trying to see. It looks like Mepham thinks they won. It looks like
both teams think they.
Yeah, I think Blue Alliance is convinced they've won. We'll see. We'll see if that holds to be true.
It might be a discussion about who pinned who.
We might another possible disqualification, maybe.
Right. This is a really interesting situation here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is grounds for disqualification. But this could be but it was reckless. The whole collision could be reckless. Sparks were flying, and now we're just waiting to see who is at fault and who there any, like, are there any repercussions?
It looks score 67-60 for the Red Alliance.
Red ends up winning, and that is huge in playoff implications. Kennedy Prep escapes with a major victory. Farmingdale, and that looks like a Mepham. It looks like we might have both of Mepham's teams now facing elimination. We might have out of 3 teams that missed the playoffs. That could have just made 2 of them Mepham.
Autonomous round begins. Blue gets a Mogo on their side. And so as the round comes to a close, it seems like the blue team has won the autonomous round. It is 6-0 blue. We're in the 43rd qualifying round match.
Driver control.
And let's get to some driver control.
Well, a minute 45 on the clock starts it off. And so far, blue team has 2 Mogos looking to try to start placing.
And they're gonna try and move around. They're gonna try and do the Kennedy Prep center age little strategy that we saw earlier.
Right. And so it starts off with getting possession of as many Mogos as possible, and then start stacking. And once you start stacking, you put the other team on their back foot, you play some good defense, and you've got yourself a win.
I think they're essentially hoarding Mogos right now. The Blue Alliance is.
And successfully doing so. Right now it is a 40 points for the red team, 113 for blue, 117 now for blue. As they're collecting some rings, it seems. They're trying to get them over there. It's a good showing so far from the Blue Alliance, showing a strong offensive showing. They're stacking rings onto that blue Mogo, and that's giving them 120 points. They're looking to start stacking. Red team trying to stack a robot and a Mogo.
It's their last-ditch effort at this point.
Blue team is doing the same. Oh.
They got it. Yes. No. Maybe. No.
Yes.
It's imbalanced. They got it. They got it.
All right. With 15 seconds left to go, they've placed another.
That'll put this one in the books. Look at it's Arsenal, and it looks to be Kennedy. They put their controllers down. That was possible showboating. You put your 4 seconds left, and they just dropped the controllers.
Well, that's called confidence, and their confidence certainly is warranted. They just blew out another team.
Give a hand to our referees. Doing a great job today. Going back and forth. Hey, they were paying attention up there. All right. There you go.
Love the PA guy announced trying to see if the crowd was essentially in essence asleep. That was kind of funny. More funny than I've been all day today.
I wouldn't say that.
Thank you. I needed that.
Blue team able to get a Mogo on their side. Red team incapable of doing such a thing. And it'll be a win for the blue team in the autonomous round.
All right. Driver control, 3, 2, 1.
Let's get into the driver control round now.
We're getting ready for match number 45 on field 3.
Match number 45 coming up, but at this point in time, we're on 44, obviously.
Yeah, a lot of moving around at these Mogos.
And we haven't seen, honestly, I don't think anybody today has gotten a ring on the high branch of the Mogo. That's 10 points. That's the equivalent of having the whole thing on your side. Right. I don't know why people haven't gone for it.
Well, it's probably a difficult maneuver to get that way up, and it may not be. They may not find it statistically speaking worth the effort in which they could put it towards something else. So that's something.
Well, think about it. You could have a Mogo like in the corner, like what Blue is trying to do, trying to get that large Mogo in the corner, and then at that point, once you have that Mogo in the corner, just start stacking rings on it.
Right, but I guess the question here is really, so it's really time versus how much is it is it worth putting in all that time towards, or can you get more points doing something else?
That's true.
And maybe different offenses feel like they're more optimized to do different things with their time than that. And that's completely fair. So we'll wait and see on that front. As with 20 seconds to go, red team gets a Mogo and their robot balanced. Oh, but they lose it, and they're trying to regain it.
They got it. They got it. Red Alliance, big play from Malvern.
They have 100 on the board. Versus
Malvern and Center Reach. Malvern and Center Reach going up again.
66.
It was Malvern and Center Reach versus Garden City and the other Malvern team.
What a showing. That's a good showing.
And it was Malvern's B team. I'll see if that was the Malvern if it was the Malvern involved in playoffs. Malvern's B team might have just made it such that Malvern's B team just picked up their first win of the day, which could have just put themselves into playoffs and Mepham out.
Autonomous in 3, 2, 1, go.
So the autonomous round begins.
Okay, I should have my teams for 46. Heading over to them.
So far, no movement.
We would do a flipped robot almost.
Right.
Almost.
Weird round.
Center Reach was almost. Center Reach kind of stressed out.
Driver control in 3, 2, 1, go.
This is two Center Reach teams. I'll say that again. Center Reach B and Center Reach A. A loss by the Red Alliance could shake up the playoff race majorly. Center Reach A, mind you, is 4th seeded. Center Reach B is... We're checking. Center Reach B is...
So we have some, in the meantime, blue team.
In the meantime, while I check.
Yeah, blue team trying to get 2 Mogos on and a robot on, which would be a huge offensive swing in their direction, as they're almost going to get it. Can they?
Center Reach B is 15th. So 2 teams in the top 15 and 1 of the teams in the top 5. A loss for Center Reach could be have major playoff implications.
Right, and right now, Blue Alliance has 2 Mogos and one of their robots on the platform, which is a.
The playoff drama. Am I right? Oh, the playoff drama. It feels like it's NFL season where you're calculating every possible chance. Like, oh, my team gets in if this, and this happens, and then the last thing does, and then everything happens except the last game going your way.
Right, the exciting, formerly week 17, now week 18.
18,
yep.
Yes.
It's as exciting of a sporting day as it gets. This tournament actually, when we go into playoff mode, very similar to a March Madness type tournament.
Honestly, I like that analogy. I like it a lot. Speaking of March Madness, just be prepared for what I talk about in the morning announcements the next time you see me. The next time you see me on the announcements.
And time is up. On to 46.
Robot skills is closing shortly. Robot skills, don't bother going over. It's closed.
They have just closed up the Robot Skills Challenge, which is another tournament in and of itself, which is Robot Skills. It's essentially what you've been accustomed to and been seeing. It's basically what you're accustomed to seeing. However, the difference is skills is essentially one-on-one tipping point.
Right. Yeah, basically. It's actually a great way to put it. There's not much I can add in there. As we're going to get ready to get the autonomous round.
In 3, 2, 1, and let's go. We got more robotics action as we near ever so closer to the playoffs, and it gets where it's getting more and more exciting by the minute. These games are getting such more high quality as we progress through the day at Kennedy High School. It's been a great event, all things considered. So we are now just about to start the driver control period. So driver control period, if you aren't already aware, I'm not sure how you couldn't be, but let's just quick rules refresh, you know. But while we have a little bit of referee, the refs trying to figure something out, so let's just see what Michaela Dobby has in store in the middle of this.
I'm here with Kobe from Kennedy. So how are you doing today?
I'm doing good.
How has your team been doing during this tournament?
My team's been a little iffy. Right now we're about 1-5, but you know, we always have room for improvement.
Okay, well, I'm sure you'll get better as the day goes on. So what would you say that your job is on the robotics team?
So when we were building, my job was to do a lot of the coding, and now during the competition, I've been the main driver.
That's so cool. And how long would you say, when you were coding the robot, that it took?
So we've been going to Robotics Club every day for the whole year so far. Most of the coding and building we've done in the last 2 months.
That's incredible. And what would you say that your team's goals is?
So we want to win, obviously, but also one of our goals is to have fun and to do team building exercises.
Well, that's amazing. So thank you, and back to you guys at the booth.
So, thanks, Michaela. We'll be seeing you a lot more throughout the day, but the day is nearing a close, at least on the qualifiers.
Yeah, so we're in the middle of actually a driver's round right now. It's 6-0 Red Alliance.
But of course, scores are obviously subject to change.
Of course. Yeah, 6 points is ultimately not a ton. It's not insurmountable. By no means insurmountable. We've seen some high-flying offenses early. Neither team doing much crazy offensively.
I still don't think we're going to see anything that'll top what Center Reach was able to pull off with Kennedy Prep. And that's what good teams do.
Right.
As we would later learn that those are two of the best teams here.
Yeah, and honestly, man, first off, blue team takes the lead 60-6.
Secondly,
that was quick. You can just tell who's in a got a rhythm going, got a good groove. Offensively, everything's just clicking for them. They're making the right decisions. The clock stopped?
Yeah, they stopped the clock.
Oh, this is bad.
I think we have possibly a broken. We're gonna rerun the match.
So we're gonna go to 47 and rerun 46, similar to the 30. Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
It truly is. It truly is.
We're gonna go to field. Now we're gonna go to field number 2. If I'm not mistaken, we're gonna go to field 2. We're farming, where looks like we're off in the autonomous round. We're still we are still waiting.
Right. I mean, this tournament's had its weird, funky, how do I put it? Delays, I guess. Still living up to that rain delay kind of status.
It's not. It's not. After the delay ended, and once we got back from break, especially, we have been moving through these different matches.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, it's got to be rough to restart a match, especially the blue team. You had a comfortable lead there, then something goes completely wrong, and now you got to restart. Changes everything, Different autonomous round, different everything.
So. No.
All right, so we will be subbing out Mano, and in comes.
I'll be getting some playoff updates, as now we're going to turn it over to Sean McQuilla. It's going to be one match, and then Ryan's off. I'll be back on.
Got it.
All right.
Well, it's nice to be back, Ryan.
Yeah, so if you remember the same situation as before when we had 39 replayed and 40 played first, 47 will be played, and then we'll go back to 46. Another delay, technical difficulty, I guess.
Got it.
So
yeah, I got a chance, to just walk around the gym, and I'm honestly just amazed by all the creations going on at the table still, and when Still's fixing things or just minor changes before matches. I just think it's insane how they can just see the little differences and how it can really have a huge factor in the competitions.
Right, especially mid-competition, you don't really have a lot of time to test out set adjustments. You're kind of just tinkering around and hoping that your tinkering works. As the drivers round begins, it was an autonomous tie, meaning both teams are awarded 3 points. We've seen some really high-powered offense. We've seen some offense that can drop, close to, if not above, 200 points in a round with ease. But we've also seen some offensive that struggle to get past 60, 70, 80. There's a lot of ways to win, as we've seen in the tournament. This is more of a low-scoring affair so far, as we're about 30 seconds into this round.
Yeah, it looks like Blue struggling a little bit, trying to get rings on this side.
So, yeah, as you see a little bit of a misplacement there, it causes the balance to be shifted, and they don't get points for that. But yeah, not really the most efficient of offenses we've seen so far, but all it takes really is one good placement, and you've suddenly got yourself a win. Still remains deadlocked at 3.
Yeah, Ryan, and just looks like right now Blue is really struggling here. They can't really get it on their platform at the moment. And it looks like they're just trying to push it on, and now the balance is just going to go back to normal.
Right, and so they'll place 1. That'll get them points if it stays, and
they went for a second, and
2 good placements.
Yep, they got it.
Now they've got something going. Red team's got nothing going for them right now.
They're going to look for a 3rd.
The red team's trying to get a single placement. Can they get 1? Ooh. Yes, they can.
3.
Yeah, not only that, they've got 1 on there that has a ton of rings. That's probably going to do it for the red team or the blue team who will come away with a victory here, assuming that they have those counted towards them, which I assume they do.
Yeah, great job by the blue team towards the end. They had under 45 seconds, and they still got all those mogos on there. So pretty impressive stuff from the blue side there.
Yep, back to 46 we go. So after 46, we'll have 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, and then playoffs. So a lot of playoff implications here. Seeding is really important and crucial in this tournament. It's very similar to a March Madness-esque tournament where it's a one-and-done, March Madness style. You just got to go on a run. And realistically, you just got to get on playoffs and go on a run.
Yeah, absolutely agree with you there. Yeah, once a team or school or anything really just picks up momentum, it's going to be huge for them in the final rounds of this playoff. And right now, obviously, we're in qualification 46, it looks like. Here, Ren. So, yeah, and it looks like we're going to start 46.
Yeah. And I think one thing that's really interesting is just the level of volatility you see in these one-and-done type tournaments. You can really see like a really, really, really good team that's been red hot all tournament, flame out in round 1, and suddenly all hell breaks loose, and there's a huge power vacuum, and anyone can win at that point. So that's the beauty. That's not only the beauty of competition, that's the beauty of the one-and-done tournament style. You play the games for a reason. You don't just champion whoever is the best team on paper.
Yeah, I was going to add, anything can really happen in these competitions. It's just like any other sport, really. Like you brought the March Madness example. Just anything can happen. Upsets, and you just got to expect the unexpected.
Yeah, and even more so in this than in March Madness. Where March Madness, it's an entire game. It's it's a relatively decent-sized game. You're not going to see a team get off to a hot start, be up by 5 or 6 after a couple minutes of play, but that doesn't necessarily mean the game's over. And here, it's 1 minute and 45 seconds of driving and 15 seconds of autonomous. That's 2 minutes of play. Anything can happen in 2 minutes.
It's only 2 minutes.
Right. Creates a lot of chaos, and that's the type of chaos that makes this type of tournament really interesting. And that's why I'm excited for these playoffs, because, I would consider myself someone who loves to watch when sports become problematic in the playoff field.
And the great thing about playoffs, especially in these situations, you're dealing with the best of the best when it comes to all these robots. You're not going to deal with these first-round exits or robots that struggled earlier in this competition. You're dealing with the best of the best. So that's why it's always really exciting once come playoff time for really this or any event or sport. That's why I just think a robotics competition like this is really exciting.
Right, exactly. And we hope that match 46 is about to be underway. They had some technical difficulties. That's why I had to reset, just to restate. But hopefully it's starting now. It'll start off with a 15-second autonomous. So 15-second autonomous, then we'll get things kicking. Though it seems as if still not ready to go yet. We've had some weird delays like this, so those are always fun. I say that sarcastically. You want to get to? I just want to get to these playoffs. I mean, good Lord.
Yeah,
get some one and done action, some quick.
6 rounds left until we get to the playoffs. We are in qualification 46 still, and it just looks like they're gonna reset. And it looks like Mr. Cooper getting ready to call the 15-second mark.
Yeah, and I think another interesting aspect of just everything that's been going on today. One thing that's really interesting about this entire qualifying rounds is, it's probably been hard. As hard as it's been to go through these delays and not have much to talk about, it feels like you gotta feel for these competitors. They're here to compete. They're here to try to get through. They're probably amped up on adrenaline, and these sudden pauses really must throw these guys off.
Yeah, Ryan, absolutely. And my bad, just stuttered my words there. And yeah, it looks like Mr. Cooper is still trying to get ready on a Delphi 1, that mat. Looks like they were having trouble with one of the robots and just setting that up quick. And it looks like just Mr. Cooper is ready for just trying to get the go mark so he can get the 15-second autonomous underway.
Yeah, absolutely. That autonomous round probably is playing a bigger factor now when it comes to getting playoff, getting a better seeding, and so I think there's more emphasis on just getting it right now. I think that. Ultimately, I think that early on, you could be a little more loose, kind of figuring it out, dipping your toes in the water, get your feet wet a little bit. Now you gotta be ready. You gotta have everything going well, and the autonomous round's gonna be going off.
Yep, you can hear that starting bell. Nice sound effect they added in.
So some false starts, I guess. In football, that'd be a 10-yard penalty. So
I don't think there's 10-yard penalties in this.
That'd be interesting, though. Penalties for full. It wasn't even a false start on the robot. It was a false start on whoever was operating the clock.
Would be cool if the ring was maybe a little bigger and they could just back it up a little bit.
Yeah.
I think that would be pretty cool.
And you got the ref get the mic guy. He's like,
false
start, offense. And they actually have numbers here, so you could probably read off. So the autonomous round begins. You could read something off like 5-yard penalty, false start, offense, number 1353Z. 10-yard penalty, replay, first down.
Way too many numbers and letters and all.
Yeah, a lot of letters in there.
And it looks like as qualification 46 of the autonomous round is gonna come to an end. Yep, driving control.
Yep, it's a win for the red team. They put up 6 on the board. That's huge for playoff seeding. You want to win autonomous rounds. You want to get points on the board.
Yeah, so Ryan, just looking forward towards the playoffs we've been talking about briefly for this conversation. What are you expecting out of the playoffs? Like, what is the main thing you're really looking forward to seeing from these robots and these teams?
Well, I want to see how people choose to align themselves. Now, they get to choose who they have alliances with. Mano explained this really well, but to sum it up, higher seeds get to choose who their partners are. So you could partner yourself up with some really good, with a really good partner, and you guys could go all the way and try to win that tournament. And get someone you feel like you've worked well with, or someone you feel like you could work well with. It's a choice now. You don't have to just pair with whoever the scheduling pairs you with. And so it's going to be exciting to see how who pairs with who, what team becomes popular to pair with, and how these pairings work. Are you going to see some schools, let's say, if multiple Kennedy teams made it, will multiple Bellmore, JFK teams start partnering up together, or will they go look outside the school? As the red team has added 2 points to their total, so it's 8-0. But it's just going to be, I'm just interested to see how they partner up.
Yeah, and you know what? I have now been here for a good substantial amount of time now. I've been here for an hour, just looking around and stuff. And I've been curious because you and Matt have been here all day. What's been your favorite moment of today so far?
So I would say just whenever anyone gets their robot on the ramp, that's always funny to me. you know, you'll turn away for like 2-3 seconds, and suddenly you got a robot on a ramp, fully laid out, and it just baffles me how they're able to do such a thing. So that match will come to an end, and we will toss it over to Michaela, or Sam.
I'm back with Neil and Jeffrey from Rye Country Day School. I just love your poster. So, how's the competition been for you guys so far?
It's been really good. We have a 4-win, 1-loss record right now, so we're pretty happy with how it's been going.
Oh, that's quite impressive. And what sort of revisions have you had to make to your robot?
We've both mostly been fine-tuning things since everything's working right now. We have plans, but we didn't actually bring the stuff for it, so.
Well, good luck, guys. Now back to you guys.
Good job, guys.
Love the poster.
Where's the $5?
No.
Where's the $5?
No.
Back with my little bracket update. The top 5 has changed.
We got a bracket update? March Madness style?
Yes, there is a bracket. Did I explain? Did I explain to you how the playoffs works?
Ryan explained to me a little bit, but
okay, so basically there's 35. Basically there's 35 teams.
Yep.
And there's 35 teams. Top 32 make the playoffs.
So wait, only 3 teams don't.
Would you like to hear who those teams are?
I think it's better for our viewers if they know. So yeah, let's
okay.
tell them.
The 3 teams that are currently on the chopping block are Malvern A, Mepham C, St. Catherine B.
Okay.
And then the other 32 teams get put into a pool. You know how these teams work in alliances, Q, right?
Absolutely. I just got that explained to me.
Yes. So the best team, the number 1 seeded team then gets first pick of whoever they want. So yes, they can pick the 2nd seed as their ally for the rest of the tournament.
And you know what, Matt? I think while you're explaining all this, why don't you tell us who the top 10 are? You know, everyone loves a good old ranking.
I will, but I will say also one more thing is that let's just say Q, I'm team number 1 and you're team number 10. And I say, Q, I want you to be my ally for the playoffs. One that you can say? You can tell me now.
Great, no.
It'd be stupid of you. I'm the best team, Q.
Because clearly I don't know a thing about a robot, so
you'd rather not mess me up.
Yeah, no. For the benefit of the doubt, I'll let you win with someone else.
Yeah, but then nobody. There is no rule against teams who say no, but teams who say no often don't get picked very highly.
I can't wait for a team to say no.
I can't. Oh, that'll be hilarious.
What's the over/under?
Yeah, what's the? Oh my God. Oh my God. No. Oh my God. So our top 10 is the Roverines So the top team is the Roverines. Kennedy Prep has dropped to 2nd. So Kennedy Prep A has dropped to 2nd. Center Reach A is 3rd. The RoboCabs have dropped to 4th. The Kennedy Prep B is 5th. Kennedy Prep C is dropped out of the top 5 to 6th. Southside A is 7th. Then we just saw talking to Rye County, their A team their B team is 8th. Calhoun is 9th, and Arsenal is 10th. Aside from that, it's just a bunch of mid. But would you like to hear how standings are calculated while we wait for match at this point? We're almost ready for playoff season. But after that, we might as well tell you how the playoff rankings are calculated. It's a whole process.
Might as well. I don't know nothing about it.
So the first thing that the teams are compared by is their win points. Their win point is, if I'm not mistaken, you score 2 points for winning the match. You score another point for winning the autonomous round. That gets divided by the total number of matches you play. So your top. That's the first thing that teams are ranked by, their win points. Then it's their autonomous points, which is the average amount of points. The tiebreakers are then determined by autonomous points, which is the average amount of points you score during the autonomous round. The max is 6. Then after that, teams are, if win points and autonomous points are still tied, speaking of autonomous, let's see. This is Rye County, who we just interviewed on the Red Alliance, going up against one of the Garden City teams. And it looks like Rye County was able to get some.
And there's the buzzer for the autonomous round.
There's also a Kennedy prep team, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like either a prep team or possibly St. Catherine, or no, that is definitely Kennedy prep
And
on
Matt,
the Blue Alliance.
You know what? During this round, obviously I'm in a 30, we have time. I asked Ryan this question, I'll ask you now. What's been your favorite moment of today?
Oh, this is easy. This is easy. It is. Kennedy Prep, Center Reach, some of the two of the best. Kennedy Prep A, Center Reach A, the second and third best team here. When they teamed up in one of the earlier matches, I think it was closer to around somewhere in the 30s. They teamed up on the Red Alliance and had this incredible play where they essentially orchestrated a double placement of a Mogo onto a platform, and that was one of the most. And that was, these schools are an hour 41 minutes apart from each other, and it looked like there was two Kennedy Prep teams or two Center Reach teams. They looked like they've known each other and have worked with each other the entire day.
And you know what? That's what's great about this tournament. You're, like I told Ryan earlier, you're making new friends, you're seeing new faces, and you're just learning more things about robotics that maybe you really didn't in the first place. You're learning how to actually move the robot well. You're learning new tactics, skills, and it's great that the officials here let teams from all over New York now, that I can reward myself because they're city teams, you told me. Now they can just learn from one another and just learn more skills that they can use in their future.
So would you like to learn some more things about robotics, Q? Would you like to learn some more things about robotics?
Yes, please.
Okay, so the last tiebreaker is called a strength point. A strength point is the average amount of points you've given up. It's higher strength points. It's like strength of schedule in the NFL. If you have a harder strength of schedule, you're gonna get favored in tiebreakers.
Got it.
If you have a higher amount of strength points, you're gonna get favored in tiebreakers. So, if a team is certain they're gonna win, they might allow another team to score some free points so they can have a higher strength points. It's something that we never touched on because we didn't know until now. But now as we get into the last two qualifying matches, we're going to get to see how the playoff bracket develops and how we're going to get to see how the playoff bracket develops, and we're going to also see how how these teams pick each other and how these teams and maybe if someone says no. If you want to do a little bit of over-under fun with how many...
Please.
Yes, please.
We need to do some betting. Come on.
No money.
It's robots.
I'm not putting any money on it.
Mano.
No.
We're talking about robots here. It's not we're talking about practice. No, we're not talking about practice. We're talking about robots. I want to bet on the robots.
Bro, you...
Yes, that's sarcastic.
That was... No, I'm not putting money on this tournament, but I will play a little. We can make a bet, see if the Mano Curse strikes this tournament, which it hasn't yet so far.
That's a good thing.
Actually, it might have happened once when I said nobody earlier in the game in like one of the 20 in a qualifying match in the 20s. I said that nobody was going to end up nobody's going to end up placing a Mogo on the platform, and lo and behold, somebody does in like the last 5 seconds.
Wow.
But let's play. We can see how many teams say no.
Mano Curse.
How many teams say no, Q? What say you?
You know what? If it was me, clearly I'm gonna say no, just because I don't really like that.
Because you're crazy. But
listen, if I'm the top dog, and okay, this is a really weird comparison, but think of it like this: German Shepherd and a Chihuahua. The German Shepherd's not gonna help the Chihuahua because the Chihuahua is small. So why would a small school like that help a big school? And why would the big school want to risk losing their first place?
They can get carried to a championship.
But they don't want to get carried. That's the thing.
Oh my God. They're obviously going to pick the second best team.
Man, that was just for jokes.
That was.
There was no meaning behind that.
What? I hope Miss Kalish heard that, and she wasn't. I hope Miss Kalish heard that, and she enjoyed your little dog analogy.
And you know what? This is one of those competitions where us sportscasters,
we can have fun with it.
We can have fun with it. We've been taking sports seriously all year round, and it's just something nice,
It's not that we're not taking this one seriously.
Obviously.
You saw me and my graphics team, including some of the guys you've seen today. Well, actually, only one of the guys you've seen today, or no, two. Michaela Davi and James Bickham, who you've seen on air earlier today. And I might as well shout out the rest of the
James
team.
Bickham was on air.
He was on air.
Oh yes, I'm replaying this.
While you were at the booster blitz, which I was able to get out of.
Lucky you.
I know, right? I was able to get out of the booster blitz, and Bickham was on air, and he was in the studio.
I am so proud of him.
I'm very proud of him too.
I am giving him a hug when I get back to Mepham.
Aw, how nice of you.
It looks like this is the drive and control portion of this round. Qualifier.
See, you're learning. See, Q, you're learning.
Knowledge.
This is
I know my robots.
This is Kennedy E, and on the Red Alliance it's Kennedy E and St. Catherine's B going up against Garden City C and Southside C. So this really has not much playoff implications, as two of these teams, well actually one of these teams, if the Red Alliance wins, St. Catherine's might be able to win themselves out of elimination, but we will see.
Well, yeah, we have 30 seconds left in this drive and control portion. Looks like blue side and red side are both struggling here.
Yeah, both teams are kind of struggling. St. Catherine's.
And by just to clarify for the viewers, this is not an easy task. Obviously, maybe some people watching are just thinking, you know what, all I have to do is just put that thing on top of a balance. It's extremely difficult.
Not only that, you have to build the robot before the tournament, and you have to drive the robot, and of course you have to program it, which I obviously can't do.
I can't either. I can't even do math.
And now I think Michaela has her first coach's interview of the day. Let's see what Michaela Dobby has in store.
No, you can just start it. Thank you. My name is Michaela, and I'm here with Dr. Cahill, the coach of the Rye Country Day School robotics team. So how are you doing today?
Pretty good, pretty good.
How would you say your team is competing today?
Both our teams are doing pretty well. One team I think is in the top 10, which is good.
That's amazing. And how would you say that you prepared for this competition?
On both robots, we tightened things up and then just talked about strategy, trying to figure out how to optimize the most amount of points.
That's great, and it's so interesting. And what would you say your goals for the team are?
Take control of all the mobile bases and try to get them on our side of the field.
Well, that's great, and good luck to your team in the rest of their competition. Now back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, guys. So while Michaela was talking to her, doing her thing, Q and I were talking with our producer Hannah Broxmeyer, and you can see her on the morning announcements. She's the producer of the midweek update, and Hannah said something about you, me talking about my inability to code. You apparently, according to Hannah, have an inability to do simple math. Let's talk about that. He's silent. I've broken Q.
I don't. All I can say is, for future reference, I'd never want to look at a chalkboard really ever again, and I'd rather do Robotics Club. But also at the same time, the Robotics
Mic is on.
Hello and welcome back. I'm Ryan Moore and this is Bickham, also known as James Bickham.
Yes.
To outsiders at BNB. But as we are watching right now, we are watching Mat 3, which was not donated, but was provided by Mepham.
Mepham gave them the mat for this event. Mepham actually was part of this mat recently, and it was like very helpful to the program here to be able to practice on an actual mat, which they were never able to do before.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine so. It's kind of like practicing baseball without a baseball field. So I mean, so that's definitely. I'm happy for them that they acquired that. Definitely, we wouldn't have this mat if it wasn't for Mepham today.
No.
So just watching this, you see the two bots battling, and you know, it's pretty cool to me. I mean, I don't know about you, but
Yeah. And as you see, it's not too much of a aggressive match. Both teams are kind of just in this middle of the mat. And here, as we'll finish it off, there's nothing else really that's going to go on here, but it looks to be like a pretty even tie there.
yeah, you know that you saw those the Mogos, which are those yellow, red, and blue things. Were on different sides, and some were just straight in the middle, as you see, like those two robots completely just pushed all those in, and they didn't get like a turn to put them back to their side. So it's just that definitely occurs to the points.
Yeah.
But you know, once again, the judges will come out with the point score, and we will see soon.
Now, teams do get extra points when they have rings on the Mogos.
Yes, they do.
Ryan?
Yes, they do. And especially 10 points if you get on the second layer. Once again, as Matt Mano, sportscaster, now spoke about before, that did not happen today. But we're going to toss it to Sam with an interview.
I'm back with Minor from St. Catherine's High School. So Minor, how's the competition been for you guys so far?
I think it's been going really well. We've been able to do what we wanted to do so far, so we're pretty happy.
That's good. Have you made any revisions to your robot?
I think we make revisions every single week. It's a trial and error. It's a process. So, like for example, this week we added another claw to our robot to add with our strength and our strategy.
That's good to grow and build on what you already know. Well, back to you guys.
Thanks, guys. This is our final qualifying match, and we still have absolutely no ruling on who ended up winning the Mepham and Arsenal match. They ended up took on Rye County and Kennedy Prep. This would be not only a huge upset, but a great bounce back after going winless in their first 5 to come out, win their 6th, and get in.
And Matt, it looks like we're getting a talk about the trophies and the awards that are going to be given out, regardless of playoff seeding or not.
We still don't know who got in. We need to know that.
If Mepham's,
the life of a graphic designer. I have my playoff.
If Mepham's version of enthusiasm is just showing how good they are by not showing any excitement, job well done.
Job well done. I don't think they.
Design award, and the last one is a build award. So there are a ton of.
We don't know who got in. We do not know, and nobody in the building knows, except for the officials at this point. In the 10 seconds left. But now I'm gonna go. But now at this point in time, the qualifiers are over. 52 matches are in the book, and we're gonna learn who got in the playoffs.
52.
Ryan, you're on.
That was loud.
So I'm gonna do it's gonna be a little bit of investigative journalism here. BMB we're gonna try and get you the scoop on who gets into the playoffs. I'm gonna send it over to Ryan Garcia, and Ryan Garcia while I go look for who got into the playoffs. So Ryan's going to actually start the playoffs. So you're going to see Ryan at the start of the playoffs again if you couldn't get enough of him. Ryan's going to. So now I'm actually joined by Ryan Garcia as we await the announcement of Alliance.
Right. So.
Oh, this is the 53rd and final qualifying match apparently.
Yeah, I thought they were doing 52, but I guess they're doing
who knows?
50,
Maybe they might be doing the second. They might be doing the second. Trust me, I got the Vex Via app ready to check to see who got in, and of course, shocker of the day, it's not working.
Yeah, they're not going to display for now. From what I understand, it's not going to be for now. Right now, it's going to be.
So they're going to announce it over the PA.
Yeah, so we're going to know who's in and who's not. That's an interesting way to handle it. I guess that's to avoid people just leaving. Because if you just displayed it there and you didn't make it, you can technically just go home.
Yeah.
But I guess they don't want. They want you to
They want you to stay.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a little mean. That's a little mean. Not gonna lie.
It's not. I mean, it's
no, because if you're one of the teams that didn't get in.
It's it's an annoying. It's not an annoyance per se. It's an inconvenience for us, but it's an understandable inconvenience. As
it is very inconvenient for the guy who has to make the bracket graphic.
Yeah, yeah. If only that guy happened to be the guy right next to me, that'd be really unfortunate.
Oh, it is the guy right next to you.
Yeah, it'd be really unfortunate.
It is unfortunate.
Situation.
But after this match, we're gonna look.
Yep. But the Blue Alliance currently winning. Blue Alliance currently has a 6-0 lead because of their autonomous win. Not sure how much of a playoff implication this match has, but.
15 minutes to get all that together, and then it also gives you a chance to repair any robot damage that you may have.
30 seconds left in the match. Blue team.
Also confirm, hopefully you've been scouting other teams throughout the day.
So over the PA, they just said, hopefully you've been scouting over the day, and that is true. You need to be scouting who you want.
This is the importance of watching film, folks. This is the importance of watching film. You got to be a film watcher.
You got to be a film watcher.
106 points for the blue team, 40 for the red team. It seems like it'll be a win for the blue team. And that'll be the round. That'll be the last match of the qualifying round, I believe. Unless there's another one, though. I don't see another one. I don't see another team queued.
That should be the last one.
Right, and so there's going to be a 15-minute intermission of.
That's the end of qualifying. So now we're going to turn. So you had a lot of Mepham. Now we're going to give it a lot of Kennedy. Turn it on over to Andy Azemi and Ryan Garcia to get you ready for the playoffs.
All right, so as we know, for a little recap, the qualifying round is over. There will be a 32-team playoff, 32 teams forming 16 alliances, so realistically it's more like a 16-team playoff. In those 16 teams, in that 16-team playoff, there will be a one-and-done elimination style tournament. These teams will be able to pick their own alliances. There's a 50-minute break between this and the postseason or playoffs. So we'll get you any updates when they announce who's actually in the playoffs. We don't know yet. They have to tally it up. So we're going to be unaware for now, but should be an exciting postseason.
Ryan, which match are we in? What number?
So we finished the 53rd match. So for those not counting at home, that's 53 qualifying rounds, and there should be about. So if there's 16 teams, or 16 alliances, excuse me, remaining, because there's 32 teams remaining and 2 are per alliance. As there's a qualifications ranking, we see that here are the team. So here's the interesting bit. We're trying to get to see who's eliminated. Trying to look at. From final schedules and results, 35 teams showed up, 32 teams will make it, and the cutoff will be, so we know the 3 teams that didn't make it. All right, we'll be tossing to the studio now.
Hello and welcome back to the studio show. I'm James Bickham, accompanied by Ryan Marr. And Ryan, we have had quite an interesting time of regulation. Now we are in the playoffs of the tournament. So how exactly do you feel about this?
During this whole entire thing, I've watched a whole bunch of stuff happen. I've watched bots flip. I've watched battery packs fly all over the place. Just from watching this from the studio here at Mepham, since the tournament's being held at Kennedy, it looks insane. And I kind of wish I was there, to be honest. But at the same time, I'm accompanied by all these great people here in the studio, so I wish I was not. But it's a 50-50 shot. Don't be disappointed, people. But I feel like in the end, whatever team gets there, I feel like all of them have put work. Before we've heard someone say that it took them 5 months to build a robot. So just from hearing that, you know, you kind of want them to win. You know, you kind of want someone to win. Obviously, someone's going to win, but whoever wins, you're going to feel like happy for. It's not like I want my school to win. I want this. Obviously, you do, but
yeah, it will definitely be a job well earned because they put so much hard work into this. It's not like they just showed up, like you know, didn't show up in practice, get lucky, get a little bit of playing time, and then like you know, scored a goal and their team won. No, it's seriously that. They put all their hard time into this, and they go after school at least once a week, all of these members, and just dedicate a couple of hours to this. And a lot of members of these teams go almost every day, and they just keep dedicating time into building their robot and getting ready for competitions such as this.
I 100% agree. You know, many teams, many high schools, like we've heard before, Kennedy has 6 teams in this. So even though it's one school, it's 6 different teams, so 6 different teams of people. I'm not sure how many Mepham has, but it's definitely there's a lot
that
of
definitely
teams.
will be interesting. And now we're going to toss it back downstairs to Michaela. Take it away.
So you know, once again, off the topic, but there's teams on both sides doing this. Whereas there's the robotics team and the broadcasting team here, Mepham and Kennedy. And we've had this, once again, is a shared shoot between all of the 3 broadcasting programs in the Bellmore-Merrick Central High School District. So let's send it down to Sam so she can be part of that.
I'm here with Nyla, Ryan, and Aaron from Center Each High School. So how are you guys doing today?
We're doing good. We lost 2 rounds. You won 4. Yeah.
How do you feel about going into elimination?
It's cool. I hope we do well and like get in a good alliance, but I'm not sure.
So if you could pick an alliance, who do you think you would choose?
That's not really up to me. I'd say that's up to the driver.
And what would you say your main goal is for this?
To win.
Any other goals like for the rest of the season?
For the rest of the season, we really want to get to Worlds, which is in Texas right now.
That would be amazing. Well, I wish you guys the best of luck in the rest of the competition. Now back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Michaela. Sorry about that. I said Sam. It's actually Michaela. Hey, Michaela, by the way, if you're watching this, you probably are. But once again, just to recap, many schools have many different teams in this. So it's definitely going to see that different schools, obviously, once again, have different teams. So these teams can place. It could be a B, C, or D, or A, or anything.
And now I'd like to add on to that. It's not like these teams are like together and stuff like that, but for most of these programs, the whole program works together as a whole to get their robots out. It's not like just like B team only works with B team, D team only works with D team, A team only works with A team. No, they all work together. They all put their hard work into this. So when a team has when a school has one team qualify or one team win the tournament and like the other ones lose, it's an accomplishment for the whole program because they all worked hard at it and they all work together. It's not just that one team that won. It's all the teams that won. Even though that team, like, you know, maybe the driving was better or whatever, that's not the team that's not the only people that won the program. It's all of them. That's something that you have to remember. You can't, like, think it was only Kennedy A team. It's all of Kennedy.
It 100% is. And I can't help but say that that is 100% correct. And you basically said what I was saying, but just a million times better, so thank you for that. And just a few fun facts about this. You know, this is not Bellmore-Merrick Central High School District's first VRC robotics tournament. Kennedy High School actually held one in early 2020, pre-pandemic. So coming back from this and doing this, it's not just like inspirational because now we're actually coming back from this, but it shows how far we've come from being smacked down, and now we're here and we've raised the bar.
Yeah, definitely, and really, like, these programs have gotten better since then because even though like 2020 was a weird year, they still have time to develop, and they've done a pretty good job with it, if I may say so myself. Because if you look at what level these teams are on, it's really impressive because they are programming these machines themselves in high school. Now, autonomous zone, they aren't doing too much, but that's just a tactic, you know, because the driving, you also have to program it to do certain commands and stuff like that, and you'll see like different teams have different mechanisms.
100% I agree, obviously, 100% agree. But I also just want to point out that obviously in any team, in any sport, in any club, in anything, the way to succeed is together, and whatever team that comes out today, you know, they 100% had to have cooperated with each other. And to be honest, they probably definitely helped each other out. If someone made a mistake, they lifted each other up. And I think that's the reason that one team will win today. And that's what's going to lift them up and raise that bar for other teams in the future, just so that they can get kind of like a mentor or something like that, where these teams communicated, and so can they. So I think that this is a tournament of learning, and especially us, we're going to come back next year and definitely raise the bar even higher than we did. So I think it's a learning experience, and it always is, first or second or third time, even fifth or sixth or fourth.
Even 20th.
Even 20th.
You know, because you're always learning. You know, you don't ever know everything. There's always something else to learn, and that's with everything, not just robotics. Even though that's what's happening today.
even though that's what's happening today. But I can't 100% agree. You know, me and you, when we're not doing the studio show, we've been doing 100 million things. You've been directing. I've been doing scoreboard. So we've each learned different jobs today, because I've never done scoreboard. I know you usually a TD or edit, so I know you sometimes direct too. So I think everyone today has learned different things about tournaments and stuff like that, especially these kind of tournaments, about what's new next time, and you know, make better something that was already bad.
And good. All of these teams now know what to do next time, because like you'll see it down in the pits, I believe it's called.
Yeah.
Or whatever. It like, you know, they know, like, you know, they've been working all day, and like they're they're growing as a program during today, because they're getting more experience. You know, oh, this didn't work, let's try this next time. You know, with different things that happen. Like, let's say their autonomous zone tactic didn't work. The next one they can adjust it. You know, and that's something that's really like, that's just something that's cool to see. Like, you know, how they develop their tactics, because earlier on you saw a lot of programs going for it in autonomous zone and having things not go their way. And now now most of them are just moving a little bit, and then once they get control, getting all their points.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I can't elaborate on that because you just said it all. So let's move to a different topic of the fact that, I mean, to be honest, when I was first watching this, and I actually, starting Monday, I started to create a cheat sheet. But when I sent it to Mr. Cooper, once again the head referee and who helped us with the cheat sheet, told me that everything was wrong. So, you know, 3 hours looking stuff up did not pay off, so he helped me out, and he actually brought me to the robotics room. I met a few of the guys, and, you know, they showed me about the basics and stuff. Before, it didn't really look like that. But, you know when you like go in and study for a test and all night, but you go in and you forget it all. That's kind of what happened. So even though you know, different stuff happens, we'll still get up, and that's what happens. And I think that's what these people are doing, even if something goes wrong with their robot. So it might be different situations, but everything always goes the way it's supposed to be done.
And all of these teams are trying to get themselves up for one big thing. You've heard a couple of teams talk about today, Worlds. Now, that is the ultimate competition for robotics, and this year is in Dallas, Texas, and it is a different game every year with different engineering design challenges every single year, and this is their big event every year, and that is what they're trying to build up to, in case some of you don't know about that.
100% agree. And, you know, even if we have some middle schoolers watching, once again, this could be an inspiration for them. You know, I know some of those people don't even know what we're filming over there from other schools, but we're filming this not just for the parents and for the kids to watch later, but for just the school community and everyone else to watch. But if any middle schoolers are watching this, they can see what if they want to go into this, they can see what they need to do, because even Grant Avenue and Merrick Avenue middle schools, which are the two middle schools in our district, they both have robotics basically teams, and they compete in the VEX IQ tournament too. So it's not just encouraging because now they see that high schoolers are doing it and they're successful in it. But it's more of they can be role models through a video.
Most definitely, Ryan, because this is really the most this doesn't get a ton of exposure in our community, especially for kids in the middle school level. So this is the most exposure it's ever gotten because this has never been covered before here. Like, it just wasn't thought about. There's only been one other tournament in our district even, and now it's getting covered, and now it's going to hopefully be shown a little more and be talked about a little more.
Yeah, 100% agree. You just said that that it's going to be watched a lot more and it's going to get more recognition. And I can't help but say it's kind of like football. They practice all the time. They practice weekends, everything, and they practice for hours for a game. And you know what? It's more of the fact that since they practice, they've gotten recognition since they're football and they're a sport, and I'm not saying robotics is not a sport, which it is, but it's the fact of the matter that they fought for their recognition and they got it. So now robotics fought for their recognition and they got it. So I'm just happy to see that robotics finally got recognition, because all those people out there has put a lot of effort in once again. And to be honest, I don't know if I can be doing that, like putting that robot together for 5 months and doing it. I think it would take me about a year. And then to program that thing, man, that'll take another 10.
That's why you have your teammates, Ryan.
That's why I have my teammates.
That's exactly why you have your teammates.
Yes, 100% agree. I can't do that. Like you said, teammates are the way that you get things done. And I don't think that would be possible, especially because we have a broadcasting team here. Especially everyone that's in the studio, that's at Kennedy. We couldn't get this shoot done without them.
Yeah, teammates are very important in all sports, but especially for this sport because it is so complex with programming and everything. You almost need someone to show you how to do things, and how to get through robotics, because you don't come into robotics just knowing it. You don't come into any sport just knowing it, but like some sports are a little more intuitive than others. This one definitely is not intuitive.
Yeah. I can't say 100% anymore. 100% agree. I can't say that anymore since I said it too long. But one of the reasons why I don't think I can do this is because some of the examples of the things that they have to do are robots have to design to push mogos around, okay? First of all, I'm not an architect, okay? I'm not. I don't think I could design things. I can design a graphic, okay? But a robot?
You couldn't tap into that creative side. You definitely
could. I probably could. It would take me a minute.
No, anybody can tap into that creative side and just do it, And to be honest, when you're looking from an outsider, it's much more different, But as knowing the sport, it's not as, intimidating, because you know what the mogo is, the parameters, you know what you have to do to be able to move it, So it's not as intimidating from the inside. From the outside, it looks very intimidating because what's a mogo? How heavy is it? How do I move it? But it's really just basic to them.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's kind of like how I'm a freshman, you're a junior. I'm just learning stuff in the broadcasting field. You've obviously been through it 3 years, so you obviously know more than me. But it's just kind of like that. This is the same. It's kind of consistent throughout life. Many different activities, many different events, fields, like business, everything. You have to be able to learn how to get up the chain and how to learn things. And definitely they've stuck their time in. They spent their time after school. They spent their time throughout their life. Well, not their whole life because they're like high schoolers, but they've spent their time to learn how to do this. And you know what? To be honest, they've done it. They're at a tournament right now. So obviously they've paid off.
Most definitely, Ryan, because as we've been talking about repeatedly, this is something that they prepare for, and and just to do decently in this contest is definitely going to make the whole build up to it pay off.
It definitely will. You know, so you want to read some other of the things that I cannot do?
Some of the things you cannot do.
So you want to read the whole packet, huh? You want to read the whole packet? No, the moves. Yeah, the moves.
The moves?
Let's see what the moves. They're right there.
Motor-driven lifts to pick up mogos.
I cannot do that. I can't
You
do
can't?
it.
No.
Actually, you know what I could? I play PlayStation, okay? Play PlayStation.
So you can control it.
I can control it.
You join robotics next year, Ryan?
I actually asked when I was in the control room. I asked if that was a PlayStation controller. It had one of those glowy things on the back, but it wasn't. It wasn't. You know, you would kind of figure, like, I was in the robotics room, like, looking at it, and I was like, it's a really cool controller. And it lit up, too. I was like, it took me a solid 2 minutes to figure that out. But it was pretty cool. And, you know, those people, not just the trust that's involved to place that person in charge of driving that thing, but, you know, I don't think my team would. But anyway, you have to place trust in the person that's going to do that, because you spend all your time building that, but now one person out of your 4, 5, even 2 or 3 player team is going to drive it. So not everyone's going to drive it, but someone's going to drive it. So you have to place a lot of trust in them, and to be honest, that's what a team is. So yeah.
Yeah, you can't really have teammates if you don't trust them, because if you can't trust a teammate, why be on a team?
Why be on a team is right. You want to read another thing?
Moonatics-driven lifts, air tanks, reservoirs. Oh, that was examples. To pick up mogos.
Okay. So, actually, you know, I think I could do that. It sounds like one of the harder ones. But I think I could do that. You know why?
Why?
Because I watch, like, those movies where, like, they have, like, those little construction sites. I watched the show with
This is not a movie, Ryan. This is real
not
life.
A movie.
I don't.
You know,
I don't
like they
think
pick
that's
up like
gonna-
the food stuff in like food stores and stuff. Okay, but anyway, let's get off this topic and let's talk a little bit more about what's going to be ahead in the future. And since we spent so much time about things I cannot do, and it's making me sick to my stomach. Here, so the playoffs are coming up soon. From what we've heard, there's like 16, 15 matches left. At this time, we do not know about 16 matches. Here are the top 10 teams, which are the Roveneers.
Wolverines, actually.
Wolverines.
And they have been incredible today, completely on point. And right behind them is JFK Prep, who has been also just completely amazing. They barely got knocked out of that #1 seed. They were on top of it almost all day.
I mean, yeah. And, you know, we have Center Reach, Rye County Day School, Kennedy Prep. So as you see, we have 2 Kennedy Preps, like we were talking about before. One school can have many different teams. Now, Kennedy Prep is not JFK High School
Actually,
in the district. So let's...
JFK Prep and Kennedy Prep are the same school, so there's 3 of them, A, B, and D, I believe.
Calhoun?
No, JFK Prep and Kennedy Prep are the same school, because JFK is Calhoun.
Okay.
JFK Bellmore in this tournament, because there are 2 JFKs, which was kind of interesting.
So yeah, so thanks for proving me wrong. But let's get off this because I don't want to be proved wrong again. So let's spin it to the sportscasters so they can talk.
All right, hi guys. Just to let you guys know, I'm gonna let you know the teams that are out. So currently we have Malvern B, Mepham C, and St. Catharines B. Good job, guys, for everything.
All right, so as you know, the way that this works is 32 out of 35 teams made the playoffs. They are currently forming alliances, so they get to pick who they're allied with. And this gives you an option. So this really creates a 16-team tournament rather than a 32-team tournament. From what I understand, there are elimination rounds from here on out. And so like a March Madness type tournament, you are going to be able to see 16 teams compete, consisting of 16 alliances compete, consisting of 2 different teams that made the playoffs. They were picked by each other. They were not picked by a third party. and ultimately this should make it for an exciting playoff series. You're going to see a lot of teams that are going to, you're going to see some more stacked teams, definitely some teams that are favorites, some of the higher seeds that maybe competed, that maybe joined forces with each other. But in a one-game elimination, anything can happen, and so this will be really interesting. Winner of this tournament, the finalists, will get a chance to go to the state championship, which is next week. And yeah, this should be an incredible postseason.
Brian, what has been your favorite part of the whole competition?
Well, I would say so far my favorite part has been just watching some of these high-powered offenses. I mean, you've seen some teams I saw a team put up over 200 points in one of those rounds. I mean, some of these high-octane, high-powered offenses know exactly how to get points, and they really make an interesting match because they're just so deliberate. They're exact. It's like precision. It's as precise as it gets in how they are able to score. And so they're going to announce some alliances, I believe.
We are only going to do this once, and there's a very big twist that you're going to need to make sure you keep in mind. So, folks, everyone that's up here for alliance selection needs to stop what they're doing and focus on me. All eyes on me, okay? Here's how this is going to work. We're going to start from the top team.
All right, so they're picking teams now.
7-1-R. Here's how this is going to work. You are going to select an alliance partner. You are going to point to a team and read out their team number when I come to you and ask you who your alliance partner is. So let's say, for example, I would say 97871R. Who would you like?
So how it works is they get to select from a choice of all the playoff teams, point them out. They have to say the number out loud
You're going to say into the microphone 627.
so that they announce it to the crowd.
6277D, you can say yes. Great. Cool. You're good. You two are going to go over to the stand and make sure the numbers are inputted with the tournament manager. Then we're going to move down the line. If you say no, you are going to, the team that has the high ranking is going to get the opportunity to select another alliance partner. And we're going to keep going until someone says.
All right, so we're going to wait for the announcements, albeit alliances, and these are all based by higher seeds.
To an alliance invite, nobody else may invite you. Let's say 97871R asked 6277D to be their alliance partner, and 6277D said no. Nobody else can ask 6277D to be their alliance partner. So you are going to have, when we come around eventually to you, 6277D, you are going to have the opportunity to ask somebody else. If you are asked to be invited to an alliance and you say no, nobody else can invite you. Please pay attention to who is said no to, so that way we don't end up messing this up. Is everyone clear? We are going to go through this process until we have 32 teams total pick, 16 alliances. That means 3 teams will not be picked and will not be advancing to the elimination round. Okay? When I bring the microphone to you, please very clearly say the name.
All right, so that's interesting. It's not based on how your seating was. It's based on if you get picked or not, which is an interesting process. So if you don't get picked, you're out. You don't get to go into the elimination round.
But if you're given with someone and you don't want them, you say no, you don't get a partner at all.
No, you don't get a. You get to pick.
Okay.
38211A, is that correct? Yes. Okay, 38211A. Do you accept? Yeah. Okay.
All right.
97871R and 32811A.
The first team accepted.
Yep. So first seed made their selection and it was selected.
Again, folks, please keep your papers up. Okay. All right. Rank 3, 97140A. Who would you like to invite to be your alliance partner? 62773. That is 6277D. We accept. All right, 6277D is the other alliance pair.
So 9714A invited 6277D to be their alliance, and they said yes.
55645X. That is 55645X. Do you accept? Yes. 55645X.
So far, 3 picks, 3 selections, those 3 alliances of the 16.
Next is team 11570A. Who would you like to invite? 66640B. Do you accept? Reject. Okay, 66640B rejects. So,
Oh, this makes it interesting.
A rejection.
1353N. That is 1353N. Do you accept? They accept. 1353N accepts.
4 rejection, 4 acceptance, 1 rejection. Or
Yeah. Yeah, 4 acceptances, 1 rejection so far.
Very
Yeah, 4
interesting.
alliances.
66640B. Who do you like to invite? Do you accept?
Yes.
Wait, hold that up. 38211B accepts.
5 acceptances.
As we are doing this, folks, everyone else in the alliances, I need you guys to start shifting down, filling in the gaps. We're going to walk all the way down here. So
All right, so still waiting on all these alliances to form up.
Okay. Team 97140C. Who would you like to invite? 77628A. Is that the correct one? Do you accept? Yes, we accept. Okay, that is 77628.
So that is the 6th alliance of the day. We got 10 more to go.
All right, next is team 11566A. Who would you like to invite? 6277B, do you accept? We accept. We accept 6277B. Next, team 59968F. Who would you like to invite? 686
Yeah, which one's
do you accept?
They want us to reset this to be
Okay. Do you accept? Okay, team 11570B accepts. Okay. Also, as we keep going, folks, we're gonna keep walking down this way. Folks, as we're doing this, everyone else needs to hold their numbers up clearly so that the teams up here can make sure they can read your numbers. All right, Bob, if I can ask you to shift.
So one thing that's interesting is technically you can pick the 35th seed, which is interesting. There's no one eliminated yet.
Who would you like to invite? 68602B. Where are you? Over there. Do you accept? 68602B accepts.
So far, everyone accepted except that one.
No, 2 teams actually.
2 teams?
153B. Who would you like to invite? 59968B. Do you accept? Yes, sir. 59968B accepts. Folks, once again, we're going to keep moving down. All right, team 59968H. Who would you like to invite? 1353Z. Do you accept?
And they decline. That's interesting.
Who else would you like to invite?
So 3 declines at this point?
77628C. Do you accept? We accept.
Wow, the 35th seed got picked.
C accepts.
So St. Catherine's B is not out. They're not out.
Ah.
Yeah, because anyone can be selected from the 35.
As a reminder, 1353Z cannot be invited right now to the alliance. 6277A. Who would you like to invite? 66640A. Do you accept? We accept. They accept. 66640A accepts.
Okay.
Everyone else keep shifting down.
So now it comes down to.
1353Z is next. Who would you like?
Oh no, wait, St. Catherine's wasn't selected. This is a really interesting process.
59968D accepts. 5059B. Wait.
So this alliance selection is interesting. It's different from anything else you usually see in any sporting event. You usually don't see. First off, this is one of the only sports in which you have pairings from different teams, and one of the only sports in which it gets picked in like a selection show of sorts.
Yeah.
You know, picking who you get to work
Very
with.
different from the traditional sense. of
Right, and this
sports.
this is how you get seeded now, which is really interesting.
5059B.
Thomas, are you looking at green?
Yes.
What's wrong?
5059B should be on line 14.
So I gave a new battery. Worked for like 5 seconds.
Okay, that looks right.
I put the battery back in. Worked for 2 seconds. Then I tried.
What do you mean it works? So it just shuts off?
It went on, shut back off.
Ooh,
They declined.
Another decline.
Plug them all back, come out, go back in, work for 5 seconds.
11570.
All right, so that's your 14th seed. Now there's 2 seedings left, so there's 2 alliances left.
4 alliances to go. Right? 9717A. Who would you like to invite? That's 59968G, correct? Do you accept? They accept. They accept 59968G as in girl. Finally, 987.
Okay, that's your 15th seed. So here's the last seed. Here's the last selection.
Do you accept? We accept. Okay, they accept. We now have 32 teams for alliances. Thank you to everybody else. If you are currently out, or you get knocked out during the elimination matches, please stick around and support the other teams that have been working so hard throughout the day.
All right.
Please stick around to support the teams that win awards. You have no idea whether you won an award today or not until we announce the awards.
So that's you have 16 seeds now. That means 16 alliances, 32 teams because there's 2 teams per alliance. Elimination round, March Madness style, 1 round, 1 match, 1 elimination. Same format of the 15-second automation round, and then the 1 minute 45-second driving course. So yeah, this is going to be interesting playoffs. There's a lot at stake here. Whoever the finalists are gets to go to states. So you look at some of these teams here, like the 16th, 15th, 14th, 13th seeds, all those lower seeds who probably did not get an invitation to states previously. Now have a shot to go on a little hot streak here. If they get a little hot, they go on a run, win a couple rounds. You really only have to win. You have to win the best of 16, best of 8, best of 4, and then you get a trip to the states and a chance to win the whole thing. So 3 victories for any of these teams, you've punched your ticket to states. So really a lot at stake here in a really interesting playoffs. We're waiting on the to get an official alliance selection so that we can tell you who's on whose team. They only gave us numbers as they announced it. They did not announce it by team. They announced it by number. But a lot at stake here. You know, there's states are on stake. It's a matter of who wins 4 games. You got to win 4 matches without losing one. It's 4 rounds. They'll be doing 1 match at a time, I believe. Still, pretty sure that's the same thing as before. And they'll get prepared for what should be an exciting playoff season. So, what are you excited about for this playoffs, Andy?
I really want to see who makes it to the end, who gets to go to states. That's always the best part, getting to see who finishes.
Yeah, especially with a lot on the line here, and you know, a lot of these people, high school kids, you know, especially when you have sub teams, you have some teams that are younger than other teams, feel more freshmen or sophomores. So, as the PA guy announced, at 3:50 we'll be beginning the playoffs.
7 minutes to get that robot.
Where are they? The studio?
Shiny. Brand new.
They're in the studio.
Ready to
When they
roll.
come back, I think it should be us, okay? It's gonna be the Meppin kids, okay? All Bellmore-Merrick team. But did they pick Calhoun? They did. Here are the alliances. Here are the, I have a graphic.
Mr. Stein, we're ready to go on.
3, 2.
My mic should be on. Are we on? We're,
Red Alliance 11 or 11570A and 1353N. Going against.
hello and welcome back to the studio. I'm James Bickham, accompanied by Ryan Mark. We'll be up here for a short period of time while we work out some technical issues that we are having down at Kennedy. So, Ryan, now that the alliances have been made, what are you looking forward to in the playoffs?
So, you know, as you just saw, like recently, while we were having technical difficulties, before we had other technical difficulties, since it is a cross-school shoot, it is going to have a few technical difficulties. Even the robotics tournament itself had some technical difficulties. But as you saw before, they were forming alliances. Now, these alliances did take a while to make. Obviously, these 11 past hours were spent to make these alliances. Now, so Alliance 1 will verse Alliance 16, and Alliance 8 will verse 9. Alliance 4 will verse Alliance 13. Alliance 5 will verse Alliance 12. 2 will verse 15. 7 will verse 10. 3 will verse 14.
So now, moving on. Now that these alliances have been made, and now as we have said multiple times, it was the best schools got to choose their alliances first, and then the school that was offered their alliance had the option to reject. And now we actually did have one team reject, but as you can tell from the way that this works, now a lot of teams rejected their alliances because they were getting a better team. You know, it wasn't like they were going down. They were almost always going up, at least in the C chart. Maybe not. Maybe one team just got a little luckier than another.
Yes, I 100% agree. You know, these it's basically almost like it's almost like a playout.
Yeah.
But
do any of you know whose start this is? It's for the road.
All right, thank you guys. We are back, and oh my God, playoff season's intense.
Yeah, and best part about it, I mean, we've talked about this before, it's anyone's game, and as they mentioned, finalists will go to states, so an opportunity for a team that maybe doesn't have an invitation to states to get themselves on a big stage with I mean, realistically, you just have to win 3 matches to get to finals. So you have 3 really strong matches, and you're going to find yourself in the finals. 4 strong matches, and you'll find yourself winning the whole thing.
Well, let's talk about some of the alliances that have some of the unlikely alliances. Let's look at the Bellmore-Merrick Alliance, JFK-H saving Mepham-C. JFK, Bellmore-H. Mepham-C was not supposed to be in the playoffs. They were the 34th ranked team.
Right.
But Kennedy-H, a bold move to choose their friend from the district. What a bold move. We'll see if it pays off for them.
Yeah, so that's interesting how they do it. So you get eliminated based off of if you get picked or not, which has got to be a tough way to go home. You technically should have qualified, but no one really
gym
wants
class
to pick
rules.
You. Yeah, it's
literally gym class rules. I kind of love it. It is.
Yeah, well, just like to clarify, you know, as someone who very, very, very strong gym athlete, you know, competitor in physical education.
A very strong gym athlete. Why am I not surprised?
Noted for allowing 0 completions against him as a cornerback on a sprained ankle in football.
On a sprained ankle, please don't. Oh my.
One of the all-time great physical education offensive tackles. You know, just a true unit on both sides of the ball. But yeah, no, this should be exciting. Playoffs are going to start at exactly 3:50. It's 3:49. 15-second automation, and then a minute 45 for the all-exciting driving course.
All right, so we are ready, and we are ready to get set in the alliances. We are queued up. It looks to be the alliance of...
It's the 1 seed versus the 16 seed. So David versus Goliath. Is Goliath going to prevail?
Okay, so this means this is Wolverines and Center Reach. It's Wolverines A or R, Wolverines R, and Center Reach A going up against Malvern A and Kennedy E. So this is a Kennedy team in the first round of the playoffs.
Just want to say, this could be a UMBC Virginia type
No, it's
situation.
not. No, I'm sorry, it's not. This team is too good. No.
Virginia was too good when they lost.
Stop it.
You're on notice. 1 minute. 98710A, 59968E. You need to hustle to the field, number 1.
This isn't happening.
Is the one seat about?
Is the one seat?
Is the one seat about a no-show?
Oh no! No!
Oh my!
They honestly are.
Is the one seat about to no-show until?
Be at the fields, at the matches, on time, ready to go.
So.
Here are our. So while that's happening, we're gonna fill you in on the seedings of all of our Bellmore-Merrick teams. The highest seeded Bellmore-Merrick team is Mepham A, seeded 6th. They're the worst team in the 6th-seeded alliance. Calhoun A is the best team in the 7th-seeded alliance. Kennedy Bellmore F is the better team in the 8th-seeded alliance. JFK B is the lesser of the 10 seed. Then it's JFK then it's Kennedy E and Mepham C in Kennedy H, and Mepham C in seeded number 11. Kennedy D, Farmingdale Z, seeded 13th. Kennedy G, alongside St. Catherine's A, seeded 15th, and then Malvern A, Kennedy Bellmore E, 16th. If you're looking at the screen, reading it from rows top to bottom, then left to right, it's the top left. We are starting at the top left corner of your screen, and then the bottom right corner of your screen. It's the Wolverines and Center Reach A alliance, and the Malvern and Kennedy E alliance going first.
Can you ask Mano to bring his camera?
All I'm gonna say is for my JFK Bellmore watch.
We are in. This is playoff robotics. Kennedy E.
The automation round is nothing's going on.
This is nothing. All right, we are ready to get rocking and rolling and play, and this is
Red
playoff
automation round, however, because they were able to get a ring in there. So let's see.
Driver control, and we are off. Nobody wins. Automation round goes to the Wolverines.
Yep. So the 1 seed takes an early lead.
Red Alliance, the Wolverines take an early lead. Wolverines going for a going for a placement.
They're dominating right now. They have all of the
moguls and possibly one on the.
Yeah, they have all of the moguls.
They have all the moguls on their side except for the blue ones, but those are unimportant to them because they don't score any points for their team.
And it doesn't matter what as long as they just match whatever the 16 seed does, they'll win because of the automation win.
Yeah, that's very true. This is automation doesn't win you tiebreaker points, but they do win the.
It's points, and points
equals points. Yes, exactly.
You got to win by having more points, and so the more points you have, you take them.
Blue is trying to go for the tower. We are at 48 seconds left. Looks like we got. That looks to be the Malvern's robot trying to do something. I see. Red's trying to get on the platform.
I know. I have to do the same.
Can they get it? They are trying to balance on the platform. No. 30 seconds left in the match.
Oh, Blue's going to try to push himself up. If they can push themselves up and hope.
Are they going to get it? Are they going to get up there? Is Blue going to get a bounce? They are! That could be major!
But the red team's okay.
136 to 30 still. That is underwhelming. That's underwhelming. It's a comeback.
Red is starting to stack.
Red's starting to stack.
With 5 seconds left. And red team seems...
This one's in the books.
And the number 1 seed moves on to the best of 8.
So now every playoff match, you're gonna get a new pair of sportscasters. I'm gonna turn this for the next match. I'm gonna turn it over to Ryan, and now Sean McCullen's gonna get back on.
I have my robots in field 2 and field 3. Thank you very much.
Hello, Ryan.
No, watch the seeds. I'm gonna put the seed numbers on the whiteboard.
All right, so that was an exciting first match. First seed did what they were supposed to do in beating the number 16 seed. Unfortunately, there's going to be no David and Goliath story there. As the second match will be the, still not updated yet. Scoreboard hasn't been updated. It should be taking place at mat 2.
Yeah, and you know what? This is that really intense part now that like we kept talking about throughout the towards the end of the qualification matches. This is our version of the witching hour. This is the end. This is where everyone gets really intense, where you see people seriously focus in and really try to go for a win.
Yeah, and on top of that, ultimately you got to be, you got to just tip your cap to the other team. When you're facing a 1 seed, they drop 229 points. There's just not much you can do there. So it'll be the 2 seed JFK Prep A and RoboCavs D versus the St. Catherine's A and JFK Bellmore C. So that's the second JFK Bellmore team as the underdog. Second time in a row, actually. That's it. Assuming everything is... Oh, so it seems as if it's the... So it's not the 2 versus 15, it's the 8th seed versus the 9th seed. 8th seed being JFK, Bellmore F, and Southside B versus Garden City A, Garden City B. So interesting matchup here.
Yeah, Garden City's getting the upper hand. They have two, it's the same school, right. Same team, great chemistry, that means.
Yeah. So hopefully, this is probably the most close-knit match, hopefully, of the tournament, with 2 of the most evenly matched teams, the 8th and the 9th seed. Doesn't get more evenly matched than that. This is for a chance to go on to the next round, to go to the best of 8. Who's going to get it done? They're getting set for the 15-second automation period.
Yeah, we're just waiting for the timer to get set off and Mr. Cooper to get the ready, set, go.
Yep. So when we get the ready, set, go, we will begin, and it will be off to the races.
Yeah, and in a match like this where it's so close to 8 and 9 seeds, this is where I would expect Garden City, a school like them. Same school, I expect them to excel in this.
All right, so automation period is a draw. It's a 3-point draw. Both teams will start off with 3 points. So here comes the driving period.
Yep, there's the bell. And this is where it all matters here.
Yeah, this is where the game gets exciting. So the blue robot's not moving at all. That's a big problem. That is a huge problem for Garden City. Southside, Bellmore.
My computer screen, color in.
Yeah, no movement from blue right now. Looks like Garden City's having some trouble.
Right. Garden City.
Looks like JFK, Bellmore, and Southside are taking advantage right now.
Yep, they're just stacking up some Mogos, hoping to get some of them on the board, get some points early. And that should be a point if they can keep it up. No, it can't. All right, so the alternative here is to just push up both the vehicle and the Mogo, unless they want to go back for the reach.
Yeah, I don't think you want to go back for a reach on this one. I think you just want to get it on.
Yeah, so maybe they're going back for another placement. They'll try to go for it. Can they get it?
I think it's going to be successful.
Hard to tell from this angle. No.
Towards the
edge. If they want to get points, they got to just climb back up there.
Yeah, it's going to fall off there.
They need points. Okay, so what they're trying to do is get the Mogos from the other side. Kind of a weird, this is a 1v2, and yet Southside hasn't performed poorly. JFK at Bellmore. In fact, I believe, it's still a tie game.
A little bit of a camera issue there.
The other blue robot is back in the race, or not race per se, but in the battle.
Looks like a little confusion there of what Blue's trying to accomplish here. Looks like Red's almost blocking him off right now.
Yeah, there's a tangle. Now, this is interesting because we saw something like this earlier in the tournament, and it was, that's ultimately we're gonna. I think having the Mogos on the blue side may give a victory. All right, so I'll be coming off, and Andy will be going on.
Very
We'll
nice
be waiting
job,
for
Ryan.
the results. Andy, take it away.
Yeah, we're gonna find out the result of that one in just a moment. Very close match at the end. Both teams seemed very tangled up, and Garden City believes they won, and they're talking to Mr. Cooper and the rest of the referees. And Andy, what did you see from that match?
I'm gonna be honest, I didn't see much, but as I was hearing what you were saying, so Garden City thinks they won.
Yeah, it looks like Garden City was having a little discussion with the refs, and now it looks like both teams are having a little bit of a discussion argument here with the referees as they try to see who won this one. We're not really sure who won this one yet. We're gonna listen. We're gonna hear from the referees.
On the red line, going against 1353Z.
Yeah, this is it's gonna be a close one. Mr. Cooper and the other officials not really sure of what to call here in this situation. Both teams had a hard time getting on the Mogos on their platform, and that led to a bunch of confusion and no rings really. And that's the big confusion topic right here, right now. And we're just waiting on a final decision. And it looks like one side's going to go out really happy that they just won this argument. The other side's going to be very angry.
Run a little bit higher now. The playoff time.
Both sides still angry about what's been going on, still arguing.
Hopefully everyone made the right alignment selection.
And it looks like Garden City's the one celebrating. It looks like Garden City picks up the win over Southside A and Farmingdale N. Oh, excuse me, it looks like Garden City picked up the win against JFK Bellmore and Southside B. So the Garden City chemistry works and proves correct in this one, and they will move on to the next round. JFK Bellmore, one of the few teams in this district, now only having two opportunities left, excuse me, as they're about to compete in a next matchup against Farmingdale Z.
2, 1, go!
JFK Bellmore D and Farmingdale Z highlighting this match.
Let's hope JFK takes a win for the Bellmore-Merrick community, am I right?
Yeah, obviously, we can't be really that biased, but at the same time, it would be bittersweet for, a nice county, within district win.
Of course.
Of course, you always hope for district, but at the same time, can't be biased about it.
Yep.
And now we're going to start the beginning portion of the driving control round, following that autonomous round.
2, 1, go!
And they're off. A minute 45 of very, very intense robot action. It's like Southside A and Farmingdale N striking first as they get their Mogo on the board. And once again, this is the matchup between the number 4 and number 13 seeded. The number 4 seeded Southside A and Farmingdale N taking on the number 13 seeded JFK Bellmore D and Farmingdale Z. Looks like we have JFK Bellmore D and Farmingdale Z trying to block off red right now. Once again, JFK Bellmore D and Farmingdale Z on blue, Southside A and Farmingdale N on the red side. And right now it looks like red has the better positioning in this one.
Blue's got a goal, and
so Andy, right now, what can blue do to start making a comeback? Because right now blue is having a big struggle right now.
This is good. If blue's winning, then that means a win for Kennedy, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, what can they do right now? Because at the moment, Southside A and Farmingdale N, the number 4 seeded team, have the advantage. What can blue do right now to start making a comeback?
Maybe they can grab more Mogos or something.
Yeah, they gotta just, try to just get something started and going. It looks like blue is having a little bit of trouble here. And Red's gonna strike first with their Mogo if they can land this on their platform. 2, 1. And we're gonna have a close one, but it looks like, I believe, the number 4 seeded Southside A and Farmingdale N are most likely to move on in this one. But the officials are going to check it out. Just waiting for a decision here. Yep, and it looks like the number 4 seeded Southside A and Farmingdale N are going to move on. That will be the second to last team for JFK Bellmore to be eliminated. Now they will have only one shot left with JFK Bellmore H and Mepham C as their 11th seed. And now I'm gonna hand over the mic to Matt Mano for this next match. And Matt, take it away.
That one was a little bit of a blowout, was it? This next one's going to be Rye Country B and Center Reach B as the Red Alliance, and the RoboCavs A team and the Rye Country A team as the Blue Alliance. If you haven't already picked up, the Red Alliance is always the higher seed. So this is Rye B and Center Reach B going up against RoboCavs A and Rye A. Who do you think is going to pull out with this one, Andy?
Well, in the past, RoboCry seems like they have been advancing more, so I don't know. I don't know, man.
You're thinking the Blue Alliance?
I'm thinking.
I
could be wrong. Could be wrong.
Oh, I'm always wrong. Don't worry about being wrong. Honestly, you could go either way. We are ready to start the autonomous phase, and the RoboCavs take an early round in the autonomous phase, and it looks like Red's gonna take the autonomous bonus easily.
I'm probably wrong.
Yeah, they will. They will. It's theirs. It's theirs to lose.
Red wins autonomous.
All right. This is where it matters. Driver control. And you said the RoboCavs were gonna come out early. That was Rye B who secured the autonomous bonus.
Looks like Red's got 2 on their robot trying to bounce.
So Blue's already making an advance to the balance. So we're waiting. Nobody's really made a big move, but the Reds got 2 Mogos on their robot. Looks to be I think that's the Rye Country. It's the Rye Country robot for, and now we got one in the red balance, a robot on the blue balance. Yes, they've got it. The blue balance making a huge move and just fell. If they can balance this, it's over. We might have our first. Always pick the 12-5 upsets. Always pick the 12-5 upsets, right, Andy?
Right.
As March is coming up, we remind you, always pick 12-5 upsets. As Blue is able to get a robot on a balance, but I think the balance is down, and so is the robot. Red is balanced. I'm not sure if that tipped over Mogo will score points.
Does that count?
It's 86-80. The 5th seeded Ryan Center Reach Alliance, Red leads. So the autonomous ends up being the difference, unless anybody can score. I think
8 seconds left.
we're trying to get a balance. They got it. They got it. No, they did not.
Oh.
At the very last minute. That's tough. Rye Country A could not get up on the balance. That's unfortunate. There really is. I think it actually was the RoboCavs who tried to get up on. Because it had the larger of the neutral Mogos, they unfortunately could not get up. So we're waiting on the judge's decision. This looks to be a blue win. Or excuse me, a red win. Blue falls just short. So the RoboCavs and the Rye A team will go home early. So for the 5th game, we now turn it over to Sean McQuillan, who'll be taking over for Andy. I'll be staying with you for another match or two. So as we await the referee's decision, now our next match is going to be Prep A. So Q, first of all, before I announce who's going, that was an incredible match, right, Q?
Oh yeah, absolutely. It came down to the end. Look at the Mogo. It's barely on the balance.
And the last Mogo isn't even balanced. That's such a terrible way to go out if you're the Blue Alliance, but that's just how it goes. Inches.
Buzzer beater doesn't go there.
9717A and 5996H.
I always find it a little confusing when they're I always find it a little weird how they try to hype up calling out these alliances by stating numbers instead of their teammates.
Oh yeah, no, the numbers is possibly the most absolute confusing thing I've ever heard in my life.
I've seen in track they use numbers instead of names, like instead of like at throughout all of them.
Yeah, but at least you have like a tag on you. Like
yeah,
these robots, they have tags, but they're so tiny to read.
Yeah, they're so tiny to read, and nobody knows or nobody cares what 975. Nobody cares what the number is. Like, it's tough. As somebody who runs track, I'm used to having a bib on me with my number. Like every time I was at St. Anthony's, I was 3827 every single time.
See, that's simple enough, but either way, looks like Mr. Cooper and the rest of the officials are just discussing the scoring, discussing the scoring, obviously.
Well, we know who won, though.
We do. I think they're just looking at the point system.
I did say to Andy, and this is easily a live nano curse, always pick the 12 fives. What happens? Down goes the 12.
I mean, you're not wrong there. I can't take that away from you. You're not wrong there.
Always pick the 12 fives. I'm just saying it. Always pick the 12 fives.
Yeah, 12 fives usually tend to be a pretty good matchup because you got a pretty above average team with the 5. Then you got the 12 being the underdog. So honestly, both work in multiple ways, and
especially in March.
Yeah, it looks like the officials are just finishing up with their original court. Well, excuse me, Matt in this case.
So at this point, so now we're just waiting. The next match is going to be the 2-seeded Red Alliance of JFK Prep A and the RoboCabs D going up against St. Catherine's A and JFK Bellmore G. So, Q, who do you think is going to pull out this one?
Well, you know what? JFK Bellmore G has one opportunity left to make a name for themselves because
they haven't done necessarily.
They really haven't.
Haven't done a good enough job.
Yeah, they really haven't, and this is their one chance to, really keep themselves alive in this one, because otherwise then it's down to one last JFK team.
And Kennedy G, mind you, went 1-5 in their qualifiers. So it's not like they're going home winless if they lose, but still, you would absolutely want to win. We're ready to get underway.
Well, of course, Matt, that is the obvious objective goal to win in the end.
Stop.
I would hope.
Stop, Q. I understand that much.
I wasn't even being sarcastic. Kind of seriously.
That was very sarcastic out of you, and I don't appreciate the sarcasm.
I did.
Are you kidding me?
All right. So, Matt, while we await the beginning of the autonomous period, how's your day been so far?
How's my day been? It's been very robotic. I'm not funny, I get it.
It's a real knee slapper.
Let's get back to the game. This is the autonomous period between Prep A and RoboCabs D going up against St. Catherine's A and Kennedy G.
That was the absolute worst joke I've ever heard in my life, by the way. I hope you know that.
didn't need to hear that. I've made worse today.
Oh, great. Thank God it came at 1:30.
You and your sports boosters, Q. Let's get into actual action. Autonomous bonus.
Driver control begins. Here we go.
Get away from that plug.
The autonomous bonus went to Red, who looks to be. Kennedy looks to be going up. Kennedy looks to be going on to.
Looks like the blue team was having a little bit of they thought there was a little bit of sabotage going on there.
Looks like Kennedy's going to try and get up onto the balance.
Looks like a little bit of struggle from both teams going on here.
Red's going to try and go up on the balance. That's the... minute left, and looks like...
left, and both teams playing very physical right now.
Yes, very physical. A little bit of battle in the middle. Looks like somebody's hurt. Looks like it looks like Prep is able to get one up onto the balance. Yes,
it has to stay still though.
It'll stay still. It'll stay still.
They do have to back out.
They're gonna wait for as long as they can, and
they got it. They're gonna try to get two with all the rings on there. That would be huge. All they have to do is back out.
They got it.
Wow.
This is a great showing.
And it looks like JFK Prep A and Robotics D will absolutely take the win in this
they got
one.
Another one on.
Just total destruction right now. All Blue can do now is play for pride.
5 seconds left, and Prep A in dominating fashion hard carries the RoboCavs D team to a berth into the second round. Because let's be real, that was all Prep.
Number 2 seed comes out strong in this one. Absolutely just controlled the whole course of that match. Got 3 Mobos on there, a bunch of rings. Great job, just great performance. And that's going to be the end of the day for the 15-seeded St. Catherine's and JFK Bellmore.
So now we're gonna go back to the original pairing of me and Ryan, of myself and Ryan, for the next, my opinion.
Going with number 10 seed.
And never mind.
Farmingdale, JFK Bellmore, roll Cougs, folks, roll Cougs.
I'm with you on that one. I think Kennedy is gonna pull this one out, but because of anybody but them, I think the Bellmore-Merrick district as a whole is, in this one, going to be essentially isolated from this match. I think this one's going to be come down to which of Farmingdale versus RoboCavs can come down and who can perform better, because Calhoun and Kennedy, I have a feeling, are going to neutralize each other. Or honestly, it's going to be between Calhoun and Farmingdale, the 2 higher seeded teams. It's going to come down to what RoboCavs can do and to help their team get the win.
Blue gets off to a great start.
Blue in the autonomous phase, major points. They'll get the bonus with ease.
Yep, roll Cougs, baby, roll Cougs. Farmingdale and JFK Bellmore getting off to a JFK Bellmore Team B and Farmingdale V getting off to a great start. So they've got possession of 2 of the Mogos. Trying to get possession of that third one. Can they? Will they? Yep, they got possession of that third one.
And now we're gonna see them probably just hoard them on their side. Farmingdale trying to get in position for a double placement.
But
Kennedy can't.
So what Farmingdale will probably do is they'll probably try to keep themselves.
Kennedy's boxed out.
Yeah, but they do have an opportunity for a placement. Question is, can they get it?
In the round of 16, we are in a good battle, but really, RoboCavs need to do something.
Yeah, no, they can't just sit around idly and waiting for the blue team to budge here.
Because they're not.
Right.
They're trying
to milk the clock here.
They're trying to do what Center Reach did, but obviously they're trying to do what Center Reach did, but Center Reach does it better.
Oh, can the red team? Oh, it didn't fall. Oh, it fell. Did they fall?
This is smart.
Now they gotta make placements. Now they gotta make placements.
They don't even have a Mogo, but they're gonna try.
No, but if it's underneath it.
Oh, there's a Mogo wedged underneath of
They gotta get it out of there.
Balance.
You've gotta get it out of there. 2 on for blue. Is that 2?
That's 1.
They got the second one. They got the second one. They got the second one. They went for a third one.
At this point, it looks like Kennedy's going to be, or Red Alliance is going to be playing for pride unless they can get a robot on. Now they're going to try it. They're going to try it. They got it. It's going to come down to a decision. It's going to be close. They're going to give the points for the robot on.
All right. right.
It looks. I still think it doesn't matter. I think it's gonna be blue.
We'll wait and see. Waiting for a winner to be decided.
Match 8, if you're on match 8, please go to the match.
Has the winner been decided? Not yet.
If you are on match 8, you can go to field 2.
I still think it's blue. So now, the next match I think contains the last of our Bellmore-Merrick teams. It'll be Mepham and Mepham A and Prep C versus Kennedy H and Mepham C, if I'm not mistaken.
So,
it's blue.
Wins it, yep. Roll Cougs, baby. Farmingdale V and JFK Bellmore 8 take down the...
Now it's time for Mepham and time for Q to take over for me on the mic for the next match.
Alrighty, so... The autonomous round begins now. It's the 8th match of the tournament. It's the 14th seed Quakers B and Southside C versus JFK Prep B and Arsenal X. The autonomous round goes to the red JFK Prep on mat 1, a Delphi 1.
Yeah, well, usually when it's a 14-seed and a 3-seeded team, you know, the 14-seeded team obviously having the disadvantage, and 3 seeds in these sort of tournaments tend to really come out strong because they face nice, easy competition throughout the whole qualifiers, and then they can really show off their skill.
Yeah. So far, they have possession of 2 of the 3 Mogos. Trying to get that third one on their side. Currently parading around, collecting rings so that they can stack those onto that red one. As you see, the red one is carrying in the back is full of rings. That should give them points. It's 6-0 for the 3 seed versus the 14th seed. A little bit over a minute to go, and so far we're seeing that the red team has kind of set themselves up to start stacking and generating points.
Yeah, it looks like JFK Prep B and Arsenal X are trying to set up their Mogos, on their platform.
Yep, and they're trying to go for a stack of the robot and 2 Mogos, and it's good.
Nice job by the red team.
Yep, that's a nice, easy, seamless transition, and that should be another placement. That's 2. That's their second yellow Mogo, their 3rd total.
Yeah,
and
that's going to do it.
And if they can stack this, beautiful.
This will be impressive.
Yep. Oh.
We got some movement.
And it's balanced. Wow. What a job. Phenomenal work.
And this one's over.
Well, could be tipped over. They're going to go try to tip him over. Oh, no, they're not going to. They're going to keep him around 10 seconds.
Unless they can make something happen in the next 5 seconds.
Well, the problem is just that they've collected so many rings. They've done so much. Seems like it's going to be an early exit for the 14 seed. 3rd seed takes out the 14th seed. That is JFK Prep B and Arsenal X, knocking off the Quakers B and Southside C, the 14th seed. And so now we'll move on to the next match of this tournament, the 6th seed, JFK Prep C and Mepham A. All right, so I'll be coming off, and Menno will be taking over.
That was a complete another blowout right there. That one, an impressive match, an impressive showing from the Red Alliance of Prep and Arsenal. That was so now.
Quarterfinal time. Here we go.
Now it's our first quarterfinal. The Red Alliance.
97871R and 38211A.
So it's going to be the Red Alliance is the Roverines.
And you will have 68602A going teaming up with 68602B.
And Gardens, so the first quarterfinal match is going to be Roverines and Center Reach A going up against the Garden City Alliance.
Hey.
But before we get to that, it looks like we should have a matchup of Mepham. We should have Prep C and Mepham A versus Kennedy H and Mepham C. And that's what we're going to see first.
Yep. We have some Mepham on Mepham action right now.
That'll be something to look. That'll be fun.
It's nice when you have school versus school. You know, it's always fun to face your teammates, face friends. So see what happens in this one.
All right. So we know a lot of these guys on these teams.
Yeah, Nick Fauci.
I see Fauci. I see Adith. I don't see anybody else that I know in the picture. I can't really see anybody in the frame. But the autonomous prep major damage to get the Red Alliance the point.
All right, driver control in 3, 2, 1, go.
And we're ready to start in driver control. Kennedy Prep is going to be the X factor in this game. But Mepham is trying to make a move, system that they have, it's off-centered of sorts. Possible malfunction. You see Mepham with the 77286A tag on the far side of your screen.
Yeah, looks like Mepham both teams having a little bit of trouble here, but it looks like Blue will
Blue got a Mogo
first.
on, but I'm still not sure if it'll be enough, especially if Mepham can get a balance going.
Yeah, it looks like the 11th seeded JFK Bellmore and Mepham C are doing pretty good right now.
I would assume that that is something for the people at home to root for. It's 2 Bellmore-Merrick teams, but I still don't think that one balance is going to be enough. Because right now my tallies are coming about to 30.
Comeback is going to be needed.
Yeah, but for the blue team, as the prep robot is on with a Mogo, which could be the deciding factor unless
Blue's having a little bit of trouble right now.
Kennedy's getting up there. Here's Kennedy. They couldn't balance, but Kennedy's going to try and just balance the robot. That's 30 points.
This can be close.
Not as close as you think. The math comes out to...
I believe we have a JFK Prep Mepham may win.
Yeah, it's going to be the Red Alliance is going to win, and for the next match, we're going to stay with me and Q, and then we're going to go me and Ryan for the second quarterfinal.
Cool.
But so for the first, it looks like the Kennedy and Bellmore Blue Alliance, the Kennedy Bellmore and Mepham C Alliance is gonna fall in their first quarterfinal. And Mepham C, we need to recognize the act of kindness from Kennedy to Mepham, as Mepham should not have even made the playoffs. Mepham was the 34th ranked team, and Kennedy chose to nominate Mepham as their alliance, and Mepham, of course, obliged. So there should only be one Mepham team in the playoffs.
Well, hey, hard work pays off, and that's what Mr. Cooper said all year. Countless hours of work equals success. And you know what? It proved there, and great job for Mepham today. They've done excellent for them-wise. And you know what? Even making the playoff as a 34-ranked team and still winning, like, great job for the Pirates.
Except it wasn't that Mepham team who won. A was the team who made it by natural means.
Yeah.
And then C was the team who got saved. Good sportsmanship between the two Mepham teams.
Yeah, it looks like Nick Fauci and Jacob will take it home for Mepham there.
We'll see how far they can go, because Prep has some strong teams. Now we get set for our first quarterfinal. It's the Roverines and Center Reach going up against Garden City A and B.
And hey, don't underestimate Garden City A and B. The chemistry is absolutely there in this one.
They're the only team still alive with two of the same schools on the same alliance, and the only team in the playoffs that are formatted as such.
Yeah, if any school is going to win, it's going to end up being Garden City. So You know what? Let's see what happens in this one. Chemistry is definitely there for Garden City, and they do have the upper hand for that wise. However, can their talent prove off against the #1 seeded Wolverines are and Center
Reach A.
Center Reach A.
Pronunciation hard.
What an odd school name.
Pronunciation is hard. I get it. The English language is difficult.
Or field one, and that will be teams. Quarterfinal 2 will be on field 1. It's teams 11570A.
The next quarterfinal. The next quarterfinal will be Farmingdale N and looks like there should be Farmingdale N on the next quarterfinal. It'll be Southside A and Farmingdale N going up against Farmingdale V and Kennedyton. Hear the cheer from the Wolverines to their teammates saying, "You got this."
Mano, it's just like March Madness. It's March. The fans are loud. They're screaming at the top of their lungs for the robotics competition.
You made that sound so much more underwhelming than it could have.
Absolutely.
I can tell.
#1 seed, #9. Oh my God, who wins? Upset alert? Question mark.
No. I'm sorry. This team is too strong. Wolverines Center Reach. They've been dominant all day. Both teams are two of the only 3 teams we have here.
Well, either way, looks like Wolverines A is just making some minor on the robot.
That is Center Reach the repairs. And Wolverines on standby. I love the jerseys that all the
How much of a privilege it is to announce one of these also. But as you see, action is at an all-time high right now, whereas both teams are battling with each other, and that can be difficult as teams try to get those things back on their ramps.
Yes, and as we see here, red team will get a yellow mogul on top of their ramp, perfectly poised, and that will set them ahead in this matchup as the seconds are winding down.
Yes, and now as we hit 0, the judges will now obviously decide who the winner is.
It's obviously right in this case.
Yes, but just to make sure, they will make everything clear. But that was that match. So now as we continue, one of these teams will move on, obviously, until we get the match, whoever won. But one of these teams will move on, and good luck to them in the next bracket.
Indeed. Good work from Red Team, definitely there to get that last second. That was really clutch to get that mogul up there last
Yes, you really need to have like good eye coordination. Really got to be paying attention and not look at that time to be part of that. Something looks like the refs are communicating right now. So let's see. We will see what is happening as we proceed to the next match. Next round, I should say.
About that.
Yeah, it's been a big day here.
We're still waiting on the judges
and to
scoring.
have events like this back finally.
It should be.
And now the sportscasters will be back, and we will see you later.
147 red to 60 blue.
And that was in blowout fashion.
All right.
The Wolverines in the center age take
Sportscasters
down
will be back, and
Garden
we will
City.
see you later.
The second quarterfinal now.
2, 1, go.
We're already off and away in the second autonomous round of the second quarterfinal. It's the 4th seeded alliance of Southside and Farmingdale going up against the 5th seeded alliance of Rye Country B and Center Reach B.
It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a real good one. Two evenly matched teams, two really strong opponents. It seems like the 5th seed in Center Reach, they won the autonomous round. Hopefully we're going to see some strong driving course play.
So back on field 1 now.
Hopefully we get a feed over there soon.
Where the green camera resides, where our green camera resides, the action between Southside and Farmingdale going up against Rye and Center Reach. Now we are back. The autonomous points went to the blue, but the red has a Mogo on. And an attack by the blue, but failed.
Yeah, they had a clean shot too, and they missed.
They blew it.
Yeah. Famous clip from an Adam Sandler movie where he goes, "You blew it." Perfect example of that here.
Oh my God! The meme culture references today are insane.
I'm pulling out every reference I've got in the book. We're running on all cylinders here.
Firing on all cylinders.
Yep.
As is the Red Alliance right now.
Yep.
That was not funny. That was not funny. I'm unfollowing.
No. That was a good transition. It was a good Okay, Red Alliance here. Only team that has, blue team trying to set up for a balanced placement. Can they get it through?
They're going to get it.
With 17 seconds to go, they got a late game placement. Ooh, Red team looking to get a late team placement. Can they do it?
It'll be close. They look to have it. If they can't get it.
They got 7 seconds. 6.
If they can't get it, it's
5,
over.
4, 3, 2. Oh,
they got it at the last second. At the last second, Red gets it. They should win in advance.
Obviously, now we gotta wait to see how the.
It has to be.
Let's head over to the field, please. I know we're a little delayed.
1, 2, 1. We're just making to see if any Mogo placement.
9, 7, 1.
It should be it looks to be balanced. So next up is Prep A and Robocabs D versus Farmingdale V and Kennedy B.
All right, so the lowest seed in the tournament right now, the alliance of Farmingdale V and JFK Bellmore 8, the number 10 seed, Roll Cougs, hoping for a little bit of a Cinderella story here. If they can get past here, get to the semifinals, this could be huge.
And for this match, it'll be Ryan and McQuillan. Sean, take this one away.
So Ryan, some intense playoff competition so far.
Yep, we're seeing some really good matches, some close ones too. Late, you see a lot of late action, late scoring to put teams ahead. So right now, Of course, I'm a little bit biased here. We got JFK Prep A and the Robo-Cavs D, number 2 seed, facing off against Farmingdale V, JFK Bellmore B, number 10 seed. They're the number 10 seed, clearly the underdogs here. But you know, roll Cougs, baby. They've got you know what? It's one match. They've gotten this far. They're in the quarterfinals. A win here gets them to the semis, in which you'll have a shot to really cause some upset. So this could be a huge upset here, or we could see a potential Cinderella story end before it can get off the ground. So tell me what you've seen so far in these playoffs that have really excited you.
So obviously the aggressiveness has taken a huge toll. It went from right to the bottom, and like we saw it in our few last matches, especially with the Wolverines and Center Reach, both showing absolute aggressiveness, and that's been working for them in so many ways. And if other teams take that aggressive tactic, it's going to work out in the end for them.
Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, I mean, look, I know that I know I'm biased in this. I know I got a little bit of bias here, but it would just be fun to see a 10 seed get onto the semifinals.
I mean, of course.
Because we haven't seen a lot of upsets. It's really been the best teams have made it. The best teams have gotten through the playoffs. I like a little bit of chaos, and I want to see a little bit of chaos here.
Of course, of course we are from Bellmore-Merrick schools, and within our district we would hope for success all the time, but whatever happens in the end will happen. And they just got to be happy they made it so far.
We still got two Bellmore-Merrick schools here. We got MEPM A in alliance with JFK Prep C, and we got currently now JFK Bellmore B in the 10 seed alliance. So there's still some Bellmore-Merrick representation there. Still a chance for the title tonight to stay within the district. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, Ryan. And looks like just the officials were just checking something out quick under the mat.
Ultimately, I'm sorry to interject here, but it's been a little bit of a delay. I wonder what's going on here. But as you were saying.
Yeah, it just looks like Mr. Cooper and the rest of the officials were just checking out. Excuse me there, the robots, just checking out the mat, just making sure everything's all good. And it looks like we're just waiting for the call, because we're just waiting for the autonomous period, and then we're going to get things underway.
Yep, absolutely.
Otherwise, now, as we look towards the, intro to this match, what do you think JFK Bellmore B is going to have to do, along with Farmingdale V? What are they going to have to do in order to, pull out an upset?
You want to win that autonomous round, not just because you get points, but also it gives you those mogos on your side. Gives you kind of an early possession, right? So it's like a cheat. It's like a free opportunity to cheat a little bit. You get them on your side for the driving course. Get to start getting some early placements, or collecting rings, stacking up points, and suddenly you've got momentum, you've got points on the board, things are looking good, and you walk away with a win. Now, as for JFK Prep A and the Robo-Cavs D, they've been a high-powered offense. They can score they could score with any team in the tournament, if not better than every team in the tournament. So, I mean, ultimately, obviously, the expected outcome here is number 2 seed wins, right? That you're just playing probabilities. Number 2 seed most likely going to win this thing. But if we were just to pick, again, you can't just pick based on probabilities, because, unfortunately for any favorites and anyone who's ever been a high seed that's lost early in a tournament, they know the best team doesn't always win.
Absolutely. That was a great take on this matchup, and not really sure what the officials are checking out here. It looks like something might be wrong with one of the robots. Not too sure here.
Well, if it was a problem with the robots, they'd be disqualified, I believe. I think it's just it may be a plug-in issue, just a mat issue. It's a curious issue.
Yeah, it could have been. And it looks like Mr. Cooper is just going over the rules quick, and we're about to get ready for the autonomous period.
This is going to be a great match. And then after this one.
3, 2, 1, go.
And they're underway. And aggressiveness being shown.
Oh! Red wins the autonomous round. 6 points for them, and a really good advantage, really good starting point for them. So
yeah, it's a pretty good starting advantage. And now driving control, though, this is where everything matters. This is where you got to show off and just see what we can do. And we're off.
Oh, a late reaction there. They're not able to get. Oh, they jut it free.
Nice job there by Red.
Big pickup. Yeah, that's a great pickup there. Can they get the balance placement? That's the question. Oh, is he backing up? Going to go for a back up? Oh, no, he couldn't get it. He was trying to back up, trying to get up that ramp. Wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, just saw that last second there, and obviously you can see Red hand movements on that controller. Very focused right now.
Yeah, Red trying to scoop something up.
Sportscasting the rest of the game.
Right now, it seems as if the advantage has been going to.
It looks like Red's got the first one up.
Yep, there's a little bit of a battle there for that yellow one. Oh man, this is some good stuff.
Collecting their rings.
Red collecting rings. It should help them. It should help them out.
Nice steal by Red on the bottom of your screen there.
Yep. And this seems like it's probably going to be the end for the Cougs. As
what a move there!
No way they get that off, and they did.
Great job from Blue there.
Okay, you need a placement. You need a placement. They know they need a placement. They need any placement they can get, but unfortunately they don't have a move here.
We got 30 seconds left in this match.
Here we go.
Let's see what they can do. Tug of war going on here. Seems like they're going to just back up. They should be able to clinch it here with a backup.
Yeah, it looks like Red's having a big issue. Can they get it on their platform within 15 seconds?
Yeah.
Blue gains control of it. Can they get it on the platform?
They got one on the platform. They'll take the lead here.
Is one enough? Red gets theirs.
Can
they get a second?
Oh, no,
this is going to be close.
And it looks like it's over. The 2C will most likely come away with the win here. They've collected more rings. They had the placement, and they won the autonomous round.
We'll find out in 1 sec.
Yep, they award them the points, and it should be a win for the JFK Prep A and RoboCavs Alliance.
Believe so.
Could be huge.
Final decision.
It's a huge scoring round. This is a huge decision here. Huge decision here.
Let's find out.
Waiting and seeing.
Intensity's up in the air. Officials are discussing.
Yep. I mean, I think it's pretty clearly red team. More Mogos on their side. More rings. Start out with the autonomous bonus, but maybe there's something we can't see from this angle. That's always possible. We'll wait and see, though.
Yeah, we just gotta wait right now. Here it is.
We have a final score. 107 red to 83 blue.
Close one, but
and Red's gonna take it.
Yep. So JFK Prep A takes out the RoboCavs. JFK Prep A and the RoboCavs D take out Farmingdale V and JFK Bellmore B.
Yeah, right. I'll join you back in a little bit. Right now, I'm gonna give man on the mic.
Thanks, Q. We'll see you for 2 more matches later on in the semis. He'll be on both of them. I hope you enjoy it. Right now, it's Arsenal and Mepham going up against Southside and Farmingdale.
So the red team gets the advantage there.
Excuse me, it's Arsenal and Prep versus Prep and Mepham.
So Mepham loses the JFK Prep B, and Arsenal X takes out JFK Prep C and Mepham Ace in the autonomous round. But there's still a lot of games to play, and we'll see how Mepham can respond. The last representation of the JFK Bellmore district.
Remember, Prep is one of the strongest teams top to bottom here, but there's a Prep on each side, and Arsenal is they're independent and they're strong. You can see some of the Mepham kids in the background wearing Prep's famed Viking hats.
Gotta love the Viking hats.
I love them.
And so
we're in driver control, and looks like
Red fighting to keep
Mepham's going to try. Looks like Prep's going to try and get on balance themselves.
Oh, they steal one of them. Look at that. JFK Prep and Mepham steal one of the red.
And yeah, this one, yeah, I'm sorry, this one's over.
Yeah, it's gonna be a
That's about. Never mind. Never mind.
You get a tip over. That's the point.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Unless they get a tip here.
I'm sorry. I can see I can see 80 points on one goal.
Wait.
And also, this is a sabotage by the red team right now. Red team is just trying to make it interesting.
They are really pushing.
Prep is on the balance.
Prep, they're not even moving.
Bro, look at Mepham. Look at Mepham go.
Look, they're trying to.
The little pirate that could.
They're trying to. So they're still collecting rings. What happened to that other?
Amogo is removed from play, and everything is falling from the balance. Now look at Mepham in the bottom right corner of your screen. They could make a move and try and get Amogo up on top. They need to get a robot though.
They have some.
Right now the math looks to be all red, unless Prep is on the balance. They're trying. Prep's on the balance. Can they get up there?
They have that red one lodged into the back. I don't think they're going to be able to get up.
Prep's trying to get up. 12 seconds left.
They need to make a placement. They need something.
Prep's on. Can they balance? The robot's on. That's dirty. If they can balance,
No.
They can. They're there. No. And that'll be it for the Bellmore-Merrick Central High School District today, as JFK Prep falls at the last minute.
An unfortunate, just so close. That's a heartbreaking.
That's a heartbreaker for the district.
Tough way to lose.
So Arsenal and so it looks like. Oh wait, we might have potential disqualification. You see the refs going over to the Red Alliance.
There's an argument about something.
But the way the math works out, looks to be we're either tied. Or it comes down to rings. Well, I actually think it might come down to. It might actually be rings. It might actually be rings, of which there's none. This is very close. Don't rule out the Blue Alliance just yet.
Waiting and seeing.
It's going to be very close. I wonder. Who do you think won?
I'm going to say, I don't know if JFK Prep C got it on in time.
No, they didn't get on it at all. Okay. We're waiting on the official signal. Regardless, it'll be me and Q on for the next match of Wolverines and Center Reach for Southside and Farmingdale End. We'll see the score. See Mr. Cooper, the head referee, explaining the situation. I think we might have had some grounds for a potential deduction, point loss.
Well, waiting for an announcement. Let's see.
Blue 60 and red 66.
The autonomous round made the difference.
So Arsenal moves on.
66-60 in favor of Arsenal and Prep. They move on. Mepham goes home. The district comes up without a semifinalist in their first home tournament. So, with the most teams, no less.
Man, oh my God.
11. So, this is a little bit of a disappointing showing for our district. They had 11 teams.
You can't be that mad. They were really, really close to winning.
It was very close, but they had 11 teams and not a single one made a semifinals. So
Honest Jacob knew it too at the end that it was over, but
it was close. It was close.
He congratulated everybody on his team for hard work. And you know what? That's what a true leader does.
Yeah, that's what a true leader does. You hear the cheers, but that was a pure heartbreaker. You can hear the cheers.
The highly favored Wolverines R and Center Reach A.
Versus Southside A and Farmingdale N versus Wolverines R and Center Reach A. Wolverines in the autonomous move their own Mogo, trying to get the bonus.
Keep on pushing that goal right underneath the ramp. Tough.
Autonomous is over. Driving control will begin.
All right.
Here we go. And they're off.
Let's do this in the second semifinal match.
Semifinal match 2.
Here we go.
Let's see. Looks like Wolverines and Center Reach are trying to unwedge the large Mogo from underneath the balance. Meanwhile, Farmingdale's trying to get a placement. They get it without any issue.
Yeah, Blue's gonna get there.
Blue's going to try and get another one now.
Looks like Red's also about to start attacking.
I think Red's going to try and get a robot.
Look at all the rings on that far red one.
Look at all, yeah.
That could be the difference maker.
That is huge. That is the Center Reach robot.
Looks like they're going to try to back it up.
Meanwhile, Farmingdale's making a challenge on the Wolverines, and Southside's kind of just there. They're picking up rings.
Which is smart. You need people like that.
Yeah, but at this point, especially this point in the game, they're just playing defense. Now the Southside making a challenge on Center Reach.
It's only 35 seconds off. Red's going to need to
make a move.
Get something on their platform.
Absolutely.
There it is.
There it is.
30 seconds. That's what that sound means.
This will be big.
If they can get big, good if it goes.
They got it.
They got it. Another placement.
And if all goes well in the next 15 seconds, looks like the Wolverines and Center Reach are gonna take it home.
Here come the chance as the Wolverines and Center Reach. There goes the Wolverines with 3 placements in the last 30 seconds to take it and send them to the finals.
And the expected #1 seeded Wolverines and Center Reach move on to the finals in this one. Great performance from both teams in this one, and
so now it is. So I'm gonna take this next one off. The next one is Prep A and Robocavs D versus Prep B and Arsenal X. So Ryan and Q, take it away.
All right, it's good to be here, joined by my lovely co-commentator. We have another great match going on here. JFK Prep A, Robocavs D versus JFK Prep B and Arsenal X, the 3 seed, 2 and 3.
Our last semifinals matchup before the finals. We'll see who can take the cake, and we'll take on Wolverines R and Center Reach A.
So if you're someone who just picks whoever's the favorite, you did a pretty good job because you got the 1, 2, and 3 seed as the final 3 teams. So pretty uniform. Might have the biggest difference might be a 1 and 3 seed matchup in the finals, but it could just be a 1 and 2 seed matchup in the finals, which would be, best teams winning it. We talked a lot about how the best teams don't always win it, but I think I might have just jinxed the whole tournament.
Yeah.
Really unfortunate for me.
This whole tournament, the Final Four came down to the Final Four seeds. It's obviously not that fun, but happens. And you know what? All teams, if you're getting a high seeding, means you put in the most effort, you work the hardest.
Hey,
and
they're playing well. They deserve it.
Yeah.
I can't say they've been playing phenomenal. Even though I know they're not in the tournament anymore. I know they've been eliminated, but roll Cougs. Just want to say roll Cougs one last time. Because roll Cougs, baby. Roll Cougs.
I'm going to say the same thing. Go Pirates.
So, waiting for the match to be, the arena to be set up.
Next week will be the state championship for the South, New York South. There will also be a New York North championship in Syracuse. Final score? 110 blue, 196 red.
Wow. Wow. And that's going to be it. Wolverines R and Center Reach A.
Oh, look at that! We got Max, Sam Schneider, Dylan. We got some of the Cougar-TV folk over there.
Yeah, everyone's supporting and watching right now.
Shout out to the to that team. They got some Cougar Crier newspapers. They are subscribed to the Cougar-TV channel. Got to get them subscribed to BMB, of course, and Calhoun Media Club.
And also shout out to everybody also who has worked on this event, from Calhoun Media, BMB, and Cougar-TV. It's great when we always collab, and great job to everyone who's worked either behind the scenes, on the mic, on the camera. No matter what, everyone's had a big part in this event. So great job to everyone.
I mean, top to bottom, so far it's been phenomenal. It's phenomenal what you can do when you put so many talented individuals together, and including myself, I guess, even though I'm not really a talented individual.
Oh,
I just talk a lot. Talking a lot is a talent, all right, I guess. But anyway, speaking of talented individuals, I cannot wait to see this 2 versus 3 seed matchup.
That was a nice transition.
That was a good transition. I'm going to pat myself on the back for that.
Yeah,
that was a good one.
That was a pretty good one.
Yeah, I had that planned out.
By the way, now we're just awaiting the official go on this one. And looks like the refs are just chatting, and blue side of things is just getting ready with their robots.
Yep, they look like they're just getting plugged in. Refs look ready. Blue looks ready. Does red look ready? Got to emphasize the R there so I can have a little bit of a deeper voice.
And Mr. Cooper is getting ready to call it.
Yep, here we go. Autonomous round. Called it.
Nice. Just giving the goods, the readies.
They're all right, this is huge. Who's going to get it? And it's, 2 Mogos on the red side. That's an autonomous win.
It's dangerous for blue side now. It's not what you want in this situation.
Yeah, higher seed takes the lead again, so kind of a pattern here. Higher seeds have been playing really well in this tournament. You don't really see that in these type of large, 16-team brackets.
And here we go. We're off, and this is where it all matters most, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. Are they going to go for a bet? Let's see what they do.
See the red robot having a little bit of trouble moving there.
Oh, it looks. I understand what they're doing. They're trying to get some of those rings, pick up that red Mogo, and collect some of those rings. Now when you stack it on, you get more points. It's a genius strategy.
Yep.
And I think what you're noticing is the skill gap between a lot of these higher seed, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the rest is massive. That's probably why these guys have been winning so much. Because they're a well-oiled machine. It's a repetitive style of playing. It works, and it's truly spectacular to watch. So right now what we're seeing is, everyone's trying to collect rings.
Don't underestimate the blue side, though.
Oh, they've been putting
a lot of rings there.
Yeah, but the problem is not the Mogos. And that's where the autonomous round is important. Not just to get the 6 points, but get control of Mogos. Mogos, it's important. They got 1, they've got 2 on their side.
Definitely agree.
Now you got to play a little more of a risky style. You got to try to knock someone over, and that pulls away from your ability to stack your own Mogos because you're trying to detract from another offense. You're playing defense.
Yep.
It's a weird style of play, and it puts you on the back foot. And now,
Red's just gonna tower it on.
Just got to push him up. Got to get up there.
Can he get it?
Is the question. He's getting up there.
Just cannot lose that balance. And he's got it.
They couldn't. They were trying to squeeze 2 robots up there.
Can Blue get it?
Are they going to get 2 robots?
Oh my!
They've got 2 robots on there. 1.
Do you believe in
0.
miracles?
Oh
yes.
Oh my God.
Do you believe in miracles?
2 robots on there.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my goodness.
I believe we've just witnessed an upset.
Oh my God. That is unbelievable play.
The absolute best performance of the day comes in the semifinal. Terrific job.
Is it balanced?
We're about to find out.
We're going to find out ring counts. There's a lot to go in here. They got 2 robots on there. 2.
This can be very close.
I don't think anyone's even attempted to get 2.
No one has.
They got
2 robots.
That's incredible. That's incredible. This is the skill gap you're talking about. You see this type of stuff from high-level competition.
Absolutely.
And
phenomenal strategy, great play. And you know what? I have a strong feeling Blue's going to take this one home.
Hey, I strongly commend both these teams here. This is some of the best play you'll see in the tournament. It has me excited for that final round because, good gosh, can that final round be great.
Yeah. No, if this is what we're going to see during this final round of play, I'm very excited for it.
Yeah, and hopefully, so let's see what the refs are discussing.
They're just discussing if it's balanced, whether or not.
Are they saying it's off balance?
Just so you know, the championship match is going to be on field 2.
And,
It's be a close ruling here.
Yep, so there's a huge section cheering on the 1 seed, and the movement, my God, if they win the whole thing, that might be something we might not be able to hear for a little bit.
Yeah, really, this is going to be really close. And as we start to get ready for this final round of play, it will be Ryan Garcia and Matt Mano taking the finals commentating. Mano, here you go.
All right, that was an incredible match.
That was insane. I wish I called that match. I'm a little upset that I didn't. we got a good one on our hands too. Center Reach and Roverines.
And the Roverines have a lot of fans. You look at that student section. Large traveling crowd or something, because I don't remember any of the Bellmore-Merrick teams having this type of crowd.
Oh no, absolutely not. We don't even have this kind of stuff. We didn't even have this kind of stuff in normal sports games.
Hey man. Jam the Gym was pretty nuts.
No, that was fun, and all of the girls basketball games was incredible too.
Yeah. So the winner, I believe the red team. I'm not sure who won. I believe it was the. I'm not sure who won this. What's going on here?
Okay, so
are they going? What are they? Wait.
We're almost getting ready for the championship match.
So the winners will have a little bit of time to adjust their robots.
All right. So a reset of field 2.
3 on field 2.
All right, that's interesting. A best of 2 out of 3 kind of situation. That's neat. Best 2 out of 3 kind of situation. Gonna provide for less.
It's 2 of 3. Okay.
Yeah.
That'll be a fun one.
Fun format.
I stand corrected. We're just doing one final match.
And we all stand corrected because it is one only. It is best of 1 in the championship.
Oh, so it's not best of 3?
Those will be the 4 teams that are in the finals. We're waiting for our judges to get back to us with all of the awards.
So it's going to be the Roverines and Center Reach versus Prep and Arsenal.
Yup, and what should be a phenomenal, and I mean utterly phenomenal.
Phenomenal. This is what everyone's been waiting for. All of our VRC all of our people who are actually watching for the robots.
So just to clarify, the 2 seed or the 3 seed advanced?
That was the 2 seed who advanced.
All right, so even the double robot move did not work for in their favor.
No, excuse me, it was the 3.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because I was going to say that they had 2 robots on that platform.
It was the 3 who advanced. So what? Okay, so Ryan, what do you expect? I gotta ask, what do you expect?
I think the 3 seed wins it. They've got some talent, man. They're a good. That's a really good team.
I can't pick against the 1 seed. I can't agree with you. I had to go. For me, I'm thinking Center Reach and Prep.
This is the way I see it.
Excuse me, Center Reach and Roverines. That's who I'm thinking is gonna win this one.
Okay, this is how I see it. They beat the 2 seed with the 2 seed's best possible offensive output.
No.
Best possible offensive output. Number 3 seed still beat them. Number 1 seed, I think they're the best. I think they are definitely better than the 2 seed. But oh shoot, I just choked them out in excitement. But
is that even possible?
Probably. But the 1 seed, in order for the 1 seed to beat this 3 seed, they gotta have their best game. And I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm not saying it's not likely. All I'm saying is that the number 3 seed might be able to push that team to the brink and win something and win it all. That'd be huge.
So we are almost ready to get underway in the championship.
John, Gary over here. I know IT never gets the respect, but do a great job. It's hard coordinating.
It's incredible what's gone in to put in such an amazing event. And it's gonna be a great, we're gonna have a great finish. You can already tell.
Yep.
And now are waiting on some awards too. So we'll let the PA announce this.
We will have the number 1 seeded teams against the number 2 seeded team.
So 2 advance.
Two advance. If I'm not mistaken, I thought Blue Alliance won that last one.
I guess they didn't. I guess they lost. So
I'm honestly shocked as to how
maybe they were ruled off balance or something. That could.
It could have been, and that would have lost the game. But were they actually off balance?
Just green. Can you bump that up?
Perhaps.
Green.
Apparently, Blue won.
Yeah. So 2 seed and 1 seed. All right. So in that situation, I'm gonna say. I mean, I still got.
We gotta still bet the 1.
Yeah, I gotta switch my pick back to.
Yeah,
1
we
seed.
gotta bet the 1.
Yeah, gotta go with the 1 seed here. And because of that, the 2 seed's probably gonna win. That'd be pretty hilarious.
Obviously, because we never get stuff right.
Yeah, no, we both said. I think we both said that JFK Bellmore is gonna win it, and that didn't go as well as we hoped it would.
So in this case, if they did rule it off balance, it'd actually be Prep A and the RoboCavs. But we're still waiting on a ruling.
They're doing some waves in the student section.
The waves in the student section, I love it.
Yep.
We are waiting for the conclusion of this thrilling tournament. So what do you expect to see strategy-wise if it ends up being RoboCavs, if it ends up being the RoboCavs and Prep A?
Simple. Aggression. Lots of aggression.
Lots of it. I like
aggression. I mean, I think you're going to see some high-powered offense. I think you're going to see 2 offenses that are raring to go and want to get points on the board. Student section, they got the newspapers going.
Look at the newspapers.
It reminds me, I know UConn does this for the when
they announce the opposing team.
Yeah, they use the newspapers. I wonder if they're gonna mock that.
To start the final match, I would like to give out 2 of the awards that we have for this event.
Now they're going to announce some awards.
One is our Robot Skills Champion. The Robot Skills Champion Award is presented to the team that has earned the highest combined driving skills challenge score and programming skills challenge score with team number 55645X, Arsenal Jericho. Please come down.
Congratulations to Arsenal for that.
Arsenal, although they may not have advanced, they did at least go home with something.
Hey, they went home. Dude, they were really good this time.
They were
phenomenal.
They were phenomenal.
So as we wait for the PA system for the PA announcements, referring to who will be receiving different awards.
All right, and while we're waiting for the results for all of the other awards, I would like to give out the Volunteer of the Year Award. Hosting a robotics event takes a collective effort of many people who are willing to give their time and effort for the sake of their participants. I would love to give out about 5 Volunteer of the Year awards this year because everybody has been essential to running this event. Thank you for being so patient with all of the hiccups. I would like to present this award to the Bellmore-Merrick IT department with Phil and Chris. Please come up and accept the award that everybody has. Thank you guys.
So not only have we received we only seen some award and some award and
field time.
Let's do this.
Oh man, this is a lot of pressure. Oh man, oh man, oh man.
So after careful consideration by the judges, it was determined that that the double robot approach was ruled off balance.
Oh.
And for that reason, Prep B and Arsenal do not advance.
That's brutal.
Red Alliance won the last round.
It's brutal.
So the championship round will be the Wolverines R team, and the Center Reach A team as the Red Alliance going up against Kennedy Prep A and RoboCavs D. So we are just about ready to get underway in the final match. So now, final predictions. You can't take it back. It's on air. Who's winning this game, Ryan?
Okay. I'm gonna pick the 2 seed. I'm gonna pick the 2 seed.
You're gonna pick the 2 seed. You're picking the 2 seed.
Yes.
You're going with the Prep and RoboCavs.
Yes. Because if we both pick the same one, we're basically jinxing them. They're gonna lose.
I'm picking Rover. I'm picking Rover. You're gonna make it.
Yeah, because I want to make it fair. You know what I mean? I want to make sure we don't jinx one team.
I completely understand.
Yeah.
I'll take Wolverines Center Reach. I think the crowd's gonna be on the side of the Wolverines. I think the Wolverines have an incredible autonomous phase. I think they're extremely aggressive and potent, especially with the Wolverines. And Center Reach is also another really strong autonomous phase team. I think Prep may be aggressive, but I think the alliance between Wolverines and Center Reach is just too strong to beat at this point.
You know, I think another thing that isn't brought up about these two offenses is just that it's a game of it's such a
it's game of inches.
Yeah, it's the smallest difference, and so the smallest things can go wrong.
In that 3 minutes, all teams need to be ready to go.
I also want to say, I know they're eliminated from the tournament, but roll Cougs, baby, roll Cougs. Proud of the Kennedy Cougars. Proud of them. Hopefully we got hopefully we get a good, strong finish to this great tournament.
We're gonna have a great tournament. It's already been a great tournament. I expect a big finish.
Yeah, and we've been fortunate enough to cover this today. We've been fortunate enough to watch some great action tonight. This afternoon, actually, excuse me, not tonight. So if you've been watching the entire way, we appreciate you. To everyone who's contributed to this afternoon stream, thank you again. And hopefully we've got some a really good robotics match coming up. As I think the clock's winding down. I think that's the
time we have until we're ready. But this is going to be incredible match. Now let's talk about how strategy and how these teams should approach. Now, if you remember, I haven't stopped talking about Prep and Center Reach and that incredible play with the double stack. What if, and this is a stretch, they tried to run essentially the same play. The Red Alliance in this game tried to run the same play where they essentially tried to block out a blue alliance, tried to isolate a blue robot on the blue side, and then block the other one from having any sort of defense, and then try to double stack like the Blue Alliance did in the last semifinal. Instead of stacking just a Mogo, let's try both robots. Let's try it. It's kind of like a pick and roll, except both guys are rolling the same way.
Yeah, and on top of that, both these offenses they can be so creative that the door's open for anything. And I think creativity alongside just a well-built robot and well-constructed and rehearsed drivers, it's a deadly combination. These guys are creative. They think well on the fly. They don't crumble under pressure. They clearly know what they're doing. They've run these reps 100 times. There's nothing they haven't practiced. It's really like having a well-oiled machine conducting a well-oiled machine.
That wasn't fun. That was not funny. I'm sorry. None of us are. I'm sorry. None of us are. None of us.
Yeah, no, we're not comedians. We're not comedians. We're
not comedians.
commentators.
We're not comedians. That was actually kind of good. I'll give you credit where credit is due. That one was pretty good. But yeah.
So we got 10 seconds until the match starts, and it's like an NFL playoff.
We
game.
feel like a kid in a candy store.
I do feel like a kid in a candy store. I like watching good competition. I've always been a fan of good competition.
This is great. So now it's the final round. It's the championship round between the Wolverines, our team, Center Reach A team, versus Kennedy Prep A team, and the RoboCavs D team. We are just about ready to get underway.
Okay, we have a timeout, another timeout called by Blue, 97140.
Blue has called a timeout. Kennedy Prep has called a timeout. It is a 60-second timeout.
Blue, 97140. It's called a timeout.
Blue has utilized its timeout. It'll be a 3-minute timeout.
Yep.
It gives us a little more time to debate this match and see what we expect. But I think at this point, everything that can be said has been said. We'll still try and say more. We'll still try and say more.
We're just waiting for the match to start.
We're not. But the autonomous phase is what ended up winning, or the autonomous phase ended up what ended up getting Prep to this point, or the Blue Alliance to this point, or the Blue Alliance of the previous match to this point. So until they ended up getting knocked out by the current Blue Alliance, Prep and RoboCavs. Now, Wolverines and Center Reach, the Red Alliance has the most potent autonomous phase of this entire tournament. What do we expect them to do in their autonomous phase? Do you think they changed up the code? Do you think they maybe kept it? How do you think they plan to counteract the attack of the Blue Alliance?
Well, I think the best defense sometimes can just be more offense, and we've talked about this a lot, but it's just that this number one team, the Wolverines and Center Reach, man, they're just so high-powered offensively, man. Like, I think they've had more games not scoring 200 than they've had games scoring. They've had more games scoring 200 than they had games scoring less than 200.
It's impressive.
They score so flippin' much, man. Like, they just score all the time. It's unbelievable.
That's something to keep in mind, though, is that the defense from the Blue Alliance is what got them here. Is what's got them. Their defense of keeping the red Mogos on one side, or it really was the blue Mogos in the last game, on their own side, keeping them from scoring and just stealing, was what ended up winning them the match last game. So it's going to be very close. It's going to be a very close one. Want to do a little bit of score predictions, because we haven't done that a lot.
Well, I guess I'm going to say number one seed gets I think the Wolverines are going to get the autonomous round, so I think I'm going to give them 6 there. They get to 206, but I think that they get just edged out at 220. So 220 to 226, JFK Prep A and the RoboCavs win over the Wolverines and Center Reach A.
I'm thinking it's going to be high. I'm thinking someone's going to get a robot on. I think it'll be I don't think anyone's going to get a robot on, actually, because you got two heavy robots on both sides, or all 4 robots are very heavy. I'm thinking I'll go 86 to 42 Red Alliance. And now you can hear the chant, and we are just about ready to get underway, finally, in the championship game.
5 seconds until the match starts. 4, 3.
I'm surprised the Wolverines fans aren't chanting, counting down from 1, and we are ready.
All right, everyone's ready to go.
15-second autonomous phase.
Oh my
start.
goodness.
We are ready to start.
All right, here it goes.
They made it this far. They can't go. They made it this far. Now see who takes it home.
Okay, here it goes.
Someone's robot is having a malfunction. Looks like it's the Center Reach robot. It's one less repair, and there goes all the smart boards as well. So we apparently are never going to get to play this match.
No,
is
I,
what
don't
I'm
think,
seeing.
I just don't.
IT, we need.
I just don't think we're ever going to be allowed to. I don't think that this tournament's ever going to end, is it?
Just use our clock at this point. Just at this point, just tell the VRC guys to tell the VRC guys to use our clock, 'cause we got one.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, I mean, I think everyone here just wants to see this match.
They have to restart the entire scoring software.
We're done making announcements. We have your engineering notebooks. They are on a cart that will be on the far side. You can come over
They have to reboot the software. That's unfortunate. We were just getting a little hyped, getting ready for the championship game.
Huh?
So, in a little. How do you think these teams are feeling? The nerves have got to be building up. It's already the championship game, but with all these delays.
Well, here's the thing. So, I mean, I think we've both. So you know those situations in which you're in a very crucial moment. I mean, as I've played sports before, and I can tell you when you're in a bigger game and you're at least in kind of like towards the end, and it really comes down to what is a short burst of game action. Yeah, or adrenaline. That can be. It takes a lot of character. It takes a lot of discipline to not lose your cool there. I can tell you from personal experience, not the best at keeping my cool in those situations. So I don't know how they are because this really is. It's not even a matter of one game. It's a matter of 2 minutes, really. 2 minutes. Once they get started, it's 2 minutes, and then if you're champions or if you've lost.
Yeah.
Right. And that's just.
That's the nature of this sport, and now we are ready to actually get going.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! This is what we've been waiting for.
All right.
One.
Let's see if the autonomous. We got a joust in the middle for the autonomous.
Deadlock.
We have a joust in the middle for the autonomous phase, and it still looks like the autonomous bonus will go to the Red Alliance.
All right, I did pick the Red Alliance to get the autonomous.
Oh, now we're talking about our predictions. Red leads 6-0.
2, 1, go!
And no one's gonna let go. Red is able to pull away. The Roboreens get it, and you can hear the roar of the crowd. Roboreens and Robocabs locked.
This is a big day for you, isn't it? Because if they win here, you may have a shot to say that you didn't predict the wrong team to win.
Oh my God, you're so right. Oh, you're so right.
This is a huge day for BMB history.
This could be a live nano curse not happening. That would be monumental. You see the Blue Alliance is getting their own mogos and loading rings into them, while the Red Alliance is trying to set up a placement and play a little bit of bully ball.
They're trying to do the same thing, collecting rings, but they're not doing so successfully.
It could come down to rings. Red needs to make a move and fast.
Yeah, you see the blue team's got a lot of rings.
Red's going to try and make a placement now. No, they're not. They're going to try and keep bullying. We've dropped under 50 seconds left in the tournament. Now Red's trying to collect rings. Blue's trying to make a placement. Red won't let it happen.
Oh, goodness.
Red's playing defense now. Now Red's trying to go for the placement.
Trying to get as many goals in their possession as possible.
Blue's going to go for a placement. No, Red's going to go for a placement.
Oh, gosh. Oh,
Blue's going to try and get the robot on. The middle country chants are
20
loud.
seconds.
20 seconds. We might have a double robot attempt again.
Oh no.
10 seconds left. Preps on. They're balanced. They're not. A placement by the Roboreens. They're on. But it looked like it is over. And the Blue Alliance will take this. JFK Prep A and the RoboCavs D team take it in improbable fashion with a robot and both of their own teams' moguls and a neutral mogo on the platform within the last 10 seconds. That's about as close to a buzzer beater as you're going to get.
I can't. Okay, you might have to like actually never predict another. Like I don't know if you're gonna be allowed to make predictions. Like they're like I don't know if this is. My good lord, is it balanced? Oh wow, we didn't even think about. Is it balanced?
That is a good question.
Oh, it's over.
If blue
it's over.
If blue is balanced, it's over.
Upsetting number 1 seed team.
So unfortunately, you will go another stream unable to pick the winner. To be fair, I didn't pick the winner either.
Yeah, no, we were completely wrong.
Yeah, we were like we could not have been more wrong. But this is a great moment, obviously, to see JFA and the RoboCavs.
What a game to end it.
And what a tournament.
Yeah, what
Wow.
a tournament. What a tournament. Great job by everyone.
Yeah, everyone involved performed phenomenally today. Just a great showing.
This was a great showing, honestly. Everyone involved. I want to thank the Cougar-TV guys and the Calhoun Media Club guys for being here with us.
I want to just say, you know, it's always great working with you guys. With you, and
Likewise.
To work with Calhoun Media Club, this was a new experience. It was a great experience as well.
Yeah, it was a great experience working with everybody. We're still waiting on an official declaration of champion, but it is rather obvious that blue is balanced. We have the final scores. We'll tune into Mr. Cooper. Let's see what he's got.
196, red 86. Congratulations, blue team.
What a win.
It is over. Blue.
I was way off on the scores. I thought they were scoring 200. I jinxed them. I said they were going to both score 200, and neither scored.
The math works out such that that's not actually possible. The math works out to the point where that's actually not possible.
Yeah, so I don't know why I even picked 206 or 226. Man, this is just not my thing.
It's okay. We're all new to this. What a game. An 110-point victory for the Blue Alliance in the finals. What a game. What a tournament.
All right, folks. That was a phenomenal
So what an incredible finish. Ryan, what do you think ended up winning for the Blue Alliance that game?
They kept their offense going, and they played great defense, 86 points. I mean, wow. So, you know, playing great defense. You mentioned that their defense got them there. They kept them under 100 points. They kept the Red Alliance under 100 points. Blue Alliance was able to score 196, and that was the tail of the tape. Good offense, strong defense. And that ultimately ended up being the difference. You know, they could play defense, and the Red Alliance couldn't, and that exposed that major flaw between the two teams.
So for Ryan Garcia, Andy Azemi, Sean McQuillan, Ryan Marr, James Bickham, and the rest of the BMB, Cougar-TV, and Calhoun Media Club crew, I'm Matt Mano, and we'll see you next time on the BMB Game of the Week.